Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Sorry to disappoint, no Mike Noss today, but I'm Eric Wakassian, and I'm joined today by the great Whelpcakes, aka Phil Milwee. Hi, Phil.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad, man.
So we got some exciting racing today. 6 hours, Silverstone, Enduros. It's gonna be a blast, I think.
I'm looking forward to it. Silverstone's a track that tends to deliver some good action because you can have some really good close racing. Pretty wide track. Everyone knows it. It's one of the more popular tracks, so we're just seeing the action. What you guys have in store today?
Yeah, so we're looking pretty exciting. We got quite a few cars out there. I haven't actually looked at the total just yet. It looks like 36 cars in the server right now. Expecting a couple more probably, but qualifying has started and we got the odd numbered cars out there beginning with the first 10 minutes of qualifying. These guys trying to get their best laps in while it's nice and sunny outside. It doesn't look like we're expecting any weather just yet, but yeah, looking for a nice, long, exciting race.
Yeah, I was just looking at the timing charts. Looks like the 23 Ferrari 488 Rock Cops just comes across the line with a 58.735 to get us started. And times are starting to check in. They're kind of all over the board right now, but there's still plenty of time for people to get a good lap in.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll say cheerio from the booth over here, and Whelpcakes supporting us from trackside. And we're gonna go to the track, folks, and see what's going on with these speedy folks out there. We're on Niall Schlieder right now, trying to get in some hot laps. Looks like he's P30 right now without a valid lap, but we know Schlieder, he's a pretty fast boy and expect him to run some pretty speedy laps out there.
Does look like the timing and scoring has been updated. Andreas Borchers in the 97 M4, punching in a 58.355 to get us really started with some quick ones. Andreas is a pretty strong contender. We can see what he can do on track. And now Schlieder, who you just mentioned, just punched in about a second off the pace from Andreas, which is a really good time, I think, for
us humans.
Well, no, yeah, the mortals of the world, of which Niall is one of the faster mortals among us. But,
oh, definitely.
Yeah. So the 37 Porsche punching in P4, about 1.037 off the pace. And we got more times getting ready to post now as we get down to, I believe it's the first 14 posted.
Yeah, we no longer refer to Andy Borchers as Andy anymore. He's just the machine.
The machine. I'm machine.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he just systematically lays down incredible lap after incredible lap, no matter where we go. All of our other aliens, try to claw in a little bit at a time at his lap times, but he just seems to have the edge wherever he goes. But yeah, really exciting to watch him race. Unfortunate result for him in our last race. At Bathurst, unfortunately, had an incident that took him out of the P1 battle, literally battling yours truly, Joseph Kosovic, at Bathurst. So they had a wheel-to-wheel battle through the chase and had a back marker take him out. But it's a new day, and we're looking forward to new things and better racing. So,
better indeed. 57.572 to set the pace. Now a 1.163 second gap on the nearest competitor with 12 minutes 55 seconds left in qualifying. 31 degrees on track, 26 degrees and sunny. It does look like rain info has us marked as clear for now. Tell us a little bit about the qualifying format, Eric. What can the viewers at home get ready to see?
So it was a 21-minute qualifying window. First minute was for people to load their setups. You see the next 10 minutes, which are the odd numbers that are out there right now, putting in their hot laps, just to give a little separation to everyone out there. And then once we hit the 10-minute marker, you will be seeing the even number cars go out for their hot laps. And once we go through it all, We'll see what the list comes out with. Now, a name to watch out for that I don't think has gone out for a lap just yet. Wes Hepburn, aka Burnsy.
Yeah.
My God, has this guy come up and shown some incredible pace recently, and I think is going to be a real challenge for the machine.
Yeah, Hepburn has definitely got some serious pace in hand at most of the tracks that I've seen him racing at. So I'm very interested to see how Wes can kind of take the battle to Andreas. Just looking right now, AMG, kind of one of those cars that has kind of been a little bit more on the resurgence after the latest patch. M4, actually a lot stronger post-patch than I was expecting. Yeah, good stable platform. So we got two competitive cars in the current balance of performance, and we're going to see these guys go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting, and I think something probably a good time to talk about Borscher's not improving on his lap time. He has one last opportunity. Let's hop in with someone else. Let's see, who do we have out there? Let's go to Taylor Johnson. Oh, not on track right now. All right, Jelson Cruz from RR Racing here. Let's go to TV cam and watch what he does out there. But interesting thing for everyone to know. So a new little twist to our Enduro series. The teams are limited to only 4 tire sets through the weekend. So that includes qualifying. So, you know, it's a real decision. These guys pushing their tires multiple laps from Borchers. Is that going to play out somewhere down the road? You know, do you just go out and do a quick one? So different strategies that are likely to emerge as these guys go through qualifying. I've heard some pretty crazy things out there that I'm not going to disclose until the qualifying's over. But yeah, excited to see how the decisions made in qualifying are going to play out all the way at the end of the race.
Yeah, the limited tire sets is a very good spin, I think, on the longer endurance formats. You guys are pushing a 6-hour race today. That gives the drivers effectively 3 sets to double stint over their 65-minute stint timer allowance. So that gives them effectively kind of like what they need to get to the finish line off 3 tire sets. But, you know, people are going to have spins. People are going to have moments on track. They're going to scuff up tires. Things are going to be undrivable for some. And whether or not they exhaust that qualification set is going to be a big determining factor if they have that extra set to deal with that kind of crisis situation.
Yeah, and you know, I was talking to my teammate yesterday. You know, was supposed to be in this race, but had some last minute changes as our regular Mike Noss and your boy Blue, who were expected to commentate in this race. Sorry to disappoint on my end, guys, but you do get a pretty phenomenal substitute in Mr. Dr. Whelpcakes here. But yeah, we're talking about some strategy and you know, talking about whether you want to take the fresh tires early, fresh tires late, you know, and bringing in the complication of potential incidents along the way. I mean, a spin could go a long way and not only ruining your particular delta that you're going to lose, but also your tire strategy down the road.
Yeah, that's going to be, like I was saying before, that is going to be a big factor with the limited tire sets being involved. The other thing is, too, is that it could really mean a lot for a team out there that gets into a kind of like crisis management situation where they're going to have to manage tires. And the teams that can do that and yet still come away with a really good result, that's going to be a really good storyline to hear about when we get to the end of the race.
Yeah, it's definitely going to keep things exciting. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you have pit wall up, do you not?
I do.
Yeah, so the professor here, Phil, is going to
switch over to that real quick.
Yeah, and throughout the race, one of the things that I admire about Phil and really appreciative of him being here, and that through the early part of the race when he's able to be with us, we're going to be able to look at what these strategies look like and try to keep tabs on who's pitted, who's taking tires, who's not taking tires and double standing early. So it's going to be interesting. Oh, here we go. Look at this. We have some intel from the trackside coming in from I Suck at This, aka Jake Wells, North American streamer extraordinaire. Burnsy is not qualifying, saving that tire set. Very interesting.
That is going to be, yeah, like I said, that is going to be interesting. See what kind of tricks people are going to pull to, get that extra bump in the race in terms of having like strategy tire sets available to them. It's like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see what people kind of have in store.
Yeah, car 97 and what is Burnsy in?
I actually
614. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting race to the end between these two teams. I mean, we've seen Wes Hepburn, incredible pace. We've seen The Machine with incredible pace, but we've never seen them on the track at the same time. So very curious to see how this is going to play out.
One moment, sir, having a bit of a technical difficulty at the wall moment. Might not have the most recent data going into qualifying, but hopefully we can get some data before we go into the race with 5 minutes and 50 seconds left.
See some shakers and stirrers. Kevin Blanchette coming in at P4, just being P3, just being bumped by Maximilian Bacher in P3 now. Blanchette down to P4. Another North American regular and a bunch of our races around. Pretty speedy guy.
Not sure if you have pit link enabled on your end, sir, but I'm going to go ahead and fire it up on the 949 server.
Not yet, but we could post it for everyone to click on. You'd like to DM me the link? I will send it out to everybody in
absolutely.
the chat.
I'm going to do that right now. And again, thank you all for being patient with me as I'm getting my pit link stuff stood up. Cannot watch ACC racing without pitwall.live. It's just not possible. I'm not built for that. Getting some interesting. I'm waiting to get more data from the cars as we're looking at people's stats as they go through qualifying right now. The qualifying data is going to be out of date, but one thing I'm looking at right now is the overall max and the speed trap. Silverstone, well-known power circuit, and then we've got I believe that first name right. Case, I believe that's Shoot. In the 42 Trackalicious M4 pumping in a 241 in the speed trap here at Silverstone.
This is interesting. This is actually a last minute addition. I'm trying to find out where did they end up so I could pop into their.
And I'm also seeing looks like Kevin Blanchette might have just pumped in a faster speed trap time. We've got cars pumping in the 251s, 252s. So starting to get more data in as we get closer to the end of qualifying. So pay no mind to the out-of-date information on the pit link that we just posted. That'll be more up to date when we get into the race. But I am interested to see how fast these cars are in a straight line around Silverstone. We got 3 minutes and 10 seconds, sir.
Oh man, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted. You guys are legends. You really don't have to, but it is greatly appreciated. Retro, I just turned the game down a little bit. Giving your feedback, let us know if that's better. So yeah, I think looking at this number 42 car, this is a last minute entry. I think this is going to be piloted by Shooty, which I was not aware of until I saw him out on track, Kernotis, and probably Burkhoff. So pretty strong team, very consistent, good pace from all three of those guys. Really smart strategically, putting putting down a couple of laps here on their tires. So not taking the no quality tire strat. So they'll have some fresher tires than most. So to note, and I'm probably going to have to write this down, car 614, that's Wes Hepburn, aka Burnsy, car 187, and car 99 opting not to qualify and take the fresh tires for the race instead.
You know, I'm really interested to see how this plays out over the course of the entire season, because we're really going to find out from the folks that don't take a shot at the qualifying how valuable that extra set of tires is going to be. Because again, you got 4 sets. It is not out of the realm of possibility to double stint on a set of tires in ACC. You do have to be a little bit more careful. You can't generate too many lockups, too many spins over 2 stints. Otherwise, the car will be largely undrivable by the time you get to the end of a second stint. But having that extra set could be a game changer for any teams that run into issues. However, the folks that choose not to qualify, they've got that extra set in store. However, they have an incident, they're already starting at the back. So that just puts them kind of like further behind the field. That extra set may not be as valuable under those circumstances. I think the real sweet spot is going to be who can go out in qualifying, who can put down a fast lap, and then who can get off those tires as fast as possible so you've got as much life left in them before you get into the race itself.
Oh my gosh. The Seckums coming in big with multiple gifted subs. Guys, thank you so much. So appreciated. You guys already do so much for the community. You really don't have to, but thank you. Just know that every dollar we make goes back into the community, goes back to you guys, goes back to the commentators, the admins, the stewards who try to pump it back in, try to gift out some coaching lessons as well. You guys are unbelievable. Thank you all who are here. Both Seckums for the gifted subs. You guys are legends. Thank you.
So we haven't been talking about it too much because we've been kind of getting settled in, getting ready for this race. We are in max wait time. Flying laps are going to count. But right now, Andreas Borchers in the 97 sitting on top of the timesheets with that 57.572. Once he punched that time in, zipped back into the pits. I think he's probably saving a bit of life off those tires if he can. But Kevin Blanchett in the 420 Aston, 0.3 off the pace. And then we've got, what is that? Is that Botcher and Milodanovic and Fernandez round out the top 5 as we get ready to go into the race.
Yeah, those are looking like some fantastic times. Guys, stop gifting subs. You guys, that's too much. Thank you. We got 6 hours to go. Pace yourselves. Oh, man. Hype train starting here. This is ridiculous. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you to all of you being here. Thank you to Phil to support. Phil stepping in the last minute to help us out here. And while we're in the session start time, let us go ahead and do the grid walk. Let me get this set up here. Let's get to drive. Let's do the ACC things. Gosh, you guys are too kind to us. Really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone. Thank you all for the gift of subs. You really don't have to. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's do this. Let's see if I can do half as good a job as Mr. Mike Noss does. So we are looking at our grid, starting off with the Trackalicious, really most of the T Sports team here. We'll put a little twist on the E, change it to a T, and call it our esports team here. Andy Borchers putting it on the top of the machine, followed by Kevin Blanchett, a regular here at Trackalicious. Most of our North American servers, great job by them. Followed by a P3, Jakob Shaber. Really, these guys have been so fast, so consistent through most of our Enduro leagues. A great performance throughout the season. Edo Kopsy coming in at P4. Sorry, I don't really see where their team names are, so I can't say those out loud, but I'm going to try and do as best as we can. Renato Dornelas, back in the day, joining our M2 League, keeping that mauve color on the car from the M2 that we saw back in the day. Johnny Manum, I believe it is, or Manurm, in the BMW, coming in at P7. Who do we have next? Here is Matt Artem, another regular, pretty speedy boy, putting it up there within the top 10 here. Hopefully I don't run out of time too much here, but Simon Torbovsek in P9. Gilles Allman in the Ferrari. This is our first Ferrari in P10. Kernotis. Whoa, no, I'm actually missing that. I'm off by a car here. 25 is Matt Artem is 25 in the Audi, of course. The Ferrari is in 9th. Gilles is in 10th in the Mercedes. Kernotis in 11th in the BMW. Oh, we have a GTR. Fantastic. Luis Castro here. I think I'm about to get popped out of here, so let me do that real quick. Maybe get them as they go by. So we have Joseph McCulloch in 13, Rainer Weaselby in 14, Carlos Guzman in 15, Dan Gleeballs in 16, Niall Schlieder in 17, Augie Sipes in 18, Bruno Pio 19. Brazilians joining the grid here. Come on now, ACC. There we go. Would really love that to be a different button, but unfortunately it's not. So we had Augie Sipes, Jared Skinner, Bruno Pio, Jared Skinner in 20th. Armand Petrovic 21st. Tim Miro 22nd. Ricardo Sapien 23rd. Jan Rodix in 23rd. Marcel Fisher 25th. Taylor Johnston 26th. Zamfir Radu 28th. Nadir Borlozo. I'll get that right later. Correct me if I'm wrong. 29th. Johan Hauben 30th. And I'm going to switch the camera here. Shane Reese in 32nd. Wes Hepburn with the no qualifier in 33rd. In the BMW. Wes in the BMW. That's odd. He's a Honda specialist. Sean Welsh in the 34th position. Avery Rosamilia in 35th. And closing off the grid, Dan Holm in an Aston Martin. What a grid.
Yeah, that is a lot of competitors getting ready for 6 hours here at Silverstone. They're getting making their way around the track right now. If I'm looking at the track map, they're getting ready to go into the Vale chicane with Andreas Borchers leading the train. We still got a little bit of time before they get all the way around to get this race underway.
Seconds, you better calm yourselves down now. Up to shenanigans here in chat, trying to encourage people to go flat out in T1, which we know is not possible, as Lewis Hamilton and and Max Verstappen learned, especially when they're side by side.
It would be interesting if any of the teams out there that are chilling in chat right now, if they want to dump any kind of like strategy nuggets via like DM or anything like that, it would be good to use some of that information in conjunction with some pit wall data to bring some extra spice to the broadcast here. So if you got any details, or if you have any speculations on cars you might be racing, be sure and let us know. 6 hours, sir. 6 hours of Silverstone. You got to be excited about this.
It's, I mean, I am very excited. Just hoping to do as good a job as you typically do, Phil, and as our great Mike Noss, who's in chat, had to work today, taking care of real life things. But hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But we are here. We are live. We are excited. These guys are warming their tires up, maybe wearing them down, some might say, but excited to get the race started.
Yeah, one thing I will say right now, as we get ready to round the final two corners before our final three corners before we get into the 6 hours of Silverstone, you guys have 4 rounds of this 6 hour enduro format in store. I was looking at the calendar: Imola, Nurburgring, Watkins Glen for the finale. I think this is going to be a really good series, and with the limited tire set, like I said, I think it's going to be something unique.
Yeah, as they come around the final corner here, maybe we'll pop down one or two more cars so we get a better view of the grid here. And then go into Helicam. Here we go, folks. Behave, everybody. Attention, 2x2 nose arc formation, and we are green. Looks like Borcher's getting a pretty decent start, having the inside line all looking pretty good down to P10 pretty much. Looks like clean start for everybody in T1. Borcher's getting a little bit of a gap there as Blanchette trying to stay in tight behind him.
Does look like Blanchette might have gotten nailed for being out of place at the pit start. Not entirely sure if that's a legitimate DT or not. Also am
ACC things.
Possibly. I mean, one of the things that we've run into with lead cars in other races is people getting out of place on the start.
Sorry, Phil. We see a contact over here. Very light, but unfortunate. Really, really bad ending for Timo here. I'm not sure if that was a squeeze or not, but maybe we could go back here and see what happened.
Oh man, another shunt going into the Vale chicane.
Yeah, we just missed that one. But yeah, that is... Who is that? Sorry, I'm new to ACC TV here and trying to wrap my head around how things work around here. But yeah, unfortunately, there was another one, like you said, in Vale. A couple of teams with misfortune at the start of the race here, but overall looking pretty decent. Another car we see on the side of the road. Who is that?
Yeah, I think trying to chase down all the... Whoa, that car is going backwards.
That is not the way you go on the race. I don't know too much about racing, Phil, but I don't think that's the fastest way around a racetrack.
That is not the fastest way around the racetrack. The one thing I will say is trying to keep track of all these incidences early on is probably going to be a little bit tricky. It does look like there's a lot of moving and shaking, and people are very anxious to get through some of these corners, 3 and 4 wide, and some of the tighter parts of Silverstone. As we have more contact further down the field, I believe that is going to be, looking right now, I believe Shane Rees in one of the Tracklicious International car, and Corey Kersone in the Baseline Racing Team BMW getting involved in some contact as they go into cops to get set up again. Man, they're racing side by side and they're racing tight. And there goes Kevin Blanchette coming out of the pits. And see, he's going to be a little bit slower than Shane. But I think Shane's probably going to let him go because he's a bit of a quicker Circone. Thank you so much, JSEC. Appreciate it.
I think it's Circone without the A at the end, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it's like the NE part of like most Italian names.
It does invite that very much so, and I'm pretty sure that's how I said it the first 300 times I said it, but yeah, Circone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just looking through some more of the data here. Like I said, we had a slew of incidents right off the bat, but hopefully things are going to calm down a little bit. There's a 6-hour race in store, so people just need to calm down. Put your head down, do the thing on the black stuff, and then everything should come out good in the wash.
Yeah, I'm being lied to a little bit by the Deltas here, I think. But some tight battle here between the Ferrari of Copsey and Artem. Artem pretty quick. It's been with us in our Pro Series and races in the previous Enduros. Always a great performer.
Yeah, I'm looking through the data right now myself, and focusing on the 23 Ferrari. Just kind of want to get an understanding of where the 23 is. Last lap time was a 2:01.310, which is going to put them under threat from both Yannick Plius and Luis Castro. So there's a whole train of cars right now. They're really trying to jockey to get around the number 23.
Question from Ryan Normal in chat. Not kind of new to ACC, is full send on lap 1 of a 6-hour the strat. It is a strat. I'm not sure if it is the strat. Most would argue that you do not win the race in the first lap. You can lose it though.
Yeah, you can certainly lose a race on the first lap. And the other thing too is there's a lot to be said for taking a conservative battle position when you're getting ready to go into the first stint of an endurance race, because most of the time that's when people are kind of like amped up. Nobody's really in a groove yet, and you can gain a lot of spots off other people's misfortune if you're, eyes forward, making sure you've got track awareness as the primary driving component, because raw pace means very little in the first stint of an endurance race.
I was having this discussion with another streamer just yesterday. There's something that I found, and this might be, I might get torched for this, but I fundamentally disagree with Senna's infamous clip of "if you no longer go for a gap." Okay, and I'll tell you why. I think racing is about risk and reward. Not all gaps are created equal. There are high-risk gaps and there are low-risk gaps. And especially when it comes to an enduro of this nature, it is critical to manage risk. Pace is there. It'll come. You have enough opportunity for pace to win out and strategy to win out overall. Yeah. But if you do not manage risk, it'll not work in your favor.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're going to get torched through most of the internet now, but that's okay. I'll add to that bit of spice right there for any of the Brazilian fans that might be watching the stream. It is very much the case that Ayrton Senna is a legend. That said, it's very convenient to say something about going for the gap when you happen to be in a McLaren that was driving for the majority of the season at the front of the field. There were no gaps for him to go through. There was nothing but clear in front of him. So, like I said, it's a very bold take, but at the same time too, not really applicable for what Senna was actually doing when he was in the most successful phase of his career. Like I said, I'm just being practical here.
And then when he, created a gap.
I mean, that's the thing. People doing like moves that amount to like what is effectively gamesmanship in the middle of a season or towards the end of the season to like secure some sort of place or position in a championship. I mean, like the saying goes, the racing started the moment the second car came off the assembly line, and things like gamesmanship, cheating, all those other things probably started around the same time as well. So it's just one of those things. Good news here is I don't see any of that stuff over here in the Tracklicious 6-hour enduro. So everybody's going to get ready to watch some good, hard, but clean, fair racing, hopefully. 5 hours, 52 minutes left. Andreas Borchers, Eric, off to almost a second gap.
I don't think... Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. A second gap. I was looking at something else and confused. Friend from New World Sim Racing, Paul, welcome. Milo the First. Thank you so much for the sub. You're a legend. If you guys don't know, and I don't know, gosh, I don't know how to do this. My Twitch abilities are at best weak, but check out Mr. Paul Miles here. Let's see if that works. There we go. I can do things, Phil. And the New World Sim Racing crew. Yeah. Great North American friends.
Currently
great
in
racing
ninth right now. Gentleman's Squad in the 89. Currently chilling in ninth place. About a half second off of Cops in the 23 Fezza. Solid showing right now inside the top 10, but there's plenty of racing action. Those guys got to keep it clean. Keep it on the black stuff.
I have a question. I'm looking down the list. I'm wondering where the 614 car is. That's not good news. Akash, that's not where you're supposed to be right now. Hopefully it's not too bad and you can get rolling again. But that is the Wes Hepburn car. Teamed up with Mikaska in chat. We saw him earlier. Indian streamer. Befriending a lot of North American folks here. But yeah, really great watch. Go in and check him out. Let's pop back into the race. Looks like McCulloch and Shooty are in a battle here. McCulloch putting a lot of pressure onto Case Shooty.
Yeah, just looking right now, Audi on M4 matchup. So straight line speed and power of the 224 going up against what is a very stable aerodynamic platform of the M4. So power circuit should kind of be a stronger place for the Audi to stretch its legs. But it's all about maximizing corner exits around Silverstone so you can get the maximum speed when you're going down these monster straights. We're just going to see what Joseph McCulloch in the Interceptor's Audi offering can do to try and catch Shooty.
You know, Shooty is a relatively new person to Tracklicious Sim Racing. Although, I'll admit, we've locked him in. He's not going anywhere. He's come in and spends all hours running laps and coming in from iRacing and bringing in some phenomenal pace. I think he was a P12 in our pro race just last week. Amongst what an incredible grid. Being P12 is something I dream of in that grid. So really, really good performance. And we're seeing McCulloch just making the move on him, getting ahead, but still great pace from Shooty.
Not sure if the 614 dealing with some on-track shenanigans or not. In the pits for a minute 57 and change. Like I said, still plenty of time. Could just be offsetting their pit stop. Who knows? We've got plenty of time for them to try and make up some ground, but hopefully there wasn't any kind of damage or repairs that was going to be needed with that. What might have been an unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, and you know what? Unfortunately, not only that, but they came out in traffic as well. So hopefully Meek over here can work his Indian magic and get through some of these cars relatively quickly and find some clean air. Who do we got? Who do we got that's battling on track?
Battling on track. So the close fights right now that I've been paying attention to, Luis Castro and Rock Cops in the 23. So car 89, car 23 going at it. Also, Retro Coffin is 4/10 back from Skinner, who is 4/10 back from Guzman, who's 4/10 back from Shoot. So it is definitely some interesting battles going from about P8, I would say, probably down all the way to P16. It looks like, if I were to say, Case Shooty's kind of a cork holding up a lot of drivers that are jockeying to get in the top 10.
You know, I wonder if this is a tire strategy based bottleneck. I wonder if they just went out on their quality tires with the rest of the crew going on fresh. I just don't know Shooty to typically be the one holding people up, so I am suspicious of strategy decisions here.
Yeah, conserving tires, it's going to be pretty important. So with the limited tire sets on offer, 4 sets for a 6-hour race, including qualifying, like we were saying before during the qualifying session, it's going to be of the utmost importance that people try to reduce lockups, reduce spins. And for the folks that didn't either use that qualifying set because they didn't participate, or maybe they didn't do too many laps on it and just banked something and then called it a day, it's going to be interesting.
So while we do have a pit wall and are learning from Mr. Whelpcakes here on how to use it, we are currently using the 949 pit wall. Let me see if I can get that pasted for you. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Phil.
And while we are continuing to entertain the masses, I'm actually going to jump over into pit wall for a quick second. I kind of want to take a look at some of this data to see what we're seeing so far in the current stints, because with a lot of action early on, I'm really wondering how many people had to stop early for potential repairs. The 420, of course, Kevin Blanchett got nailed with the drive-through on the start, on the race start. But we've got, it looks like Shane Rees, Armand Petrovich, Mik Asaka, and I believe that is Nero in the 976, all taking early pit stops with only 7 laps done in this race.
Just checking audio levels there real quick. And yeah, Phil, if you want to share your stuff, I can get that popped onto screen here and have our crew look at what is going on in the data.
Let's do that real quick. Let's test this out and see how good or bad this looks.
Yeah.
So right now, what we're looking at is track map Silverstone. Again, really long circuit. Got 18 corners. With the current data that we're seeing right now, Andreas Borchers, like I was saying, off to a commanding lead. 1.379. So Backer in the 202 is really trying to keep Andreas Borchers in touch. Looks right now from the data that really the place where Andreas is milking the most time advantage in relation to Backer is in Sector 1, Sector 3. The only spot the 202's kind of got the 97 car on notice is in Sector 2 itself. But these lap times are really great. 59.2 for Borchers, 59.3 for Backer. That's not really that much in terms of a pace delta. So definitely keeping them in touch. Speed traps right now, Luis Castro in the gentleman's New World Sim Racing 89 Nissan, 254 kilometers, max KPH. With McCulloch in the 224, who we were talking about earlier. Again, another one of those cars with a good straight line speed advantage. 253 in the speed trap. Let's go ahead and switch over to some other stuff. Give me 1 second. Pop that out of the way, and let's pop on over to this, because I kind of want to take a look at how the race is unfolding for the top 5. If we take a look at Mr. Borchers right now, currently, like I said, just running off right now. But Backer's keeping him in touch. But relative to the rest of the field, P3 through P5 just dropping off steady as we go through the laps. Again, the 222 10.8 seconds behind already with 8 laps done and dusted. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out over time. We're just going to have to keep an eye on that battle as it continues to develop.
Now, what I'm curious to know is we've got very likely some of the stronger drivers out on that first stint trying to get their best pace out there. How deep are these guys' benches? Who do we have coming in as the second, potentially a third driver, and how are those guys going to compare to each other? I think that's going to play a big role.
Yeah, you got a pretty solid lineup at the front right now. Borchers is bringing in, I believe that is Hampshire and Lamlin in the 97, which is a dominant showing in the M4. Again, all 3 of those guys know how to drive the M4 platform. Really well understood. It's going to be very interesting to see how they play out with that. Additionally, you've got Fernandez and Dornells also in the M4 platform. Going to be interesting to see how Dornells does in the car. The New World guys, got to give them another shout out. We've got Luis Castro, we got Ferris and Joseph Savage in the 89. Gonna be looking forward to seeing Ferris and Savage out on track as well. And the 420 got nailed with the drive-through penalty at the start of the race, but they're still in it, currently running P19, a lineup of Kevin Blanchett, David Funk, and Dan Tazaro in the 420. So yeah, we got some really good drivers still yet to touch the asphalt.
That's a good team. That is a really good team. Unfortunate with the drive-through, but gosh, that is such a great team.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting to see how that all develops as we get more towards the the phase where we're looking at pit strategy and the tire situation as that starts to develop. Joseph McCulloch in the pits for quite a long stop. Was kind of shocked to see that. Kind of want to take a look real quick in the data to see what we're looking at for the 224 car. Joseph McCulloch and Jacob Vavreka, and they were in the pits for 1 minute 58. So again, kind of sort of what we've been seeing right now for pit stops, but most of the pit stops I think have been dealing with some level of tire swaps and or damage. So hopefully that's not anything that's going to take the 224 out of the running. Currently running 33rd after the pit stop behind Shane Rees and in front of Petrovic in the 6.9 AMG.
Just a quick break here. Rodrigo, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you all are enjoying the broadcast of the 6-hour race at Silverstone here, the first round of our endurance series here at Trackalicious. It must be said, this championship was originally started through a partnership with 949 and Box 3, so big shout out to those guys. Phil from 949's here, aka Whelpcakes, the professor. And shout out to the Box guys. Still great friends and love having them around.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun getting to do these races. It's been good to see you guys continuing with the GT3 Endurance Series. And again, 4 rounds of this, the 6-hour endurance action, the limited 4 tire sets for quali in the race. I think it's going to be a real spicy format, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys have in store with Imola coming up next. Imola is a fantastic track for a 6-hour race.
Yeah, and you know, credit to another group that we are friends with. Oh, we have a lot of friends, which is a good thing, I guess. SRA, Sim Racing Alliance. Those folks do a great job. Just hosted a 5 hours at Imola a couple of weeks ago. Had our very own Kyle Hampshire and Ali Raza perform quite well, one might say, in that race. So really appreciative of them putting it on. And yeah, we got a 6-hour one coming up in a month. So that's going to be really exciting. Looking forward to see how all these guys perform out there.
Back to the racing action real quick. Wanted to give you an update on the continued struggles for Case Schutte in the Enduro C car 42 for Trackalicious, now being hunted by I believe that is Skinner in the 123 M4, 3/10 back. And again, we've got more cars that are slowly catching up to the 42 M4 with Retro Coffin only 8/10 back from Jared Skinner. So I'm going to be interested to see how if Schutte's being conservative on the tires, this could pay dividends later on in the stint. But we're going to have to see.
You know, I do have another explanation for this. I bet you that Schutte was told that he was driving probably less than 2 hours before the race, and he does not drive the BMW. He's driven the Audi in the last season, and he mains the Aston. So for him to be in such a position with probably practically zero experience in the BMW and to have just come in and hopped into the race is a pretty decent performance. So credit to him.
Yeah, if he's just jumping into the car for the first time, that's going to be a real tough platform to get used to, especially if you're switching over from the Audi. But M4, real stable aero platform. Hopefully someone showed him the TC settings that you can use to just monkey foot your way through all the corners. So he should be able to get to grips with it pretty quick. He's a skilled lad. In chat, we have damage from turn 2 from Mr. Mike Burkhoff. Shooting is doing really good right now from Mr. Jay Provolone, sharpest cheese in chat. My boy Blue saying Papa Shooty. And the M4 is a beast at Silverstone. It is. TC8 for everything. TC8 for everything. TC5, I really like when you're exiting slow corners. I feel like you don't get as much interference. But Nate Lamlin, driver in car 97 with Andreas Borchers, gave me a bit of a secret for driving the M4, especially when you're using a steering wheel with multiple buttons, is actually go into the ACC settings when you're driving the M4, bind 2 buttons, one to set to TC8, one to set to TC5, and just go with it.
Yep.
So no knobs, no nonsense, just button for the normal corners, button for the slow ones, away you go.
As a significantly slower BMW driver, 8 and 5 are Sinope strategy. Huge gains in Suzuka's, especially at the hairpin and at the Casino chicane. Is it Casio or Casino? I don't know.
It's Casio.
Okay.
Casino is the hairpin at Monaco, which we will never get in ACC, and I think that is a tragedy.
A tragedy. And while the walls of Monaco don't grace us, at least we have Mount Panorama to always threaten the livelihood of the greatest races.
Yeah. That is kind of what Mount Panorama is for, right? That's when you make the blood offerings to the ACC gods for better days. And just looking right now again, Case Schutte under threat. Was under threat from Jarrett Skinner. I'm wondering if Guzman, is that Guzman in the 223? I'm just looking right now, and there is a lot of jockeying. Yeah, it is the 223 of Carlos Guzman finding his way around Case Schutte, and Jarrett Skinner still stuck behind him. Retro Coffin looming in the background in this continued battle. Case is just trying to hold on to as many positions as he can.
You know, one thing I'm missing here and I'm having a hard time with, and I apologize, I feel like I'm missing quite a bit of the action, is I don't have anywhere. Oh, here we go. I found it. Deltas. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks. I'm using a new software for streaming. So,
you're using the in-game?
No.
Okay. I'm just sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
We're new. We're not that new. No, we switched over from I don't know. It was something else, and now we're using ACC TV. So it's the first time I'm using it. Looks like Max Bacher is closing that gap to Andy Borchers. That's interesting. They're pretty tight there. I wonder whether it's a tire situation, as we're 27 minutes in. Andy's pace seems to have potentially fallen off a little bit.
Average lap time right now is a 59.424 for Andreas Borchers after 13 laps. Meanwhile, Maximilian Bacher is pumping in 59.380 for the average. It does look like the 202 has shored up the pace difference in Sector 3 by a considerable margin, almost 0.2 on the 97 M4. So the Porsche is starting to look stronger and stronger. Definitely not one of the stronger cars around here in terms of BOP historically, but the 202 team for Mission Spino seems to have it figured out.
Yeah, and again, historically, the Mission Spino team has been well represented here at Tracklicious. Great pace. I think they've won a race or two before as well. Yeah, so good to see that they are bringing the challenge to the Tracklicious team. Love to see the racing on track, no matter where it is on the grid. Speaking of racing on track, no matter where on the grid, see a little battle between Fisher and Wembley here for P26. Putting a lot of pressure on that Audi up front.
Just checking in with more of the stats on track. 34 degrees, track temperature 26 degrees, and sunny. Rain info is set to clear right now, clear skies. The heat on track is definitely going to factor into degradation for those that limited tire set.
Yeah, and in practice, we can say, sorry, reading chat here. So read an Eric Washington, not sure what that was in reference to, trying to catch up. But yeah, the higher temperatures really causing a problem with the left tires. These guys were watching some of the folk in practice. Orange most of the time. Pressures, right where you want them, but gosh, it seemed to be so difficult to manage the tire sets in this type of temperature. So definitely going to be a challenge, not only for these first stints, but when you start double stinting these tires. Curious to know how that pace is going to be different from what they have now. And yeah, what the long run outcome's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We're getting close to that halfway point between the first stint being over. Again, 65-minute stint timer for these guys out on track before they're gonna have to take a mandatory pit stop. Uh, with the tires being dealing with kind of like temperatures like that, like for a 6-hour endurance race, you cannot just run this thing with your normal 1-hour sprint setup with a full tank of fuel. Like you're gonna have a bad time. So definitely people probably gonna be running the enduro brake pad set, gonna be probably running a more conservative probably like a damper and mechanical grip configuration just to try and keep tire temperatures from going out of control. Because again, with that limited tire set, like you only get 3 bites at the apple before you've gone through all the rubber that you've been allotted for this event. So it's going to be interesting to see who erred on the side of caution and who didn't put the kind of setup effort into preparing for a race like this.
Yeah, and look at this group over here. A second between Guzman and Shooty, half a second between Shooty and Skinner. Runga, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, Tim, just 0.3 behind, putting a lot of pressure on Skinner. And then Coffin just behind that. This is quite the pack to be watching right now.
Close racing. As we get into the first half hour of the race done and dusted, 12:38 p.m. on track. Like you were saying, Eric, good close racing right in the first leg of 6 hours of Silverstone.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to see is that there are multiple packs of close racing happening. You know, I don't feel like there's a particular group that's just gone. Now, Boykus, as it's pronounced in German, Andy building that gap back up to 2 seconds, dropping Bacher just a little bit there. Must have been listening to the stream, feeling insulted of his lack of pace, as I jokingly say, because that's the last thing you'd ever say about Andy.
Well, Andy's definitely, I don't know if he's been listening in on the stream or what and got insulted, but he has definitely put his foot down. That, or it looks like the 202 might have had a bit of a moment. Actually, last lap time was a 2-minute.345. And the gap now has grown to about 2.2 seconds. 10-second time penalty coming in for the 444 M4, piloted by Sipes, currently 0.8 back from P15, but is going to have to serve 10 seconds on their first pit stop.
Gosh, that's tough. But hey, incidents are incidents, so you're going to start seeing them as we've given folks a little bit of a window to appeal their penalties, and looks like that one's going to stick. But let's hop in here with Kevin Blanchette now. Having that drive-through early on, build themselves back up to 18th position. Looks like they've got quite a bit of pace advantage to the cars ahead, running a 2:06 to the 2:01.435.1911 ahead of them. So I expect this gap to be closing up fairly rapidly over the next couple of laps, and gains to be had for the 420 car over here.
Yeah, I'm wondering right now what the 420 car is going to be doing in terms of strategy to try and figure out how to try and bring this race back to them. Given the fact that they had to serve the drive-through penalty, they've definitely lost about 25 seconds relative to the leaders. And moving back through traffic, especially starting from the back of the field, average lap time's about a 2-minute.857, which is definitely off pace for the 420, but they're moving through traffic. And again, traffic's going to hit everybody, even the people in front when they're moving through the blue flags. So maybe there could be something special in store for the 420 a little bit later in this race as race strategy starts to plays out for everyone to see. I'm just going to keep an eye on them. 18th is a good recovery so far for the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, and again, as we've been talking, they've been closing that gap up to Taylor Johnston just ahead, who's also really close to Augie Sipes just ahead of that. So not too big a gap between the two. Definitely the cars behind with the pace advantage to Sipes. Yeah, and then this group with Shooty, Skinner, Runga, and Coffin looks still really exciting. It's really nice to see. It's one thing to be able to put laps on a track. It's another to not be able to see any of the corners ahead of you and still put those laps on track. So these guys, incredible drivers, driving super close to each other for several laps now, and still keeping in tabs with the cars ahead.
Yeah, they're doing what they need to do. Keeping your head down, putting in the work, closing the gap to the person in front of you relative to the rest of the field. That is definitely something you want to shoot for. I mean, it is a race after all. But the thing is that you're racing against a clock more than anything else. And every time you spend in the pits off track dealing with shenanigans, that's time you're not putting towards putting as many laps down as you can with the allotted 5 hours and 24 minutes left in this race. So definitely going to have to keep focus, keep your eyes on the prize, and try and put together a clean race.
And as we say that, looks like we have a request for an onboard lap. Who are we looking at? All right, so going for Mr. Blanchette when he gets a little bit closer. He's a little far right now, but we will hop on. I'll try to keep an eye on it, not to miss it, Jose. Yeah, this group, my gosh, this group is so exciting to watch. An Aston top, a Porsche bottom, and a BMW jelly in the middle. Several layers of that, for that matter. Let's go on board with Mr. Blanchette. Hungry for positions. You know what? I'm a huge fan of the helmet cam. Let's hop on board.
For me, it's the gyro cam. So like, what is that? It's one of the F6 cams, I think. By default, definitely my personal favorite. Because that's the one that you get when you get the onboard streams from like IMSA or WEC, where you get the kind of like angled from the passenger side of the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's my jam. So relative to, just looking back through Blanchette right now, trying to chase down Johnston in the 13 Porsche. Last lap for Blanchette, 201.967. Johnson, a 202.645. So definitely some pace in hand for the 420 Aston Martin. The gap chart looks like Blanchette is really kind of like closing the distance all the way to what I would say is car. What's that? That is car 7, and that would be. Bruno Pio, Ismail Kobus, and Marcello Ramon in the AMG. So definitely looks like Blanchette's going to have some cars to pass here shortly.
Job 1 done. On to the second. Hunting down Augie Sipes. Again, we looked at this earlier. Looks like Blanchette had quite a bit of pace difference between Sipes and himself. A full second in the last lap. Looks like that gap is closing pretty aggressively. Blanchette, I'm sure, very eager to get the job done here and get on and not waste a bunch of tire wear.
Yeah, navigating through the traffic and dealing with driving on the dirty side of the track, trying not to overuse too much energy from the tires. That's what it's going to be all about. So I'm imagining that Blanchette is definitely in attack mode, but probably not running 5 nines in attack mode right now. It's probably running about 2 nines. So definitely going to try. Oh, wow. That is a very interesting move through Woodcott, trying to get lined up on the inside. Sipes a little slow on the entry to Cops, it looks like. And it looks like Blanchette's going to be able to make the move on the outside.
That's a job done for Mr. Kevin Blanchett. Oh, and a missed breaking point into Maggots and Beckett's by Taylor Johnston. Thankfully for him, a lot of runoff there. Able to rejoin with no major issues. Maybe a track cut, which could add up in a 6-hour race.
Oh, yeah. Drive-through penalty. You could look at about 25 seconds lost taking a joker lap in the event of too many track cuts, which will be a factor in a race like this. Silverstone does have a few key areas where it's very easy to nail a track warning. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. It does look like Johnson actually just got nailed with a DT. That could have been for individual track cuts, but given how fast he went through with the off track, he might have just gotten nailed for it for returning to the track too quickly.
Gosh.
So that's going to be unfortunate for him. 25 seconds will probably shuffle him all the way south of P25.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But no damage. Goes a long way. Let's hop up to... Let's see if there's anyone battling down in the bottom. Dan Holm and Zamfir Radu. Pretty tight in battle here. Looks like Holm has a little bit, 3/10 pace advantage from the last lap. Both looking pretty strong in this lap. Let's see if Holm has anything to say about it. Try to pressure Zamfir into a mistake. Gets a really good exit out of there. Phil, as our resident Lexus expert, how does the Lexus do around here?
It's a tough car. I mean, it definitely gets to stretch its legs on some of the larger straights. But through the quicker corners, Maggots and Beckett's, Cops, Abbey, it's really tricky to not understeer off track. Additionally, it is notoriously terrible with tire wear. For an endurance platform, it's a tricky car to drive, but I think that the straight line power that you can get out of it tends to give it a little bit of an edge at a power circuit like Silverstone. Its bop has been a little bit neglected in the current meta, in my opinion, but I still feel like it's a pretty strong car for Silverstone. But with the limited tire sets of 4, it was a bit of a bold choice, in my opinion.
You know, I had the fortune of racing Ricardo Sapien in the Lexus. I was in the BMW at the time. Oh, that got pretty close. Oh no, that's not how that needs to get done. That's an unfortunate contact there. I'm sure the stewards will be reviewing. Kind of saw it coming. To be honest with you, when you don't leave room, things can happen again. Risk and reward.
Don't leave room. But as the saying goes, don't hit what you can see.
Yeah, don't hit what you can see. Indeed. Mr. Holm taking that position in an unfortunate way. Let's go to Weaselby. Looks like there's another battle up here. Another Beamer Aston battle. Got quite a few Astons and Beamers on the track here today.
Yep. Aston and Beamer, definitely cars that have benefited from the current meta. Not the speed and straight line power that you get out of the Audi or the NSX on a few of the tracks. Porsche, a little bit stronger also after the patch, but you've had kind of almost like what I would say as what I feel like from what I've seen from other racing as a rising of the midfield. So you've got these cars that are at the top of the meta. In the previous cycle, you had Audi, NSX, Porsche. On some tracks, Ferrari, that kind of thing, kind of like lower, like Ferrari kind of like flirting with the middle, also with Aston Martin. AMG was kind of like lower middle, but with the current patch cycle, you've seen the mid-tier cars kind of start to float up to the top. And I would argue that this is probably the most competitive meta we've had in ACC for quite some time. And I would like to see a little bit more balance I would like to see more cars kind of contending with the midfield and up at the front, but yeah, I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, I do agree with you in that midfield looks really fun and strong. However, there's still some pretty clear meta cars, Honda, and just would like to see all of them get that same
Yeah.
love, I suppose. And
Oh,
Muff,
for sure.
sorry, gosh, Muff, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Um, Love seeing you guys in the races, and you guys really don't have to. Again, huge amount of support from the crew and chat. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for all of the subs. Sorry, back to you, Phil.
Yeah, I think kind of to echo what we were talking about before with the current meta. Um, there are definitely cars that are at the sharp end of the meta. I'm just happy that the midfield cars have started to close a little bit in terms of lap times. Uh, for the folks that don't know, like when you're talking about meta, it really kind of really has its strongest effect up at the top end of the skill chart. So when you're talking about people that are racing right now in the top 3 or even the top 5 of the race we're watching right now, meta kind of has a little bit more of an influence. Whereas for a majority of the field, I tend to, in my opinion, the meta has very little to do with overall performance. It's really about understanding the characteristics of the car, understanding the strategy for the race, being, having good racecraft, good, decent, consistent lap times, and then just kind of like running your race and seeing what happens.
Yeah, and it's funny. I was talking about this just yesterday. We had our own Stefan Lindauer riding the Porsche Cup car in an open lobby and putting it in P1, whereas all the other cars were GT3s. And I was telling him, I was like, these guys might think that the Porsche Cup car has something special that they don't know, and then hop into it and realize that no, it's just a skill gap. Um,
Yeah, it is definitely the part of the performance of a race that the game has absolutely no impact on at all, which is how good are you at practicing? How good are you at putting in the time? So it's interesting. We do have a string of penalties that have come in while we've been talking. Sapien with a 5-second penalty is going to have to serve next pit stop. The 221 Aston with 25 seconds. We've got Welsh in the 187 Audi with 5 seconds, and Hasaka with in the 614 getting nailed with 20 seconds and down in 35th.
well, I'm pretty sure Meek, aka Akash, their car 614 is gonna have given Wes Hepburn quite a bit of work to do once that swap happens. So hopefully Meek can keep it clean moving forward and reduce that workload. And just a quick comment from earlier. I apologize, Mr. Burkhoff. I missed your sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. And sounds like that 42 car does have damage from T2, explaining the pace difference that we're seeing from Shooty. We were talking about expecting him to be a little bit faster than he is showing, but with him jumping into a new car that he's probably unfamiliar with and having some damage, that explains it all.
It's tough when you're jumping into the car under surprise circumstances. Definitely dealing with the damage is not something anybody probably wanted to deal with, but at the same time, I think Shooty's doing a pretty good job, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things progress as they get to the phase where they are getting in the pits, getting that damage repaired, and looking forward to their future stint.
Yeah, one of the things I would call myself the expert on this in jumping in cold to cars. Oftentimes, with how real life plays out, qualifying is my practice session. Perfect example, our Spa mixed class race from Thursday. Hopped in, got a couple of laps down in qualifying with the Maserati nonetheless. Put a 2:36 down. And then within half hour, I guess, of our 75-minute race, got my lap times down to a 2:32.6. So 2.5 seconds improvement with a half hour of practice can go quite some ways at the start of the race. Would you not say?
I agree. I agree. You do a very good job racing a number of different cars and participating in a number of different um, series. I got to race with you in the Enduro series in the Lamborghini. And that was a lot of fun, and you did quite well in that car as well.
You're being a bit too gracious, but my
You're
main
faster
point.
than me at Barcelona. You kidding?
No, no, I felt like we were on pace.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, not not as much about me, but more so about what practice gets you.
Mhm.
We do see a lot of new drivers coming in getting frustrated, going, I don't understand how these people are 3 seconds a lap faster. And my response is, once you have 5,000 hours into the game, then you'll understand where that difference comes
Oh
from.
yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Like it is definitely not something that you can just kind of jump in and kind of just reap the rewards of. You're definitely going to have to put in the time. Definitely going to have to put in the energy to try and uh, kind of like learn how the sim behaves for you. Yeah, it's a different journey for everybody, but I think it's been a lot of fun getting to watch people develop over time. You guys have definitely got some folks in Trackalicious that have definitely developed over time into some really, really strong racers. Uh, so yeah, it's just a good talent pool to watch, and we got 5 hours and 9 minutes of it to enjoy.
Phil, to your earlier point, one of the things that's really cool that's been happening through our lifespan here at Trackalicious,
Hmm.
every single one of our drivers have gotten faster. Every single one.
Yeah.
Half a second, more maybe through the seasons. And what's crazy is all of us have gone down in ranks
Yeah.
in our races because we just get, as the community grows, we get these crazy fast people joining our community. I mean, looking at our Silverstone quali of the pro race, we had 41 cars qualified in the sub 2 minute times.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. It's pretty
Insane.
quick.
Yeah. And
That is.
names that you would bet your life would be P1 ending up P5, P10, P12. It's like unbelievable grid.
Yeah, it is. It is good to see, especially with the North American component, North American contingent starting to get better and better at sim racing. Really hoping they're going to start giving the Euro boys and girls a run for their money. Not to pull away from that conversation. That is definitely not what's happening right now in this race. Mr. Andreas Borchers in the 97 car, currently 3.5 seconds ahead of backer in the 202. And yeah, the Euros are at the front of this field for the 6 hours of Silverstone for sure as we get ready to cross 1 p.m. on track. Getting close to the end of the first stint here, Eric. Father son shooty team in enduro at some point. Yeah, it would be good, provolone. Jay Goose developed a lot. We is faster. Well, I'm glad you're developing a lot. Me, I'm getting rusty. Shane Reed's in the pit for a drive-through penalty, potentially for track cuts. I want to look through the data real quick. I kind of want to see if any of the front runners have taken a shot at an early pit stop. Not really. Did see cops, rock cops in the 23 Ferrari did pull a 1 minute pit stop just a little while ago, about 3 laps ago. It was 4. 1 minute seems like a fast pit stop. That's not what I would normally expect to see. Does look like, yeah, there's Taylor Johnson serving drive-through penalty, which cost him about 30.5.
So
53.
we're
Go ahead,
looking
sir.
at 30 being the straight through with
Oh,
30 tires.
30 being the straight through with tires, you
No,
say?
well, 30 on top of that with the tire. So you're looking at a perfect pit stop being around a minute and a second or two. Well, if Taylor Johnson started a drive through that cost him 30 seconds and you add 30 seconds of tires on top of that.
Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense now because the fastest run down pit lane was the drive-through penalty served by the 420 Aston and Kevin Blanchett, 24 and a half seconds. So Rock
Okay.
Kopp's going into the pits for 54.318 might make a little bit more sense to me now. So that could be what we're looking at for the actual pit delta. We'll use the 54.3 as our kind of canary in a coal mine in terms of determining what people are doing for overall pit stops. I do see Dan Gleeballs in the 9.6 car did serve a 1 minute 2 on the pit stop. We're going to see some variance. People are not necessarily the most comfortable with pit stops. It'll be interesting to see. We are getting close, though, to that 65-minute stint timer for the front runners, 55.15. Is what is the stint clock for Mr. Andreas Borchers.
And while we have a second to take a breath, Duasente and Sim Racing Beer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the 6 hours of Silverstone, the first round of our Enduro series here at Trackalicious. As we hop on board here with Jared Skinner giving the Guzman brother a little bit of a push, a little bit of pressure, a little bit of something to think about. Jose, what do you think? Is your bro gonna defend like a lion?
I think that's the only speed they got.
Legends. The Guzman brothers, one of several brothers that we have. The Seckhams, the Donnellys. Love the family combinations. We're all pushing for the Hampshires. We're pushing for a big father-son shooty configuration at some point in time. Young George getting a first taste of racing in the rookie series.
Sir, I'm going to take a quick step away and refill some coffee. I will be right back. And I've got some data to talk through when I return.
While we don't have the sound redeem on our channel, I'll hit you with a coffee.
Appreciate you, sir. I'll be right back. Enjoy the show, folks. 5 hours, 3 minutes left, and 6 hours of Silverstone.
Yeah, let's hop on with the Guzman Skinner battle. Whew, looking pretty hot. Let's try to get a camera up in here. Skinner looking like he's got some pretty great pace. They're looking pretty even overall, to be honest with you, but Skinner looking pretty hungry for some Aston booty over here. On the hunt for sure. And while that's building up, let's hop down here. Kevin Blanchett, 18th, while we were looking just a minute ago. Now, all the way up to 15th position. Giving Ismail Kobus a run for his money. Another great team. Recent add to Trackalicious Sim Racing, Ismail Kobus, Bruno Pio, and I don't know who their third driver is, but they look like a pretty strong team. Great performance. Looks like it's a 3-position race. No, that's a lapped car over there. So lap traffic sometimes coming into play. Kevin really, really hungry for positions. Looks like he's got a pretty decent run. I'm not sure if going into Maggots and Beckett's is the best place to try and make a pass, but the straight just up ahead might be the right spot if he sets himself up just right. Oh, and he does look on the inside. That is a great move by Kevin Blanchett. Gets the job done. Looks like Koba's tucking in behind. Fantastic overtake by Blanchett. Job done. Up into 14th position. Not showing on ACC, but is live on our tracker. Great job, Kevin. Ooh, looks like Cops looking pretty thirsty to get Sipes there. Sipes looks like he's been having a bit of a rough time losing pace throughout the last couple laps. I wonder whether it's damage related or tire management related. Could be any of those things. So if you guys have any information on any of the strategies of the teams in the race, hey, pop in here. Let us know. Let us know what's going on. Unfortunately, we don't have live tabs into the teams, but try to give you as much information as possible. I'm mediocre at best at it, but we have the professor with us taking a quick coffee break, aka Whelp Cakes from 949. Big shout out to those guys. Yep, looks like Cups makes it stick and gets that P18. Great move. Well, let's see what else we have going on track. It looks like Petrovic in a battle with Sandro Bosch for P3031. Petrovic, is that owned colors I see being flown, or ZRL, CDL? I believe that's a ZRL car. Let's check out the livery a little bit. Fly in there, click on the thing. No, we don't get to appreciate these liveries as often as we would like, but yeah, the ZDR. Sorry, Armand. What a cool art livery here. What are we being told? The endurance team of the Zero Delta Racing League being pressured by the car. Oh, no longer behind. Got a big gap here. Car number 7 livery. All right, we could do that. We could do that. I am sure I downloaded the liveries today, so I'm not sure if this is showing the full livery or not, but it looks like it's missing some things, Marcello. So must have been that the livery was not uploaded correctly, so I do apologize about that. Yeah, it must have been uploaded incorrectly. Right. Brazilian Pigeon Racing, right? Something like that. Look, as Shane Reese has a look on the inside, trying to make up some positions from the earlier misfortunes that he had. Oh, thought there was a battle. Was it just... I feel like they just disappeared earlier, but Petrovic and Fisher, we were looking at earlier, but now Fisher putting some pressure onto Petrovic. On Team Fra. Or Fru. Great look on the inside there. Catching Petrovic a little bit offline. Down into the chicane here. Huge breaking point. Really important to try to get on the early as possible. Taking a peek on the inside. Looks like he has a really good run and another car behind. Darting on the inside, getting the inside line here. And that should be enough to put a lot of pressure on Armand. Going a little bit offline. Unfortunate for him. That's a loss of position there. And we do have another car in play here. Who is that? Let's go look. Yes, that would be a car that is a lap ahead. Yeah, so they will be seeing blue flags for that car. That is car number 722, Sven Teschau. Team name, whatever. Pretty cool livery, though. The whatever team here. And we have the machine in chat, Andy Boyches. Andy, how was your stint? Looks like P2 was giving you a little bit of pressure, but you managed to fend them off for the entire first stint. As we see people that are darting into the pits, we have car number 97. Who is in the car now, Andy? Let's see. 97 down in P5. Nate Lamlin hopping in. California native. Bringing in the big guns, for those that know Nate. And very accurate description of Nate Lamlin over here. Taking the car in his hands. Very comfortable with the BMW. Super fast guy. And looks like he's got... how many? Steez underscore, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. We are an hour and 8 minutes into our 6-hour race at Silverstone. First pit window, or I should say first stint timer coming to an end, as most of our drivers would have, well, all of them should have pitted by now. No, sorry, it's a 65 minutes timer. Yeah, they should have all pitted by now. So I'm curious to know why P1 has not done so yet. Oh, welcome, car 96. What team is that? 96, Dan Gleeballs. ESR Motorsports. Welcome, welcome. Looks like your guys' race is not too bad. 21, a respectable position. Looks like your pace is looking pretty good to the cars ahead. To the next two at least, hunting them down. 3.4 delta the car ahead. Look forward to seeing you guys do some work and close up that gap to car 72, Team Wolf. To Tim Wolf. So we have Maximilian Bacher, who is in P1 right now, surprisingly has not pitted yet, or likely pitted. Okay, that's probably what happened. Pitted, double stinting, no tires, I assume. Oh, that's unfortunate. Fortunate. Hopefully penalties were reported and actions were taken. So yeah, unfortunate. Again, can't win the race on lap 1, but certainly can get out of contention for it. So Hopefully you guys got your head down, full focus, try to make up as many positions as possible. Be smart with the tires. Tire strategy being a huge deal. Yeah, let's see him go. So got a shout out for Fisher in here. We were watching the battle between Fisher and Petrovic. Yep, just got that overtake done. 2-1-1, looking good out on track. Love that livery. Love the fade. For those who are not Trackalicious natives, I'm all about the fade. Loves me some fade liveries. Love the color combination there. It's really cool. Let's go out on track. Looks like Juan Caires on Luis Castro. The Juan Caires looking pretty racy against that GTR. Putting a lot of pressure as we get into Meggetts and Beckett's here. Looking for that good exit to maximize the advantage down that long straight. Looks really well and tucked in. Man, that Audi looks low relative to that Nissan. Whew. Looks like he's definitely going to have the run and the look on the inside. Great positioning of the car. And gets that job done. Juan making the move as if it was on a Sunday drive. Great job. Looked good. Kevin Blanchett now up to P12 as the pit stops start playing out. Kevin having an early incident, being able to run a little bit longer with the drive-through that he had to serve. Probably double stinting as well with the no tires, hunting down Jarrett Skinner, who's also a very fast driver. Incredible pace. Blanchett looking pretty hungry to make that overtake happen. Coming in from last place, working his way all the way up to 18th, and then we saw him at 15, and now we're seeing him at P12. Really great drive. So awesome. They took tires, we didn't. Hellion Music, who is the they and who is the we? We got some really good battles here. Yep, just GTR, no tires, that double stint. So that's where that speed is coming from that Audi with that added fresh rubber. Heavenly sticky rubber. Not something you get to use the whole time here at Trackalicious in our Enduro series. 6 hours, Silverstone, 4 tire sets of the weekend. So some chose not to qualify, so you get, 4 tire sets on track. But for those that did, see how it plays out towards the end of the race. A lot of decisions to be made, a lot of strategies to think about. Incidents, a quick little spin could be a very, very costly thing. That GTR is a handful. Yeah, I from what I hear, the GTR hasn't been in the competitive end for a little while now, so power to you guys. I'm sure it looks like I don't have the full livery, so it must have been an upload issue because I did download the liveries this morning. I do apologize about that not getting in there, but still love the gold GTR. Love seeing you guys with it on track. Sven with Team Whatever now, trying to put the pressure on Niall Schleter in the Phantom Sim Racing Porsche. Now in a second, let's give Phil's camera some love. So Phil looking earlier mentioning that his favorite cam was that one right there, probably. Yeah, Luis, a good driver. If it's the same Luis Castro that we're familiar with here at Trackalicious, he's a great driver. Puts in some great lap times through all of our series. So would expect nothing less. Washed up squid in chat. What's up, squiggly squid? Hopefully all is well. Question. What is the difference between normal Assetto Corsa and this one? Quite a bit of difference. So Assetto Corsa is has a lot more cars, a lot more tracks. It's very, very mod based. Huge amounts of fun. Lots of different types of racing that you could do, and we do have our friends over at Plebeian Racing who puts on great events in Assetto Corsa. A lot of drifters that do Assetto Corsa as well, so really got that world of things over there as well. On the other hand, I think ACC could be described as the more like race focused sim, where it's mainly it's only GT racing. So you have GT3s, GT4s, and a couple of spec cars that you can race. Like they said in chat, no mods. You have specific list of tracks, which are the GT tracks that you could go to: Silverstone, Bathurst, Hungaroring, Suzuka, Nürburgring, Imola, Monza, Zolder, Zandvoort, Spa, and the new American tracks. So you have Watkins Glen, Indy, Coda, Laguna Seca, and really focused on trying to provide the most accurate sim racing experience possible. So the focus on the setup changes, the focus on see the battle here between Guzman and Teschau. Guzman going in, really wanting that position from Teschau, as Sven looking ahead, trying to get the position from Schlieder being able to build a little bit of a gap as these guys are going wheel to wheel. And as we all know, you might be battling here between the car and might think defending is the right idea, but it's really important to try and think of the long game, the big strategy with limited tires and overall lap times, how much you lose to the car ahead or the car that you're battling for the race, not just for the position at that point in time. So yeah, like Sim Racing Beer saying, there's no customization, no shaders. I mean, we got custom liveries, but I'm sure that's not what you're talking about. But yeah, mainly focused on just really hard, good, competitive GT style racing, accurate GT style racing, great tire modeling, great damage model could be better, I suppose, but yeah, overall really good sim. So if you're looking on getting into more setup tire focused sim racing, then Assetto Corsa is for you. If you're looking to do more fun type stuff, like there's a lot of meme racing in Assetto Corsa, but also they have GT racing, Formula racing, Radicals, Pragas, Formula student cars. Yeah, just infinite mods basically. Drifting, then Assetto Corsa's the one for you. Both really fun, different worlds. A lot of crossover between the two different. A lot of crossover in sim racers, so we have quite a few people in here that do Assetto Corsa and quite a few that do ACC as well. Yes, Shitoku. A Shitoku rider.
Tuning into some of the action up at the front, Jan Cleus in the 212 is under pressure from the 97 car from Nate Lamley.
Let's hop in there and see what's going on. Giving your camera some love there, Phil.
Gyro cam's the best. Gyro cam, and then there's a driver's side dash cam that is also pretty good for getting some quality battle content.
You know, I do want to hop in here. Ooh. Let's see. Nate given. I just love the sense of speed that you get from way down here. So, oh, Nate being careful.
Or to be careful in this set of circumstances.
98 car doing it solo. Hi, Arc of Dark. Welcome. Who is doing it solo? Who is 99? 99. Charles Wembley. Awesome. From Big Brain. Hey, Craig. And there, Nate gets the job done up front. Go back to Helicam. Yeah, not surprised by the pace there. Lamlin now only... Oh, that was for P1. That was for P1. There we go. I think what happened was very likely that Team Trackalicious took tires and was able to close that gap up to those.
To that note, you might want to check your DMs, and I can talk to the folks about some data on track that we've seen while I was away. Yeah, Yannick Cleus having to let go of P1, Nate Lamlin in the 97 car. Pretty solid pace. Already gapped by 1.381, but Yannick Cleus in the AMG actually pretty strong ran as 1 hour and minutes. It does look like the stint timer is not enforced right now.
You know, I was curious about that because I did see a couple of longer stints being run.
Yep. Said. So it's a complication. It's definitely a wrinkle in the race. But talk for a moment about what that could mean with the limited tire sets. Sure, you can definitely run longer without the stint timer. But the question is, you're gonna have to get 2 stints out of a set of tires. And the question you need to ask yourself with the 6-hour distribution of the race, is it better to try and milk a little bit of life out of those tires for the sake of getting a little bit more stint distance? I think it's a gamble people are going to have to figure out kind of on the fly given the circumstances. That said, I suspect, given what I'm looking at from the actual stint timers that were posted, we could still be looking at some folks that are going to have to some five stoppers. Somebody might be able to sneak in a 4-stopper, but they might have to sacrifice some serious pace. Lamlin's last lap of 59.967, so definitely starting to put the foot down. Relative to the top competitors in the first stint, Andreas Porcher's 59.875 average lap time over 32 laps. And then Maximilian Backer in the 202 Mission Spino, 2:01 for average lap time. I suspect that around the time he got to, I would say, lap 33, lap 34, probably started to get stuck with a little bit of backmarker traffic, which is something that you should factor in when you're planning your pit stops as well. Fastest lap right now currently held by Wes Hepburn with a 58.770 to answer the question in chat.
Yeah, and I'm just catching up in chat. Looks like the admin team has made the statement that the stint timer was missed in the event files. We do apologize about that. So the race is going to be run as it is. So for those teams that are listening, I'm sure you've already probably figured it out. I'm a little late to the game as I was casting here, but the stint timer is not there. You can run open as your fuel runs out.
So let's talk about what that means in terms of the general performance of these cars. Uh, Definitely. So you guys saw the Mission Spino team, the 202, take the lead of the race from the 97 car, who pitted under the normal stint timer circumstances. But what does that mean, right? So yeah, the 202 was able to run longer. However, when you consider the balance of performance factors that go into the car configurations relative to one another, the Porsche, if I remember correctly, and if Retro Coffin's in chat, he can definitely let me know, but he may also be driving. I believe the Porsche has a smaller fuel tank than other cars at Silverstone. So it's not like because the stint timer was gone that somehow the 202 car has some sort of like miraculous advantage relative to the field. Because one of the things that we don't know, and I'm gonna have to go do some research and hopefully I can find this data, is what is the actual fuel tank size relative to the different cars on track right now? Because that's going to be a factor. I really feel like, however, the real X factor that's going to determine how these cars are going to be able to perform over an entire race is going to come down to the usage of those limited tire sets. Yeah, sure, you can run longer, but running longer at your own peril of scuffing up a set, as opposed to trying to balance the tire usage across as many stints as possible.
Yeah, and trying to look around here. Someone's asking about the 444 car, and I'm not sure if I'm blind or there isn't one that exists.
There's a M4 currently running in P36.
Okay, it does not show on my list for some reason. I'm switching over to a different page, and then when I scroll down here,
could be a car that dropped. That's another thing too.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the car looks like it has left the race. That's why I'm not seeing it. So, Septo Aces. Sorry, cars seems to have left the race. Sambo Chili, I'm not sure I understand your question. Yeah, Seconds, you could stop that now. Asking for a server restart. That's a bit too far into consider those kinds of shenanigans. You know, one of the things that I remember from a while back in school is we had a little bit of a hiccup during a presentation, and one of my former classmates said, "Yep, it's a problem, but we shall adapt and overcome." So I think that's the best strategy moving forward for all the teams, in that now that the knowledge is public and well known across the board, to reevaluate what their strategies need to be and if there's any changes. Unfortunate, we do apologize, but we'll make sure that it's in there next time.
Doing some general checking of information right now, trying to find maximum capacities for the current balance of performance, but it's kind of tricky to find.
Yeah, we got a cool battle on track here. Luis Castro not taking tires in that GTR, now being hunted down by Gilles Aleman. So might be losing positions now, but this I expect is something that is going to be coming back to him further down in the race, as we're only an hour and a half into our 6-hour race. And again, just trying to catch up with chat here. Craig, welcome to chat. Big shout out to the Big Brain Racing guys. Just had a big 24-hour event at Indianapolis. Fantastic event from those boys there. Very excited to see ACC community doing great ACC things. Hepburn on a tear, hunting down.
Anybody that wants to do the ACC community a solid for the current bouncer performance in the future, hit up accwiki.info and find a part of the page where you can put the actual tank size per track for all the cars in the current bouncer performance. Do that, and you'll probably be nominated for sainthood. Just saying.
2 votes right here.
All right. Just looking through the data again, real quick. So Dornell's in the 38, now in second place, 19 seconds back from the 97 car. The 202, after the pit stop, really off the mark now. We're talking close to 20, maybe close to 21 seconds back from the 97 car. So the Mission Spino team's definitely got some work ahead of them to try and see if they can catch back up. But again, it's an endurance race. So strategy is almost more important than actual like on-track fighting, in my opinion. I am seeing Rock Cops go into the pits again. Hopefully that's not for anything like serving a drive-through penalty or something, or dealing with any kind of damage, because the 23 Fezza has actually been doing some really good work up inside the top 8 in this race so far. Close battles, I'm looking at Kobus in the number 7 chasing down the 212 AMG that was piloted by I believe that was Yannick Cleus before the pit stops, and the 212 actually 2/10 back from the gentleman squad from New World Sim Racing in the 89 GTR, Mr. Luis Castro, who is a bit of an M2 assassin. The man is an absolute weapon in that car. Currently putting down some really good times in the GTR around Silverstone. I'm seeing the 145 AMG of Hepburn in the pits, pitting from 16th.
And that's Rob Hepburn, not Wes Hepburn. We have 2 Hepburns in the race. And a little bit more on the New World car. We were told that they are double stinting those tires. So while they are losing a little bit of time now, we expect that to come back to them towards the end of the race, or the stint that they choose to take the fresher tires on. Actually, yeah, Castro not only fast in those M2s, but on a multitude of cars, super fast. Great to see him in this race.
I'm actually going to take a peek at that right now since you brought them up. Go ahead and swap over their actual full race view. Just kind of want to see. And yeah, you can definitely see that there is a pace drop off relative to their first time through the pits. Definitely a pace drop off. Let's check the gap chart, and or actually I'll pull up the stint chart, take a peek. So average lap time 2:01.032 for Luis Castro in the first stint, with 1 hour and 2 minutes on that set of tires. Then pulls into the pits. Since then, 28 minutes, almost 29 minutes into stint number 2. Average lap time has crept up to a 2:02.4, which is going to be a struggle to stay out in front of some of the competitors that are behind them, pumping in 2:02s. But we are talking about old shoes. I'm kind of curious how people are going to play the strategy out too, right? Because you're dealing with tire wear, Eric. So the question is, do you, because of driver swaps and potential tire swaps occurring, do you run same driver, new old, swap new old, swap new old to get to the end of the race? Or do you drive on new tires at pit stop, switch new driver in, new tire set, and do that and leave the old rubber for a little bit later in the race when potentially the deficit, the actual pace deficit relative to your competitors, might be a little bit more equalized, given dealing with on-track battles, shenanigans, spins, and flat spots? could be interesting to see if people decide to go with swapping tires faster and saving the old rubber for later in the race.
You know, I think there are a bunch of secondary things to consider. One being familiarity with the tires, right? It's one of the things that if I were personally in the car, I would probably go for. Oh, that's a big send from what looks like it's probably Wembley in the back. So looks like Magnussen and Bosch in a battle for P30 over there. And as I go through this, thank you, Henrik Baltazar 83 for the follow. Welcome to Trackalicious. We are looking at this battle for P30 between Sandro Bosch and Ryder Magnussen. But back to your point, Phil, I would personally like to do probably a double stint with the new tires, and then double stint the tires, just because you come off of it, you know what they're doing. Obviously they're going to continue falling off, but I feel like your efficiency with what you can do with what it is there is better, considering you're continuing laps effectively, right? So as a lower skill driver, I would want to minimize the amount of difference I get from stint to stint and just continue with the familiarity and that continued pace.
Yeah, I think more people are probably going to go for that route. I think you're probably on the mark. I'm just kind of curious if people are going to get kind of like tricky with the tire swaps and the driver strategies. Do want to report that the 145, which is now piloted by Dismukes, the AMG, is going to have to serve a stop-go 30. That is likely for a pit lane infraction.
Oh gosh. And Muff, make sure driver one signs back in first. Would love to see you continue the race even with the PC down. We've seen some incredible comebacks from disconnects, so make sure driver one gets back in.
So Pierce and the 144 trying to chase down Gleeballs in the 96, 6/10 between them.
Yeah, I see that now. Let's hop in a little bit closer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a peek at the gap chart. Actually, while you're doing that, I'm gonna pull up some. Oh. Where's that phone?
Big Aston on Aston battle here. Really close between the two. Gleeball's looking very, very hungry for that position. Pretty big pace difference between the two in the previous lap. I don't know whether that was a lap car coming into play or whatever it was, but yeah, Gleeball's Dan looking pretty hungry for P17. Sorry, P18 that Brandon Pierce is currently in ownership of. And Phil, when you tell me you're ready, I'm going to pop your data up on stream here.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and hit me when you're ready. Kind of wanted to zoom in real quick for you folks into this battle that's brewing right now for P2. We've got Dornells in the Vacuum Racing M4 trying to pull away from the Mission Spino 202 Porsche. One of the things that I wanted to highlight here is the gains that were made in the pit stops. You can take a look going into the pits. 202 car was 8.2 seconds ahead right before the pit stops, and then the 38 car coming out after the pit stops, and they have been razor thin the entire way. We're talking gaps anywhere from 1.2 seconds down to a half second between the two. Real quick, I want to take a look at that stint chart just to kind of get a tail of the tape of what we were looking at in terms of the pit stops. So the 38 car comes in, executes a 1:06 797 on the pit stop after pulling 33 laps in their first stint. And then the 202, 107.178. So again, that 1 second and change between them right now, difference made up purely in the pits right now. We could definitely attribute that loss of time to that storyline. And right now, the 38 car is just trying to stay out in front, and we're going to see what the 202 can do to catch him.
Yeah, and we've seen some, as I mentioned, incredible driving from the Mission Spino cars in the past, and very aggressive in their hunt for positions. What's interesting is, do they have the pace? They have great pace. Do they have enough pace to catch up to Renato Dornelas, a fantastic driver? Maybe. Looks like they're closing the gap up. But how is this going to play out in the long run? Are they chewing up tires? Are they considering the long-term strategy? Is that gonna be to their misfortune in the end, in that they're pushing now? Those are the kind of things you have to consider, and I'm not sure if it's in the forefront of everyone's mind, because once you get behind the wheel, car must go fast. So it's definitely something that I expect people of this caliber would definitely consider, but some red mist always in play when it comes to driving.
Absolutely, it is definitely, drivers going to drive, right? Like they're going to make car go fast. But at the same time too, sometimes what is it? Caution is the better part of valor. But one other quick storyline I wanted to highlight about the pit stops. We saw a couple of pit stops that were really pretty quick in terms of the front runners. Kind of curious if there was just a little bit of time loss in the pit stops for some of the front runners, just due to like missing pit boxes or something like that. The 696 car, currently being piloted by Edo Cops, executed a 1-minute 1 on the pit stop. So if there was a tire change involved there and stuff like that, that is a pretty good pit stop for those guys relative to the cars in front. Because I think the next fastest car in front would have been Borchers with a 105.761. So a lot of time left on the table. It's just going to be interesting to see who decided to switch over to the new rubber. We kind of talked about this earlier. I'm seeing a number of cars that have swapped drivers in their first stint. You got Borchers for Lamlin. You have Fernandez for Dornells. You have Backer for Shaber. The only car right now in the top 5 that did not switch drivers, Edo Cops. So we might be looking at the only car in the top 5 right now that has decided to double stint drivers, double stint tires.
I wonder what the thought is there. I mean, at least for the changing drivers, right? Now, look, one could argue that someone, let's say, of my plebeian skill level, needs that time and familiarity to get back into the rhythm and the groove and blah, blah, etc., etc., etc. Do those guys up top really need that? I mean, take a Nate Lamlin, for example. Would you expect that double stinting would be any different than him doing 2 separate stints? Maybe the first lap, but much beyond that, I don't think so. I think he hops right in and feels right at home in that BMW.
I think so too. Again, if you're looking at the top 5 right now, we got 3 M4s, a Porsche, and an Aston. Of the 5 cars, of which we have 3 manufacturers, the one that I'm looking at probably for being the most concerned about is going to be that 202 car. That Porsche, dealing with tire degradation, especially running longer in that first stint. I wonder if that could come back and bite them if they have to go back to that first set. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, you've got the 696 car with Edo Cops. That's a 3-man outfit, and he's He's doing a double stint right at the front, which sets them up beautifully for executing what's probably going to be at least another 3 or 4 stops before they get to the checkered flag. So it's just going to be interesting to see how these strategies play out over time. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Sabra was taken with a hydrate redeem. Thank you very much. I actually needed that one, so I'm going to take a swig for you right here. All right. So, Phil, nearly 2 hours in. Grid has
I mean,
SOEs.
last time I looked, I think you only lost one car of it.
Yeah, we've lost a car going from 36 to 35 drivers, and we're looking at a crazy battle here. That's 4 cars battling for the 9th, 8th position, really 5 cars. So we have Castro leading the pack here between so in P8, Schlieder 0.3 behind. Oh my god, these guys are truly all fighting for position. Let's get a little bit of a higher view, see what's going on overall. Super exciting. Looks like there were some positions traded. So you got going back to this, Castro, Schlieder, Blanchett, Burkhoff, and Kobus all battling, trying to get that P8 position out of the tight grasps of Luis Castro, who's fighting with his dear life on those double stinted tires.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough fight for Luis. I just wanted to take a quick peek, kind of relative to where Luis is right now, and of the folks kind of sitting around him right now. With the exception of Blanchett, Luis, the only driver to double stint tires right now. So let's talk about relative pace now. So Luis Castro's second stint on first set, we're looking at a 202.467 average lap time. Kevin Blanchett, same scenario, 201.854. So Blanchett does have some pace relative to the 89 car. They did put it P2 on the grid, so I'm kind of not shocked. Blanchett is a bit of a monster. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. The best thing going for Castro right now could be if Blanchett gets in there and starts harassing Niall Schlieder. That would be the best thing for Castro right now. But, you know, Schlieder's no spring chicken. So see how this all shakes out. But, yeah, definitely a good fight right now for P8.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at Schlieder, we're looking at Castro, we're looking at Blanchett, but let's not forget that we have a Mike Burkhoff in the back there and an Ismail Kobus, both of which have shown incredible pace throughout the seasons. Ismail relatively new to us, but still very vast driver. And I think it's fair to say that any one of these guys could earn that 8th spot quite easily.
Indeed, and Mike Burkhoff, also no spring chicken. Definitely seen Mike Burkhoff fight for some really good positions, especially here recently. I'm talking about like the season 5 of Trackalicious, or not Trackalicious, of Box 3 by Mike Burkhoff. I think, I'm trying to remember, I think he might have snuck in. Yeah, he podiumed in the silver category. Second, only faster driver out there was Timothy Glendinning. So Mike Burkhoff definitely a rough racer. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out as Mike gets a little bit closer to this fight. I was going to ask you, sir. So we've got 3 more rounds of this series with IMLA next on offer, and you guys are doing the limited tire sets for this. I feel like it's going to be a really good season. What are you looking forward to, Eric, out of the GT3 Endurance Series?
I have a very simple answer. Driving. As love as I love being in the broadcast booth, let alone being in the broadcast booth with you, I've been itching to drive more and more. I just want to drive, and I think obviously it's the case for a lot of people. You know, in a more serious answer, I don't think I've ever been put in a position to have to think about tire strategy and have to be limited to wear. I don't know. And I'm sure some of the people on the track are the same way. So trying to learn driving style, trying to learn to see if I'm good on tires, trying to learn to see what I need to do to improve that, you know, which can be time consuming to really do, because, I mean, you have to run the long stints to see what your driving style yields in terms of tire wear. So I think that's a really exciting part of it. And I think one of the cool things that really doesn't get talked about very much is driving with a teammate. I've never driven with Shane Reese before, and I'm sure a lot of people around here probably are repeat teammate people. But as you know, Phil, one of the things that I try to do is pick a different teammate every season for all of the series that we run, just to try and get more familiarized with our community. And Shane Reese was the unlucky candidate this season to have to partner up with me, as he's put in the situation where he's got to run this entire race solo because of my admin responsibilities. So yeah, I think those are the two things in trying to learn and see if see if we're good drivers as a whole, and if we can save tires and we know how to do so, or capable to do so, and enjoying some good camaraderie with people literally around the world.
Yeah, that's such a good story too, man. I know that I've known Shane for a long time. I'm really glad that you're getting to pair up with him. Um, really glad he's getting to race with you, and looking forward to seeing you in the car with him. Um, yeah, the whole race strategy you guys have kind of crafted with the series and stuff, I feel like is going to be such a such a good story to follow. One story thread we should probably take a peek at, because it's kind of a big deal, I think, is we are now 4 hours and 9 minutes from the end of this race, and the 97 car has pulled into the pits after lap 21. In a stint for Nate Lamlin, and Mr. Hampshire is in the car. Kind of curious to figure out why that happened the way that it did. Could be that maybe they're trying to do a little bit of balancing of the stints for the remainder of the race. I'm going to try and go back and look through Nate's data to see if there was anything like maybe a contact or something involved that might have been the reason for the unscheduled pit stop.
I do see some damage on the hood or bonnet wherever you are in the world.
Mhm.
So that could be the cause.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking back in time, just trying to figure out what could have happened here. I see a best session lap for car 97, and I don't really see accident data for car 97 anywhere. Yeah, I'm kind of confused. I'm going to go back and take a peek at the pit wall data and see.
A little bit of stinky cheese in chat from Jason Provolone. Welcome, Provolone. Hope everything is well with you.
Oh yeah, something must have happened. There was like a 2 minute 12 lap time for yeah, there must have been something that happened on lap 51. I'll have to go back and take a look at lap 50. One thing I did want to do real quick, and that's just helping out somebody in chat who's feeling forgotten. MPA 414. I'm going to go take a peek right now at the 25 car piloted by Juan Carez, the Audi. American United Racing currently running 5th. Looks like he's about 4 seconds back from the 222, piloted by, I believe that's Beerwort.
Let's give him some livery love here. Ooh, I love the detail in the blue.
So just taking a peek right now, average lap times from Juan Carez right now, 201.426. Really got some pace in hand in comparison to Ito Cops, who's running currently in P3 in the 696 car. So Juan's going to try and see if he can catch back up to the 222 in the 696 car. And it does look like, although Juan's going to have a bit of a struggle, because Jill's Allman behind in the 212 is lapping to the tune of 0.2 faster. And then, of course, they've got the 97 car that was the race leader, the Tracklicious M4, piloted by Andreas Borchers, Nate Lamlin, and Mr. Hampshire himself, who's in the car right now.
Yeah, very curious to know what happened there. Yeah, lovely livery by you guys. Love the little detail in the blue. And as we were talking about earlier, it looks like we have an American, a Brazilian, and a Canadian in that team. So, we were talking about this earlier today. As I go off into one of my other tangents, one of the things I love about this is that there are people from all walks of life in this community and in all of our communities, your community, our community, all of the ACC community, and different parts of the world, different parts of, I don't know, different interests, different educational backgrounds, different cultures, all united by this one thing, which I would generalize as this love for cars. And it's so cool to see that in a world of so much controversy and focus on differences, that we're all able to share a similar interest and get along.
Absolutely. It's definitely a good news story for humanity that, time of COVID hit and sim racing took off because, man, the hobby is definitely hitting different for the masses. And I love the fact that over the last 3 years, I've gotten to meet so many cool people, gotten to watch so many cool races, gotten to cast so many events. It's been an absolute, it's been a hell of a time. Like, I just had so much fun. And yeah, I mean, and the thing that I'll say for the folks at home, especially if anyone's new getting into ACC right now, you're kind of in the middle of a boom right now. And for the folks that have been here for the last 3 years or so, racing the same sim with largely a lot of the same tracks and same cars, I can understand that the format and the setting can kind of get old sometimes, but hats off to the Tracklicious team, because you guys coming up with the limited tire set model for a 6-hour endurance series over 4 rounds. I think that's going to be pretty spicy. You're using all the levers that you can pull to try and make for an exciting format. Hats off to you, because I'm looking forward to seeing how this whole series shakes out.
Credit where credit's due. That's an addition by the Professor Chronotis. He's our strategist, our tech lead. It's always coming up with interesting things to do within our limited abilities, which ACC can be restrictive sometimes. And, we complain about quite a few things here and there, but keep coming back to it because for what flaws it has, it provides such great racing.
Yeah, I think ACC has really kind of done sim racing on the whole a good service. Definitely looking forward to seeing what sort of changes come with the new GT3 and GT2 content on the horizon. So I'm definitely excited.
April 19th, is that when they said the launch date was? Something like that?
I would love it to be that soon. I mean, they could punch it like 18 days sooner. It'd be a nice birthday present. But
wait a second. Okay. Trying to do the math. First or second?
First.
Really?
Yep. Are you shocked?
No, no. It's just it's 4 days before mine. So.
Okay. I mean, April Fool's Day. I mean, it's kind of fitting because I'm a bit of a meme. So anyway, but anyway, let's take a look some more at the racing action currently underway. So with the bad luck of the 97 car, it does look like Dornell's in the Vacuum Racing M4 inheriting the lead of this race, currently lapping around a 2 minute 58.515. Well, that was the last lap. Let's talk about the average. 2 minute .243, which is a pretty good lap for race pace in an endurance setting. Jacob Shaber in the Mission Spino, 2 minute .547. So the 38 car does have a pretty nice pace advantage lap over lap. And as we get closer to the 4-hour mark, I'm kind of curious when the 38 car is going to pull the trigger on some pit stops. The 202 car did run long, and we're still kind of interested to find out what that means in terms of strategy a little bit later on, because on the average, the 202 car put an extra 4 laps on the first set of tires. Yeah, with limited tire set being a potential pickle for these guys to figure out. It's going to be interesting. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, a little bit down the road from them, we have Schlieder and Burkhoff pretty close to each other. Schlieder doing a pretty good job of holding Burkhoff off. But yeah,
it's
Burkhoff.
Good. Roll with it, man. Alliteration. Let's go.
Yeah, but Burkhoff definitely not one to back down easily. Even farther down, looking at some of the movers and shakers, Wes Hepburn up to 19th position from basically dead last. So he's putting in the work with one of the fastest laps on track right now, running 2-minute 4, 2-minute flats. Just crazy pace from Wes Hepburn, aka Burnsy on Twitch.
I'm telling you, you want to talk about a real mover and shaker, man. 15 position delta for Mr. Wes Hepburn, 614. That is a lot of gains.
Yeah, one of the things we do have to remember, though, is they opted not to qualify to try and save that tire set. I don't know if that strategy necessarily played out too well for them, considering the first first incidents that Mr. Akash was subject to. So, yeah, just curious to see how this the strategy works out for them.
You want to talk about other big winners? So Wes Hepburn up 15 spots. Potts Weaver in the number 13 right now, up 12 on the race. Started P27, now P15. And started P17, currently running P8 in the number 37. Niall Schlieder, 9 spots on the race so far.
Yeah, and you know, I do want to give a shout out to this team over here. Potts, relatively new sim racer, coming in from our rookie series, along with Taylor Johnston. Taylor has a lot more experience than Potts does, but glad to see some of these folks spilling into our other series. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? So we try to give a platform to give all of our new sim racers, those that haven't been sim racing before or want to learn or want to, you know, try to do it in a lesser stress environment. And now starting to see some of these folk come into our more experienced leagues, you know, into our mixed class series, into our pro series, and into our enduro series. Credit to you, Potts Weaver. Glad to see you on track.
You definitely got some shenanigans potentially happening on track. Roger Demukes in the 145 just posted a 208.535. That sounds rough. Jean-Paul Salmon, or is it Semin? With 205.370, and Daniel Bercoso with 205. Now updated to a 203, so definitely starting to see some improvements from Daniel in 263. Try to dodge as much as you can in terms of the shenanigans, because man, you can definitely cost yourself a race by spending a lot of time off track or in the pits.
Wow, that Lexus looks like it's had better days, and unfortunate because I know Versosa is quite the livery guy. Not seeing his livery out here, but yeah, a little bit of hood flapping we've seen that Lexus, definitely not helping that straight line speed that it typically has. So Burnsy, I'm sure, is going to do a pretty quick job of Get in by Dan there with all that damage. A tote.
Taking a look at some more of the data. I'm trying to find out, like, what are we looking at in terms of speed trap information. Kind of wanted to jump over to um, that. Take a peek. See what people are doing through the speed trap. All right.
You know what I'm going to do at this point in time?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and blame Blue for the Yitcow Schmidt Motorsports box livery misfortune. It seems like every time Blue gets involved and yanking someone into these box teams, they seem to have some sort of misfortune. So, Blue, stop misfortuning them. But that's a lovely looking livery. I love the yellow and black contrast. Okay. Is it time to pit? Phil, what does the data say about how long a stint Wes has just run on that car? He dives into the pits.
Let's take a peek. So Wes Hepburn in 614 just posted an hour and 3 minutes and 57 seconds on stint number 2. That's about what you would expect for folks to run if they're trying to kind of like balance the tires out relative to what was supposed to be the stint time for the race. Yeah, it looks pretty normal. Also taking a peek, a 2-minute .108 for Mr. Hepburn, which is pretty good for running midfield like this. Like, that's pretty good time. You're going to lose time relative to traffic and other things. I'm watching the pit stop timer right now just to see, and it looks like a 102.907 for the pit stop, which is pretty good. Yeah, it looks like you just got a flood of gifted subs.
Oh my gosh, guys. Really, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, you really didn't have to. Really appreciate all you guys being here. For those that are just jumping in, we are in the first round of the Trackalicious Enduro Series at Silverstone. Yeah, a really fresh take on it this season, where we only have 4 tire sets for the entire weekend. That's quality and race included. So, yeah, some strategizing, some strategery that needs to be had in these races.
So right now, looking at, I wanted to check out some top speeds down the Hanger Straight, get an idea of what we're looking at in terms of top speeds. The 38 car pumping in a 247 kph on the max into Hanger Straight. Jacob Shaver in the 202. Porsche, a little bit slower in a straight line, 243. And then you've got Fabian Beerwort with a 247 as well in the Audi. Just looking right now, kind of wanted to see if I could find like 1 or 2 outliers that really kind of like set the stage for really fast nonsense lap times, or not lap times, but speed trap speeds. I did see Matt Kaminsky in the 96 pump in a 250 speed trap. Same is also true for Jose Guzman in 223. Although Daniel Vercosa in the 263 clocked in at 252. So yeah, people definitely taking advantage of these long straights here at Silverstone.
And keeping in mind, I don't know if that's a no damage car, but Sosa running some damage right now in that Lexus. Uh, Jardicus, welcome to chat, supporting our racing crew, Rocky Rocco and the BMW. P14, pretty decent spot right now, so you guys are looking pretty strong out there. Going up to the top here, Gilles Aleman, I think would more correctly be pronounced with the double L and double N at the end. It looks like he's closing that gap up to Fabian Bierwert at P3. So still great to see some close battles 2 hours into the race.
This is all looking like a really shaping up to be a real good fight here.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that's one of the Crazy Rabbits cars, isn't it? The 221?
The 22
223, sorry.
223, yeah. That is Jose. Let me double check. Who else is in there with them?
Yeah, so they're 3 laps down, so probably haven't pitted yet, but yeah, coming into the mix right behind.
That was the car that had the crash, crash. That's Jose, Carlos, and Justin. Or Mom.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's the reason why they're 3 laps down. They had a really good quick car. Got some recovery to do, but again, with 3 hours and 49 minutes, maybe they can be shooting for top 25, top 20. They can get through the shenanigans.
Yeah, and looks like Aleman gets his move done up into P3.
Yeah, Aleman is been pretty quick relative to the field. Was double checking actually inside the top 5 right now. I kind of wanted to get an idea of the average pace because we're getting close to 31 laps in on Dornell's on his first stint. Average lap time is a 2-minute .38. In comparison to Jacob Staber in the 202, running 2-minute .7. So we're looking at about a 3/10 and some change advantage to the Vacuum Racing M4 right now. Let's see if there's anything else inside the top 5 that's really worth noting here.
Yeah, I've been watching the gap between Hampshire and Beerworth was 9 seconds about 10 minutes ago, and we're down to 5. So Hampshire closing in that gap, but still. So you got 5 seconds to P4, another 2.5 to P3, and then a 60-second gap to P2 and P1, basically 60 to 70 seconds to P2 and P1. So quite some work to do for the 97 Trackalicious car there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe that out of cycle pit stop that they had to take in, that they had to execute, it's probably going to cost them a significant chunk of time. 60 seconds is typically around the pit window, but with the fact that they're kind of now off cycle with the 202, I don't suspect. They would definitely need some strategy or some luck to fall their way, potentially close that gap down a little tighter. But yeah, the delta between talking about the 97 car relative to Alman just found his way around here. The fact that Hampshire starting to close down seems like the 222 struggling. Last lap was 2:03.597, which is pretty slow relative to the top 5. Hampshire with 2-minute .692. So there's a lot of pace there, and that's also strong pace for Hampshire relative to Allman in the 212. So we could see a fight for for the last step of the podium here in the second half of this race.
Yeah, so I do see the gap for between 5 and 4 closing. Excuse me, give me one.
Yep.
There we go. I do see the gap between 5 and 4 closing. We do see that significant pace difference with 3 seconds from the last lap, but that was a battle lap, so it doesn't really count. But yeah, still closing up quite quickly. 2 seconds now between the 97 to the 222. Maybe we should go to them while we're talking about them, because that would make sense. And then also closing the gap to P3, like you said. However, my big question is, how much of an advantage is he creating between P1 themselves and 1 and 2, who are running slightly slower lap times, a couple of tenths in between them, and at that pace they need quite a few laps to catch up. But
yeah, I think I really feel like
the pit difference,
car.
yeah.
For the 97 car, it's going to be about like having a little bit of luck fall their way. Over the last 10 laps, I've got the gap chart pulled up. 97 car, the 222, and the 212, and I mean, Hampshire right now is on a tear to catch everybody. Lap times are the gap is basically dwindling fast in this battle for P3. It's going to be interesting. Kyle's moving pretty quick. He's got the gap down now to about 1.2 to is that Beerwort in the 222, and then the 212 5.72 ahead. But the pace difference currently does favor Hampshire, and being kind of in the middle of his stint right now, there's still plenty of opportunity for him to catch up.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting pretty close with 0.2 seconds. Looking on the inside, not sure if he's got the pace with the hood damage there to overtake into T1, but doesn't look like. Or sorry, that's not T1. It's totally lost on track, but that's after. No idea where I'm. But yeah, he's looking pretty good in pace. Looking for that really late apex as he goes into that last straight here at Silverstone. But again, that damage, they're rocking some damage, messing up that lovely livery that I created for them. They were complaining about some inconsistencies in the livery, and kind of disappointed, Andy, if you're still listening, that this is what I have to watch now. Got to give him a little bit of crap back.
Yeah, stint difference right now between P3, 4, and 5 right now couldn't be more different. Tried. So the 97 car does find its way around the 222. Now it's on to catching the 212. The 212 car was the AMG that ran long. That was Yannick Plius, and now Alleman. Alleman happened at a 201.338. Definitely not on pace with the 97 car. However, has served one less pit stop, and 97 car is very much off cycle. Kind of curious to see how that all shakes out as we get closer to the end of this race. I was kind of curious, sir. Anything you would like to know from the data that I'm looking at right now?
I do want to see the trend. Well, I guess I assume that Hampshire has, or 97 has, one extra pit stop to 38 and 202, hence the difference. Yeah. And that makes sense with the damage that we're seeing. What I'm also curious to know is, what is that trend looking like in terms of the delta between the two after that last pit stop?
So I would say right now we're looking at maybe the 202, maybe the 38 running a little bit better in terms of pace. They have grown the gap. It did shrink as close as 1:07 to the 202 on lap 63, but now we are on lap 67. It's grown to 1:10. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that 97 had to find their way around the 222. They're going to have to do the same thing with the 212 if they catch him. That's the thing that's kind of like impairing the 97 car's recovery drive right now. Um, that said, the pit stops being off cycle, that is going to be a factor as well. If I look at just looking at the differences between the 97, the 38, and the 202.
Yeah, and
Again,
just sorry to
actually,
interrupt you there, but it
go
looks
ahead.
like we had a swap between P1 and P2 after going
Yep.
through the pit. So P1
Yep.
swapping cars. Wilson Fernandez now hopping in, and Jakob Schaber inheriting P1 from that move.
Yeah. One thing I didn't think about with the fact that the stint timer is kind of out of the equation for this race is the 202 might be taking one calculated risk that might actually play well in their play well to their benefit, given the smaller tank size of the Porsche around Silverstone. They could be running anywhere from 3 to 5 laps longer per stint relative to the other competitors, in the hopes that they end up only pulling 4 stops. If they pull 4 stops and they run in extra, 3 to 5, they're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 20 laps. Well, actually, let me think about that. Yeah, 12 to 20. Yeah. Difference over the stint, which is, or over the whole race, which is, more than a half, which is more than a half stint. It's like around a half stint, more than a half stint. And with 4 tire sets, they could only need to double stint 1 set. That said, we are talking about the Porsche. It can do spinny things on worn rubber, especially through some of the corners, through the medium and high-speed corners. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for the 202 over time. Mission Spino team drives Porsches pretty much exclusively, so if anybody's got it figured out, it's definitely going to be that crew. We'll have to wait and see.
Porsche's doing spinny things? No. Are you saying that there's a pendulum weight all the way in the back of the car that makes it not want to be there anymore?
I mean, I'm all for. Hey, here's the thing. I appreciate the level of acumen and skill that is required to make automobiles in Germany. At the same time, too, I would not really put the heaviest part of the car either behind or over the rear axle, just for the sake of it causing weird things to happen. That's me.
Heresy! How dare ye suggest such things?
I know.
Although, I mean, something to be said about doing something quote unquote wrong and still being successful over so many years.
I mean, indeed.
Seamus.
Indeed. For me in particular, it's a car that very much wants to orient itself in a front engine manner while still being a rear engine car. Yeah. Although actually, if I remember correctly, I think the GT3. GT3 is still rear engine. It's the GTE car that is mid engine, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's just tricky. Every time I drive it, it ends up like reversing itself. So it's almost like a front engine car if you drive in reverse around the track.
You Missy Elliott it, you flip it and reverse it.
Yes.
For those older folk around here, a little bit of throwback.
Yeah, the Cayman is also mid-engine as well. It is also kind of a car that I struggle for maintaining it in a forward direction. I mean, whoever the god of racing is, if you drive a Porsche, man, tip of the hat. I can't figure it out, but I'm also mortal, so.
Yeah, we're just mere mortals. Wow, that's a pretty big statement to say. Walter Roll is the god of racing. I mean, unless we're into polydeity, then I would say that there are multiple gods of racing.
I mean, it's definitely a very competitive brand. Not so much right now in IMSA off. Yeah, I mean, it's a good car, and I do really enjoy watching people race it at tracks like Silverstone, where it's really not, from a balance or performance perspective for endurance racing, really that strong of a fit. Uh, but again, like we were talking about earlier, the balance of performance differences really only affect like the very tip of the spear when you're talking skill levels. For everyone else, it's just about consistency. It's just about executing race strategy and having good racecraft. You do that in the machine that you're most familiar with, you're probably going to be more successful. So,
I'm curious to know. We have quite a few people in chat right now. Who is your god of racing? I mean, I have a couple ideas on who would I would. I mean, I don't feel like there's one that sits above all, but a couple of people that are up there. A couple of people that are up there. Hi,
I mean,
Marcel.
uh, for me, like, I'm just going to throw it out there, Lance Stroll. Like, come on. Brought his dad into F1, Aston Martin, given a potential race winning car to Fernando Alonso. I mean, come on. Come on. Lord Stroll's going to execute this year. You watch.
It's undeniable that there's one thing that's been constant in that team, and that is Lance Stroll.
That's true. People doubt me. Any of the rabbits, Burkhoff is up there. Yeah, Burkhoff is up there right now. Where was Burkhoff at when we last
I
checked?
think that comment was in response to who are the gods of racing.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
We're picking
Um,
some in-server names as well, which is great to see. Hepburn making the move around there, getting himself into P18, hunting down all ahead.
I mean, love him or hate him, because I know he's not necessarily a very divisive figure, but it's I mean, there are people that are not really fans of the family, but I think you've also got to throw Mario Andretti in there.
Andretti, yeah. I mean, he's got the credentials, no doubt. Credentials, no doubt. You know, while his accolades don't necessarily reflect maybe the skill, Kimi Räikkönen.
I mean, Kimi Räikkönen is yeah, he's an enigma. So it's kind of like that's the thing about Kimi Räikkönen being an enigma, is that, you know, we're rating racing drivers against other racing drivers like racing drivers want to be rated, and Kimi Räikkönen doesn't give a shit about any of that. He does not care what anyone thinks, and it is fascinating. Um, just to see how he navigates, like how he navigated media through his entire F1 career and all that stuff. So yeah, I think Kimi Räikkönen definitely could get thrown up to the top of the list for some people, and his enigmatic behavior definitely also kind of like fits into building a mythology, if you will.
But you know what that reads for me specifically? Remember those kids in high school and college that just never did their homework but always got A's? And you go,
Yeah.
man, I don't even know what it's like to be that smart. Like I can barely recognize it as sitting in front. I feel like that's what I wouldn't put him on the top of my list, but a name that could be thrown around, and that, you know, while I respect my world, the thing that I look for is just work ethic and just absolute drive and commitment to the end goal. You know, like the Michael Jordans and the Michael Schumachers. I think he had a bit of that as well. Raikkonen was just showed up and was fast, and I think there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, I think it definitely shows at his skill level. I also feel like we tend to view motorsport through the lens of Formula One being the measuring stick for everyone. Um, I don't know necessarily if that's true. I do feel like Formula One being definitely the fastest cars to perform like racing over laps and stuff. He's definitely up there. He's definitely a character and definitely has a following. He definitely has some good credentials. Um, but again, going back to Mario Andretti, I mean, he's done Formula One, he's done sports car racing, he's done Indy, he's been successful in all three worlds. And I would argue that endurance racing in particular is, in my opinion, it is definitely a more desirable skill set to have because being fast in a car is one thing, but being the fastest person in a race involves a lot of different variables other than just lap times. Um, it made me think of I was reading through um, uh, Mark Webber's book. The title escapes me, but he was talking about learning how to drive in Europe and it being kind of the first area where he couldn't just push the car to its absolute pace limits because he was chewing up the tires, he was wrecking the car, he was putting the car in a circumstance where it couldn't survive a race distance. So he had to learn how to slow down enough to make the car fast relative to everyone else and still get to the end of a race. I feel like endurance racing creates a scenario where that's even more important. Uh, but yeah, that's just my take.
I mean, if that's what we're talking about, definitely a name to be thrown in the bucket of considerations is Tommy Christensen.
Oh yeah, Mr. Lamar. Yeah,
Mr.
uh,
Lamar, yeah.
definitely. Although the thing that does tend to make me pretty depressed when I think about that era is I thought that at the front end of the prototype era, it was kind of what I think it began the kind of like the drop in what I thought was a very competitive prototype field. Because it just became about like, oh, a pit lane penalty for the 202.
Oh no.
Ooh, buddy. Okay, all right, let's go check in on that. Because let me tell you, that stop was a 1 minute 4, which was pretty fast. But you tack on a 30-second stop go, and that's a game changer. That's a game changer right there. Suddenly, the 97 car is back in the mix. And the 38 car is making out like the cat that swallowed the canary right now.
Oh no.
3 hours and 28 minutes left in this race, though, so it's going to be interesting. What I suspect, if I'm looking, double check the data right now. Was Shaver in the car again? Yeah, Shaver's in the car again.
Triple stinting? No, double stinting.
No, that's the first double stint for the 202. Either he scuffed up the entry, or I think he had to have scuffed up the entry. Like it would be really challenging to like mess up and not have your pit limiter turned on.
I just watched his exit. I don't think it was the exit. It didn't look like that's what it was.
Yeah, I think it's pit entry that got him.
Wow. Now the 97 is within striking distance of P1 in that they are 3.5 seconds from P3 and another 10 seconds from P2 and 17 seconds to P1. So whereas previously it was quite the distance, it's no longer looking like an impossible task for the next 3.5 hours.
Yeah, definitely the 202 back into the clutches a little bit. I'm just looking right now. I kind of wanted to take a look, see if I could see what the speed was on pit entry. So diving into the pits. Let's slow this down.
While you do that, I'm going to the bottom of the list here. Tim Wolf and Kurt Peters battling for P31 in the whatever car.
Oh yeah, I think they blew that line. I'm looking right now. I'm kind of curious. In real time, we're gone.
Magnussen, a bit of rough racing with the Aston there. Trying to figure out if that's a with the alcohol car. DDR making their way through. Yeah, so we see.
Oh yeah, they crossed that line. I want to say they were like maybe 20K over.
Oof.
So yeah, it looks like pit entry catching out the 202. Very unfortunate. Real quick, sir, I wanted to ask you before I head out for the day. Is there any other data insights you would like me to leave the audience with?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head right now. I will ask if I can excuse myself for a couple minutes.
Go for it.
While you're here, and then set you on your merry way.
If you'll do me a favor, then let's go ahead and get switched over to the check real quick. If you'll swap me over to the pit wall screen real quick, I'll give some people some insights that I think are balance. How about that?
Can do, sir. And I'll put it on autopilot for now. Let the thing do its thing. And you should be live with some data.
All right, let's double check in real quick. Just looking. Just wanted to do one quick check. All right, so the big deal right now, let's talk about the gap that is building right now between 38 car relative to P2, which is the 212. I believe that was Yannick Plius. Now Jules Allman in the car right now. Just taking a look at this over the last 10 laps in particular. So pit stops have already happened. Zoom in real quick. Look at this gap as it's starting to grow. 15 seconds, 15.8 behind after pit stops, and now we've grown to somewhere in the neighborhood of 27 seconds and change. So definitely the case that the 38 car it has a bit of an advantage right now, and also an advantage relative to the 97 car in P3. Is pulling a bit of a gap on Mr. Hampshire. Anybody in chat wants to ask any questions involving data right now while I'm taking a peek, I can pull up some gap charts if you are interested. NML Racing with the bits. Thank you so much, man. How are you doing, Nate? You guys got a little drama to recover from, but hopefully all goes well. Good luck to you with the rest of your race. Last lap, fastest lap, clocked in for 222. Double checking real quick. Let's take a look at Juan Carez relative to the 222, which is on a bit of a tear right now. If I pull that up and let's take a peek at the last 10 laps. Actually, let's zoom in on this in particular. After pit stops, 222 car on track after the 420 on the 25 car pit. 19 seconds ahead is the 25, the 420, 10.7. And then the 222 starts slicing into this gap as it starts going. Right now, relative to the leaderboard, take a peek. Zoom in on that right now. So right now, 107 seconds south of the leaders, but only 10 seconds behind the 420 piloted by David Funk. So Barnum starting to catch. Last lap was a 2-minute .382. David Funk had a 2-minute .512, and Juan Carez with a 2-minute 2.200. So Juan Carez right now in the 25 United, I believe that is the United Racing Audi, if I'm correct. Let me double check real fast on that. Yeah, the American United Racing Audi. Having a bit of a struggle here. Let's actually jump over to the stint chart. I kind of want to take a peek at the 202 relative to the stints so far. So first stint for Juan Carez, a 201.543 on the average for 31 laps. And then a 202.654 on the second stint on those tires. That is definitely catching one out a little bit. I will send you guys the pit wall link. If the trackless one isn't working, that's the backup. What's up, Jet? Hope you're doing well. Haven't talked to you, sir, in a minute. Let's take a look at some other data facts while we are waiting for Eric to return, and then I'm going to be stepping out for the rest of the day. Where are you hiding? Where I've always been, man. I could hook you guys up with a slipper shot here before I leave, too. That would excite you. Let's take a look also. I'm going to take a look at some data on track right now. So Hampshire is really starting to catch Allman. This is really starting to heat up. Jump on over to that gap chart and take a peek. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Last 10 laps have a story to tell. 7 seconds almost. Now we're down to tenths between them right now. Just going to take a look and see if I can find them on track. So, yeah, Allman. They're getting ready to go into Stowe. And they got a fight on their hands. Here, let me actually give you guys a little bit bigger shot of the action on track in the picture-in-picture while we wait. From the bonnet cam of Mr. Kyle Hampshire. Oh, let's get the bigger cam up. Let's get the bigger cam up. There we go. Look at that. Let's get that HUD out of the way. Got ourselves a spicy little fight. Man, paper thin margins between those two. Look at that on the entry to the loop. Almost came together. These two are keeping it spicy. And we got the 614. Or no, that's the 722. So that is, I believe that is Tim Runge in the M4, currently running P10. 5 seconds back. Taylor Johnson, after serving the drive-through penalty, currently in 16th. Again, we are on board with the 97 car trying to chase down the 212 AMG. Oh, they're going side by side down Hanger Straight. Uh, 212 is going to keep it going. Chrono, you want some onboard action with Chrono. Let me go find Mr. Chrono. Give me 1 second, sir. I don't have the autopilot enabled, but I can scroll through it real quick. Find Mr. Professor Chronotis right now, who's chasing down Pio in the number 7. So again, another M4 trying to tackle the Mercedes AMG as they go down. I believe that is Hamilton Straight now into Brooklands and Luffield. Let's get some data on Professor Chronotis. How about that? Just taking a peek right now, Chronotis in 12th. Take a look. Get these two guys in here. Clear that out, and let's do Chronotis on the anchor, so I can give you guys a little bit more of the tail of the tape. After the pit stop, Chronotis was about 1.5 seconds behind and has been dwindling that lead ever since. Last lap was a 2:01.055 versus Pio, which pumped in a 2:01.200. Average lap times on the stint are a 2:02.556 for Chronotis. Pio's pace has dropped off drastically. Wonder if there could be some drama. So we've got some goodness going on right here. Here, let's actually get you guys the basic HUD pulled up while we are watching this. Notice had a bit of a moment on the exit of Club Corner. Taken to the escape road through Village. Definitely going to have to take a bit of an alternate line to get back out on track, losing a lot of time relative to the number 7 AMG. So we've kind of seen a bit of a mix at the front, Jet. We've seen effectively new drivers, new tires after first stints. So there are drivers that are going to be getting some old sets later in the race for sure from the front runners. If I had to look inside the top 5 just in particular, inside the top 5, we've got so Dornells and Fernandez in the Vacuum Racing M4. They're a 2-man outfit. So they did Fernandez, Dornells, and now Fernandez is back in the car. I'm assuming he's probably either on a new set or an old set of the tires from the first stint. Allman's getting close to needing to pit. Yeah, Allman's going to have quite... They're trying the long-run strategy. And then we've had Borchers, Lamlin, Hampshire in the 97 car. The only car that hasn't done this in the top 5 is the 696. That's Edo Kops and now Mitya Melodinovic in the 696 are the only ones that haven't swapped in new drivers and new tires pretty much on the regular. Yeah, so Chronotis has lost some distance to the number 7 car, what I can see. So I'm actually going to take a look at the field and see what else is worth tuning into. Let's look. Apologies for my control skills. We're going to jump back over. That's what we're going to do. We're going to jump back over to Hampshire. Apologies again. I'm doing this manually because this camera you guys have zoomed in on doesn't really have whole picture. Got the wing cam pulled up. Just waiting to see when Hampshire might take the move. Maybe trying to get faster pits early and save tires for later. That's possible. Oh, the 97 car had to bail. Gilles Alman in the 212 diving into the pits was going to have to do it anyway. That lets the 97 car go to inherit P2 in the race. Kyle Hampshire nowhere near Gilles Fernandez right now. Just waiting for the data to update right now. Let's go ahead and get switched over. Let's find Kyle Hampshire in the Enduro B M4 for track collisions. Just kind of curious, what do you guys think? Who do you want to see on track before I bounce? I'm going to go take a peek real quick at... Where is he at? Where are you at, Mr. Savage? I know you're here. There he is. In the gentleman squad for New World Sim Racing. Mr. Joseph Savage in the 89 car.
I can help with that as well.
Converted the camera to a little bit of some picture-in-picture action while you were gone, because
Awesome.
There was some good close racing. So Hampshire back into P2. The 212 finally had to pit after doing 40 laps in stint number 2. Just kind of curious to see how this all plays out. Hampshire is at the hour mark for the stint that he's currently on, so he is going to have to pit still at some point. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Don't really know if there's more to say about that. Going to definitely show up on screen and wave to people as I get ready to jet.
Our trackside reporter. Air Unknown, thank you so much for the follow. Did we figure out, I saw Nate cheered in chat. Nate, if you're still here, thank you so much for the cheer. What happened?
Yeah, I did not ask, but it does look like the 97 car is on a pretty good recovery right now.
Welcome, Jet. Hello. Thank you all for still being here. If you are just joining us, we are at the first round of our 6-hour Enduro series at Silverstone. A little twist to the series. 4 tire sets for the weekend, quali and race included.
One thing I did want to do, so I can leave my PC up and going while I'm gone. That's not a problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to the PC and I'm going to turn on the autopilot function with some different settings and values plugged into it, so that if you want to swap over to it, I'm just going to leave it on for like picture-in-picture purposes.
Yep, that'd be awesome.
If you want to use that at all. And also for the folks at home, the pit wall link for 949. For the folks at home that are using it, just feel free, if you've got the ability to paste it in chat, paste it. I'm going to leave that up and running for the race as well. So you are welcome to continue to use that. I mean, I hope this is going to work. Of course, the ACC broadcast app is going to lose its ever-loving mind. Come on now. No? All right. Well, we're gonna flip the script. We're gonna bounce out of the game, then turn on the broadcast app, then log into the server. This is only the most sophisticated tech in sim racing, folks. I can guarantee you. All right. Into the race. Hit the drive button. I'm talking through it in real time too. That makes it sound so professional. There we go. All right. I'm going to go with the defaults that I like to use for autopilot. Before I go, though, Mr. Eric Gakassian. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. I'm glad I was able to jump on board for a race, that the schedule and everything like that worked out, at least for this first half. And I hope the rest of the race is awesome for you guys, because it's been a pretty awesome show for me.
I mean, the thanks is all ours. Appreciate you helping us out. Always a pleasure to have you. And yeah, really looking forward to see what the end of this race holds for us. And you, I'm sure, no need to be said, but you're always welcome back on our streams.
Fantastic. I really hope that the race, the second half of this, is exciting, because it certainly feels that way. There's definitely some storylines that have popped up, including that drive-through penalty for Yannick Plius in the 212. That's definitely going to factor into their long-run strategy.
Oh gosh.
Let me go ahead and swap back over to the God over real quick, so that you guys can get that in picture stuff. There you go. Autopilot setup, running through different cameras and different models from what you're probably running. But yeah, the Yannick Plius penalty, 2 cars, definitely going to be a factor. Yeah, there's some different storylines that are pretty exciting.
Yeah, you know, if I could do half a good a job as you do in trying to track some of these cars and the strategies that they have, then I think it's going to shape up for a really interesting race towards the end.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting show. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it pans out. I'll be following along remote. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good race. Eric, I'm going to leave you with it. Again, thanks for letting me be a part of this. And bye to everyone in chat. It's a good show. I'll see you guys on the other side of it.
Thank you very much, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Milwee, aka Whelpcakes from 949, the professor, legend himself, supporting us here at Trackalicious with a solid 3 hours of streaming, and off to do real world things. Thank you so much, Phil.
Yep, been great. I'm just going to go on mute.
Yeah.
Stay in chat. I've got my camera running. If it breaks, you can just like cut the feed. That's fine. Just break out the, what is it, like in the showbiz, they break out the cane and pull the guy off stage. Just whatever works. But anyway, see you guys.
Thank you, Phil. Bye. Well, those of you who are new to the stream or just joining us, this is our first round of the 6-hour Enduro series. Your regular Mike Noss and Dom, aka my boy Blue, are not here today, so I'm Eric Lucassian substituting, trying to keep the show on, and watching this incredible race. We have quite a few battles going on still. 3 hours halfway into the race, and looks like we got the Crazy Rabbits. I'm not sure if they're racing under Crazy Rabbits, but Kevin Blanchett, David Funk, and Dan Tazaro has up in 6th place, down from a early drive-through penalty from misposition in the start. So these guys doing a fantastic job catching back up. In P1, we have Wilson Fernandez, followed by the 696 car of Matija Miladinovic. And then in P3, 46 seconds behind that, Simon Terabovzek. And then the 202 of Jakob Schaber, who were in P1 and unfortunately had to stop go 30. That caused some issues for them. The Trackalicious native 97 car, Andy Boykas, catching up to the 202 car, trying to do his best to close that gap down to 1 second, and very, very quickly chased by David Funk in the 420 car. So really incredible top 6 here. Maybe we wrap up the top 10 and then come back to this battle for P4. We got Johnny Manorum in P7. the 722 car of Tim Runga in P8, Juan Caires in P9 in the 25, and Yannick Plus in the 212 car in P10. And this is starting to heat up quite a bit, so let's have a look. Andy looking on the outside, trying to get the move down that Porsche straight, or inside I should say, the Porsche straight line speed, not doing it many favors, giving the opportunity for Kevin Blanchette to get really close by as well. So let's stick with Shaver here. Maybe an opportunity for them. This could be a tire difference. Could be a tire difference for the Mission Spino car in that Andy and David, not Kevin. Kevin's teammate David might be running fresher tires, and they might be double stinting right now. So looking pretty exciting. These guys going really hard at it. Let's see if Kevin can make it stick and make it work. Get a closer look at what is going on between these guys. Coming up with a little bit of lap traffic. Wonder if that's going to play a role. Looks like Shaver goes a little bit wide. Definitely affected by lap traffic. What fortune in that they're diving into the pits. Great opportunity for Shaver to be defensive as possible. That is the move. Is it gonna stick? No. Backs off. Goes a little bit wide, and looks like Funk does have an opportunity to be on the inside, going into Maggots and Beckett's towards the right, and does make it work. Gets just ahead. A little bit of a wiggle. Oh, could not hold it. Couldn't hold it. Looks like, oh, scrunching up a little bit there. Oh my, let's go back and have a look at that. Yeah, it does miss the spot. Runs off. It looks like he's trying to slow down a little bit, potentially, to let him by, but there we go. Now it looks like Funk's made that stick and is now ahead. All right. Well, I have been saving something in the background. I have a exciting little thing that we could do while things are generally pretty quiet in the middle of the race, and if everybody likes it, we can go back to it. But we do have some battles on track. We're going to stick to it for now. Porsche just looks like he's made the move into P3 as well. So all the way up to P3. So now 40-second gap between P1 and P2 and a 60-second gap between P2 and P3. Lots of work to do for these guys over here. Let's look at the next closest battle. So Cupsy, Coffin, and Savage fighting for P11, sorry, 12, 13, and 14. Let's go to the higher cam here. Retro Coffin in that Porsche, along with Niall Schlieder in the Phantom Sim Racing Porsche. Savage looking pretty hungry for some Porsche tail, trying to get a good run out of it and see if we can get some Nissan speed down the straight. sorry. Looks like Discord doesn't like when it's off screen like that. Okay, we'll get that sorted. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, ACC's doing weird things now. Sorry, folks. Get this sorted in a second. Go. Gosh, gotta love ACC. Come on now. There we go. Alrighty. Let's see what we have going on around. What do we have for positions? Okay, we got a couple of challenges. How did looks like Andy's just gobbled up the time to P2. Oh, that must have been a pit. Must have been a pit for a swap for Marion Coderman, who is now only half a second ahead of Andy Boykios. Really hungry for that spot. Bringing immense pace, putting in a 1:59.2, which is quite fast right now. Andy, one of the faster drivers we've seen at Tracklicious Sim Racing, partnered up with Kyle Hampshire and Nate Lemlin. Really going in for that P2 position after they had something happen to them earlier on in the race. We haven't confirmed what yet, but hopefully someone can pop in here and let us know. But yeah, looking for that P2 position, only half a second back. Really strong driving from Andy. Let's hop into the cockpit from him and see what's going on. Where's the helmet cam? BMW on BMW, unless they have some significant setup differences, no difference in BOP for this track between the two cars. So is he going to be able to make the move? A little bit of a mistake from Coderman there, giving Andy a nice little run into this section onto the F1 straight. Having a look, not really the opportunity, but definitely trying to make him think twice about what to do into that corner. Marion keeping a pretty calm head for now, but is that going to be something that lasts long? You come onto a little bit of lap traffic. Not quite yet, but it's going to be something to consider in the next couple of corners here. Dean Guitarist Kevin, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it, you guys. Phenomenal drive from you, Kevin Blanchett in chat, folks. Huge drive coming in from the unfortunate drive through at the start. Kevin, maybe you could educate us a little bit. Was that just one of those ACC out of position drive throughs that you guys got hit with at the start of the race? Thank you so much again, Kevin. You absolute legend. Yeah, it's it happens. Small little mistakes. But looks like you guys are doing really, really well right now, up into P5. So looking pretty strong. Head up, you guys, or I should say head down. Keep your heads up and put your heads down and get in for that last couple of positions. Yeah, you guys did a phenomenal job making it back to where you are. So looking forward to what's going to happen for the rest of the race here. Andy really pushing hard, trying to get Coderman to make a mistake, but calm head ahead. Fantastic drive from Miriam under so much pressure. As they go into cups. So, well, still quite a bit of work to be done by Andy here to make up that gap, but if there's anyone that can do it, it is the machine. Kevin, not quite sure. Oh, and there it is. There's the mistake, folks. There it is. We knew there was pressure. We knew something was likely going to happen. And Andy makes that stick. Keeps the pressure on. And eventually comes the mistake. Goes a bit too wide. Has to use the escape road. Retro. Oh, used tires suck. Hey. They do. The good thing is new tires don't cost a thing over here in the sim world, but yeah, real life things can get really expensive, but hey, a part of the fun, right? Trying to understand and figure out the strategy that makes things work best. Yeah, I'm sure that Porsche isn't kind to its rears either, Retro. So, but you guys are doing really well. I don't know where I saw you last, but looked like a pretty decent position, and I'm sure you guys can do some work to get a little bit higher. So we have Wilson Fernandez in P1 right now in the 38 car with a fair bit of gap. I have to flip back and forth between screens. It's a 100-second gap, so a minute and 20 seconds to P2 in the 97 car. Miriam Coderman just could not hold Andy Boyko's back. It must be a tire difference in there, but yeah, looking strong. Some great racing going on. David Funks hunting down P4 over here. Let's go down to Professor Kernotis in P10 in the number 42 car. Professor Kernotis hunting down P9 in Rock Cups. Cupsy? Anyone can educate me on how to properly pronounce that name within 1 second. I'm not focusing on the Trackalicious cars just because they're Trackalicious cars. They're legitimately the tightest battles on tracks. I'm trying to give you guys the races that are happening at this point in time. We do have another car down the field that's relatively close in P16 and 17, but let's hang out here for a second, see if Kernotis can do anything about it. Copsy doing a pretty good job of keeping the gap. It looks like there is. So yeah, last lap by Cupsy, about a second faster than Kernotis. Yeah, doing a good job. So let's go down and look at the battle between Potts Weaver and Ricardo Sapien. Ricardo Sapien hunting down Potts Weaver in that Lexus magnificent straight line speed, and quite the contrary in the Porsche. So if Potts is able to manage to keep some good speed through the corners. Is going to give Ricardo some challenge. But as they come through, it looks like they've done quite a bit of repair work on that Lexus. The hood's no longer flapping. So that's a good good move and good look for the team over here, the QV team. Ricardo looking pretty eager. The mouth of that Lexus wide open for some positions. Hungry for positions. Yeah, Seamus, it would be interesting if that were an option, but alas, here we are. You know, stuck within the parameters of what we are allowed to do within this sim. Yes, they are, Retro. That is a Fallout-inspired Nuka-Cola Porsche. Credit to Taylor Johnston, one of our regulars here at Trackalicious, for the livery. I'm not sure if he downloaded that. I thought he created. I'm pretty sure he made that on his own, but I'm sure more people have had the ideas. The cross love for gaming, I'm sure, is quite common. Yeah, Ricardo having getting a little bit closer, chipping away at it a little bit at a time, but not quite there yet, but still is the closest battle on track right now. So we're going to stick with them, see if Ricardo can make it happen, give him another lap or two. No pressure, Ricardo Sapien. If you're watching on stream, listening in the background, or his teammates, don't tell him. We do not want a commentator curse him. We just want to see some good on track battling. Seamus, you'll have to post your monster themed Porca in our Discord in the liveries channel so we can see. Sure, it's a cool livery. Excited to see what that looks like. One of the things we're pretty proud of here at Trackalicious is that quite a few of us love making liveries. Let's just say love-hate relationship of making liveries. Lots and lots of work, but I think the end result always makes it worth it. Why don't we hop on board with Ricardo here? See if it looks any closer. Man, that Porsche doing Potts. Is that Potts in car? Yeah, Potts doing a fantastic job in that Porsche, keeping the car ahead. Good job. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can say that it does take quite some time to learn how to do really good liveries. Layering and understanding some of the details and how the details make the livery pop. I know we have our livery legend, Jet Engelman, in here. Does some of the most fantastic liveries we've seen in ACC period. And yeah, just cool. Always fun to see those liveries on track. Love-hate relationship with GIMP. I feel like that's the case with any artistic software that's out there. It's just so many options that just gets tough to do sometimes. All right, let's see what we have here. Charles Wembley of the yellow flag. What's going on? Oh no, looks like there was an issue for Wembley here. See what happened. Oh no, the slightest bit of tires on the grass on the outside. Really unfortunate. I believe that's a Big Brain Racing related car. Really unfortunate. So close, such small margins. Justin Cruz and Savage. Is this for position? It is. It is for position. So the New World Sim Racing GTR, they're having a look, threatening the position back, and Justin Cruz with RR Racing looking to see if they can keep that BMW ahead. Looks like Joseph Savage wants that position back in a bad way, but are they going to be able to do it? Not sure what the tire strategies are right now. Fortunately, I don't have the data available at hand to really be able to tell you guys. But yeah, there's some... let's see. Shattered first layer. Oh my gosh. Seamus, you're crazy. So much work. So much work. Yeah, it looks like Justin got the move done and is pulling away now. So, all right, while we have no one on track that is battling for position right now, why don't we do something fun? Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had a phone call to deal with there. And let's see if we can get this thing going. So, for those of you who have not done this before, we are going to do a stream racer while Maximilian Bacher is here getting close to Matt Artem for P12. Let's get this thing started, folks. A little bit of mid-race action for those on here. Alrighty, folks. So if you would like to join the race, exclamation point race, we'll join here as well. You have 2 minutes to join. We're gonna have some fun on track ourselves. Exclamation point race. Come on, join us. Harlock, thank you. Let's see if we can get a good chunk of folk in here. So this is a bit like marbles for those that haven't played it before. So you could type in exclamation point race and join our little race here. Thank you, first time chatter. Loki, Hawk, welcome. And then we're gonna have a bit of a battle of our own while we're watching these guys battle it in the corner. Let me flip this around actually a little bit while we're watching this. Looks like Bacher is making quite the progress on Artem. Again, exclamation point race to join us here. We have 6 drivers so far. Maybe we can get 10 or 12 or 15. Yeah, so again, for those of you who are not in yet, it's exclamation point race. Hop in here and we'll have a little fun. Yeah, let's see what we can do here. Who can win? And while that's loading up, I will be right back. Oh, looks like I'm missing the race here. Let's follow it up. Where are we here? Okay. Oh my God. The calamity. Captain Insano launched Trackalicious all the way in the back. Looks like alt account here and Harlock are in for a great race here all the way in the front. Are they going to be able to make it through the hairpin? Oh, bit of contact through the hairpin. Crazy, crazy. Oh, Seamus gets stuck on the hairpin. Edo up front. Harlock in hot trail. You can actually do an exclamation point boost to get yourself a one-time boost in the race. So exclamation point boost. I believe that's what it is. So get your boost ready, guys. Insano in P5 here right now. Look at that. Trackalicious all the way in the back, bringing up the rear end. Got going on here as they race by the track here. Harlock in hot trail of the Edo car. These guys, Seamus, Lotch, Insano all the way in the back. Well, farther back. Trackalicious way back. Let's go back to the front end of the grid here, coming through the grandstands. Still heated battle in both races. Both Bacher still chasing down Matt Artem, and Harlock here chasing down Edo. As they go through the gate, another little boost there. Exclamation point, please. I don't think it works that way, Chris. This battle is super tight. Any progress back here? Nothing special, but Tracklicious no longer last. That's good to see. at someone else's misfortune as we go through this long and super loopy trek. Edo still maintaining that lead. Harlock, ooh, great boost by Harlock. Ty really closing in the gap here. Could be said about both races. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact with the wall. Edo goes into second. Harlock takes that first position. Goes into P1. What a fantastic overtake. Taking advantage of the mistake, going over the little mountain there. Unbelievable. What a move. As we see, oh no, Shaber. Is that Shaber Bacher? Huge mistake from Bacher on stream. Sorts himself out. Now gets back onto the road here. Let's see what's going on there. Oh my God, too many races. Sit at the end here waiting for people to come by. Are they gonna make it to the finish line? Let's see if I can get this back. Oh, Harlock for the win! Huge jump into the end goal. Fantastic. Looks like, and going back into the stream here. Oh no, a little bit of a bump on the curb and ends up losing it. Driving himself into the back marker there. That's really unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. So Bacher maintaining that P12. Was that for position? Go back and check it out. Well, folks, there you have it. We'll bring this back a little bit later. But congratulations to Harlock 3 for the big win on the alt race that we have going on here. Back to the stream. Want to see. Oh, that was for position. So Matt Artem, Techow, and Bacher all fighting for position. So that was pretty solid defending by Techow. And unfortunately, Bacher getting on the curb, losing out that spot. Dropping back a little bit, but I think Bacher had some pace over the two ahead. Yeah, for sure. Maximilian looking like he's pretty quick in that Porsche, so they're going to be looking at some gains yet to be had. Burnsy, welcome to the stream. Looks like you guys had quite an adventure at the start of the race. What happened? Provolone in the car. Fighting with Joseph Savage. It's still tight with... So, a lot of racing happening here, so let's stick with this for now. Provolone looking really, really fast through that corner. But I don't think there's much straight line speed to be had for that Porsche. So that GTR is going to stay ahead for now. Porsche should be pretty strong through Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel here. But hard to overtake in this zone of corners. Looking hungry, threatening, trying to get Savage, push Savage into an error, but not happening quite yet. Looking on the outside. again, just a little bit too much and not quite making it work. But this is quite the battle. We're 3.5 hours in. Battle for P14. Hopping back, looks like this still going on. Bacher making the overtake with Teschau. Let's go back and have a look. Hopefully we didn't miss it. Oh, looks on the outside. Teschau staying ahead. It's a replay now. What a great move. Dummies on the outside, fakes it, and then throws it back in. Where are we on track here? A little bit of traffic influence for them over here towards the end of the lap. That, I believe, yep, that's right, going into the front straight now. And uses the Meek was sending it. Hawk22, thank you so much for the follow. That was a great battle over there. Great job by the Mission Spino team. Oh, looks like we have some damage on the Meek car again. Burnsy, what is going on? Rein that fella in a little bit. On a rampage. I keep getting confused with the Trackalicious car with the gray fronts. So interesting. All right, Meek is vibing. Sounds like Meek is vibrating everybody else's car. All right, let's have a look and see where we have some battles. Looks like Shane Reese. Gosh, Trackalicious cars need to stop battling so frequently. Makes that overtake. That was for position right there, folks. Good job, Shane, making quick work of it. And the Trackalicious International car representing Wales and Armenia. Teammate backgrounds. Meek here looking for an overtake. Oh, your car looks fine. Kosh making the move, getting himself up into P17 in the Box 3 Motorsport / Yitcow / Schmidt Motorsport Racing. All of the things. Loving that livery there. Great move done. Coming across the line there for Meek. Mikalik, our Indian representative. Some support in chat for Tez up in P7. He is nowhere near anybody, Chemo, so we're gonna stay off him for now. But what we do have is another battle for position all the way down into P32. Robert Hepburn, Marco Widow. Oh, and that is a pretty damaged Aston, unfortunately. So we got two potential battles on track. No man's land indeed. Let's go say hi to Tez. See what's up with him. Chilling, vibing, maxing, relaxing. Yeah, he is. So Tez has the 420 car with David Funk and Kevin Blanchett having made an incredible comeback drive all the way from the back with a drive-through very, very early on lap 1. And we're looking at a 30-second gap ahead and a 22-second gap behind. Kerlois, thank you so much for the follow. Sir Lois. However, that said, I had free air. In the words of the great Dominic Toretto, you never had free air. You never had your car. I had you, bro. All right. Well, in the no man's land, is that? Oh, it's cool. I've never heard that name before. And it, very cool. Is that start with like a S sound or a K sound? So it's Karis or it's Saris? I feel like it's Karis. the second option. Cool name. So Matt Artem here on the chase. Karis. Okay. That's what I thought. Cool. Welcome, Karis. Welcome to the stream. We are in our first round of the 6-hour Trackalicious Enduro Championship. That is 6 hours of Silverstone. And the special spiciness of this race is that there are only 4 tires to be used through the weekend. So, folks have to double stint at least 2 tires. If not 3. 3 tires? 2 tires. 3 tires. 3 tires. Because you got to use 1 for qualifying if you choose to qualify. And then generally 6 tire sets during the race. What? 6 decisions of what tires you want to do during the race. Ah, yes. I figured as much. My teammate Shane. So can have a look representing the nation of Wales. So Karis, just a little bit of love for you over here. Giving some Welsh flag love and some Armenian love. And Shane being my teammate, who I had to step out for this race because we had to cover the commentary, but got the Welsh emblems on there, the Welsh flag colors and the Armenian flag colors and the coat of arms representing both of our nations. Looking pretty good on track. Shane, doing all right after a pretty traumatic start, let's say, but yeah, getting in there. Only flag with a dragon on it. Interesting. So never thought about that. Yeah, welcome. Glad to have you. Glad to see Shane moving up in the ranks here after a shaky start. KK Racing, welcome. 2 tires. I mean, I'm not sure what that means. Swap 2 tires or double stinting 2 tires or... Yeah. Let's go back up, see what is going on. Let's get a better camera here. And let's look and see who else we can find. Savage, Provolone, Chronotis here. A nice little battle up front with a ZDR car in the back, I believe. That's who that is. Tight battle here. So incredible. One of the things I love about it, what we typically see here at Trackalicious, we're 3 hours and 40 minutes in, and you are still seeing some intense wheel-to-wheel battles through the field. So this battle for P13, which is where Chronotis is, looks like he's probably double stinted tires, running a little bit slower than Provolone behind and Savage behind that. All 3 going for that position, really hungry for that spot. Exciting to see these guys race. And this is where that strategy comes into play. These guys, oh, look at that, darting out a little bit. Who's going to get that position? Is Savage going to be able to take advantage of an outside move from Provolone over here? Try to tuck it on the inside as we get to towards the end of the lap here. Chrono going wide. Provolone being able to go through. Savage tucking in for a little bit of a draft, but Chrono darting out, try and minimize that advantage that Savage gets. But Savage does get a good drive out of that last corner, looking into the first corner. Oh no! Oh, you hate to see that. You just hate to see it. Gosh. So close. No, washed out wide just a little bit. Lucky for the ZDR car to have missed that. A little bit of a bump into the wall for Professor Chronotis. That's really unfortunate. sure there's going to be a lovely little report for the team to look at over there. But yeah, well, that's fortunate for Provolone. Builds a little bit of a gap to the cars behind. 7-second gap to Savage behind now. So good for him. And yeah, I was saying, good to see racing throughout the entire grid here. We still see some close battles. We're looking at P3 and P4 only 5 seconds apart. P8 and P9 a second and a half apart. Let's see if we can catch any action. We'll leave it on them here for a little bit. See if we can catch any action from the boys here. And then we've got in P10, not too far behind, Maximilian Bacher. Very, very quick. I'm sure is going to be hunting down P9 and P8 as the clock winds down, as we have 2 hours and 15 minutes left in the race. We just saw the battle for P13, Provolone winning out between Savage and Chronotis on that one. And then 25, 26, 10 seconds within each other. So yeah, quite the adventure. Lots going on, lots to see. We are towards the end of the race, one might say. Still 2 hours and 15 minutes left, but this is where the strategies are going to really start paying out. Who saved their tires? Who didn't? Who was smart about it? And what is going to happen? What's going to happen? We see people ahead, we see people behind, but what we don't know, unfortunately, we don't have our trackside reporter, Phil Milby, aka Webcakes from 949, had to step away. And the data is limited, but what we do know is that there are several people in the hunt for P1. What we do know is that the midfield battle is still on in quite a few places. Matt Artem right now chasing Bruno Pio for P8, the Brazilian Pigeon team. And several teams down the road. Can we check out car 69? Of course we can. Let's have a look. Car 69. Trying to see, am I missing a car 69, or are we looking for 696, or are we looking for 96 or 66? No, 69. There we go. Turner Johnson. Found it. There we go, Hawk. So cool looking livery here. That's the ZDR car. Do you guys have 2 ZDR cars? Or is it just the one? Or am I imagining things? So, Turner Johnson, P23 right now. What do we have? 40-second gap ahead, 7-second gap behind. So, and a little bit of a threat. Yeah, we have Turner Johnson and we have Taylor Johnston. Makes the commentator's life so easy and simple. Let's hop in. Let's hop in with Mr. Johnson over here. See how he takes his line. See if there's anything we could learn from him. I'm going to pretend like you redeemed the full onboard lap with Mr. Johnson over here. We go into Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel. that got a pretty good run heading into Stowe through the Hanger Straight. Burnsy, aka Wes Hepburn, confirming no relation between the two Hepburns. Nice and tidy into Vale. Keeping it tight. Club lift. Back on the throttle. Could be your grandpa. Abby. Throw it in there. Back on the throttle as soon as possible. Keep it tight for farm. Brake as late as possible into village. Keep it tight as all the way to the right if you can. Trying to maximize the exit for the loop and Aintree. Onto the Wellington Straight. Into Brooklands. Tough corner to balance the car on. Hard braking to left field and patience on the throttle. Keep it tight. Onto Woodcut. And that is a lap at Silverstone by Mr. Johnson. Looked pretty clean. Pretty good. As we realize that Burnsy's grandpa is racing ACC without his knowledge. So let's have a look here. Do we have anyone from the Trackalicious team in chat? Maybe Kyle Hampshire's in here. Oh my gosh. Look at all that damage. You guys. See? As the quote-unquote team manager for the Trackalicious team, you put all this effort into creating liveries and all they do is go and bonk and wreck that paint job. It's got to be consequences for that, right guys? I feel like something needs to be done. That. Andy, when you watch the stream back, if you watch the stream back, I noticed you were driving and I noticed that your hood wasn't completely on and that all the imperfections in the paint that you pointed out, there were a lot more in the actual bodywork that you had. Anyways. Hope everyone's doing well today. We have a little over 2 hours left in this race. Yeah, you scratched the paint. You scratched it. You done scratched it. A little over 2 hours left in this race in our first race of the season. 6 hours. Silverstone. Been dry so far. 4 tires limited to the weekend. So, let's talk about that a little bit. We have some folks who didn't run qualifying. And in not running qualifying, that gave them 4 tire sets remaining in the race. So that means they had to double stint at least 2 of the 4 tires. That being said, for those that did run a qualifying session, that means they had to double stint 3 sets of tires. And that's kind of condition and situation that these people are dealing with right now. Let's hop back to Matt Artem. Artem closing up the gap to Bruno Pio has been chipping away at this for a little while now. Bruno Pio only 7 seconds to Copsey at P7. So temperatures out on track, 26 ambient, 32 track, quite hot. Artem looking for a send, but not quite there. Giving Bruno something to think about for sure. Trying to pressure him into a mistake. So you're limited to 4 tire sets, 4 quali and race. Oh, that's a move. Is that gonna stick? He's got quite a good run looking on the inside, going into Maggots and Beckett's. Does he have the overlap? He does have the overlap. Bruno concedes. Great move by Matt Artem. Great driving. I know he's been chipping away. We've been looking at that, chipping away at it for quite some time, and makes the move stick and gets that advantage. Now, is there a chance that Bruno is going to come back onto the straight? Looks like Matt trying to communicate to the car ahead that they are coming through in the heat of a battle, the whatever car giving way. And looks like Artem's through, but Bruno's still threatening. Great moves by these guys. Matt Artem doing relatively well in the Pro Championship on Sunday. And unfortunate tap towards the end of the race, losing him a position, but seems to have this Audi figured out. Does a really good job with it. Looks like Justin Cruz getting that position from the whatever Bimmer. And Taz closing in the gap. There's an Aston on Aston battle for P5. Wow, this top 15 battles are hot right now. And going back to Kevin's teammate here, Dean Guitarist in chat. Quality tires were 2.89 on the left and 2.91 on the right. So quite a bit of tread left in them. But I don't know, does the heat cycle do anything to the performance of the tires? I'm not sure if that's something that's simulated very well in the game or not. But yeah, smart to keep it for that last stint, the shorter stint of all the stints. Probably the best place to use it. CDR Mercs are running 90 minutes for low fuel and fuel and tires. CDR AMR is running 2 hours tires and 1 hour fuel. Wow, it's it's interesting how the strategies are playing out with all the options available. Unfortunately, for those that don't know, we did have a bit of an error in our server setup in that we did forget to put the stint timer in there for this first race. It's important in some ways because the stint timer does rebalance some of the advantages that some cars have in fuel capacity. Porsche pretty low. I think the Mercedes pretty high. Can it be able to run longer stints? But yeah, looking at the different strategies that are playing out, and I mean, you can't say that there's an advantage between one or the other between these two, but Taz giving a little bit of a poke, something for Mannerm to think about. Johnny keeping a cool head, staying ahead, doing a fantastic job. Cool looking livery there as well. In the MSR Esports project, Sakai Aston. Only Weeb on the side there. Just recently educated us to what a weeb is. Yeah. Fantastic racing by these two guys. Taz really, really hungry for that spot. Putting a lot of pressure. So this is the closest battle. Let's hop into the car. Oh, there it is. There it is. Looking for the move. Can he maintain the position? Does he make the apex? Yes, he does. Fantastic move. Let's actually go back and have a look at that. I switched cameras just in time, but I do want to see that move get made again. Zaro, let's go. Helmet can. Oh, yeah. Got the run on the straight. Nicely done indeed. Got a great exit off of Chapel. There we go. And that is textbook racing, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Tez. Back live. All right. So there it is. Crazy Rabbits up into P5. Congratulations. Let's see what else is going on. Let's talk about the top 10 we have here. All right. So we do have Wilson Fernandez in the 38 car in P1 with a 14-second gap remaining to P2 in the 97 car. Now that gap was much, much bigger a little while ago. So those guys have been chipping away quite a bit, lap after lap, into that P1 spot. Marion Coderman in the 696. In P3 with a 26 gap to P2. Yannick Plus 212. And I believe that is the Mission Spino Mercedes. 30-second gap to P3 over there in P4. Dan Tazaro, we just saw the Crazy Rabbits racing in P5. And then just overtaking Johnny Mannerm for that spot. So now in P6. Rock Copsey. Hopefully that's the correct way to pronounce it. And yeah, that's highest Ferrari we have. Good job, you guys running the Ferrari. Brave. Matt Artem here saw a great overtake on the 722 car. Artem now being hunted down by Maximilian Bacher in the 202 Mission Spino car. And closing off the top 10, Jelson Cruz with the RR Racing. Rockefeller Racing in P10. So let's hop on. Bacher looking really, really eager to take on that P8 position from Matt Artem. Oh, sends it on the outside, but that's going to be a bit too wide. Gonna do the sensible thing and do a safe rejoin. Excellent job, Maximilian. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the correct way to do all of those things. You make a mistake, you back off, you rejoin sensibly without anybody around, and you get on with your racing and get back into it. Yellow flag, but now is green. Thank you, Kevin. Back Barker moves out of the way. And with all that, Maximilian only a second away from Matt Artem. Again, Matt showing a great case. Oh, that's unfortunate. It looks like the Mission Spinos has been hit with a 20-second penalty, and Copsey with a 10-second penalty ahead, which will be served at their next pit stop. So that is going to bring Copsey right into the reaches of Matt Artem and dropping the Mission Spino car down potentially in the grasp of Jelson Cruz. But maybe not quite, depending on how well Cruz has been performing in his pace. Looks like they're both pretty quick. Let's see what their previous lap times were between Bacher and Cruz. So yeah, it looks like, well, Bacher had that off track. So, but the average and the potential lap time of the Spino car is quite a bit faster than the Rockefeller Racing. So, less than 2 hours, we should be seeing some of the folks coming in for their second to last pit stops here. Giving energy to Bacher. Wing Wung. Full power. More power. That gives them extra 5 horsepower, by the way. Not really, but we can pretend like it does. Lovely livery by the Mission Spino team. Electrifying. Matt Artem looks like he's got a bit of traffic ahead, which might play into Bacher's hands. Yep, definitely looked like there is a bit of slowing down, unfortunately, for Artem. Putting Bacher within a second now. Black ZDR car. Bacher taking the adventurous line on the outside there. Artem making it through. Making the lap traffic Maximilian's problem now. Armadina, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We are 4 hours and 6 minutes into our 6-hour race. This is the first race of the season here at Trackalicious Sim Racing. It is Silverstone, and we only have 4 tire sets to use through the weekend. That's 4 tire sets with a qualifying and generally 6 stints to run in this 6-hour race. That means at least 2 of your tires gets double stinted, assuming you don't run qualifying. Wow. Bacher and Artem running nearly identical laps in the previous lap. 201, 612, 201, 617. Really close pace from these 2 guys. Great looking race. Mr. Noss, welcome back. Hop on in. Ooh, actually, let's go down and see what's going on with John Gray in the 96 car. Looking at Moffat here and the Crazy Rabbits Aston. I have to admit, Kevin, you're in here, I think, still. While I completely understand and support it, I'm a little sad. A little sad that we're not seeing the meme cars. We're not seeing the M6 and we're not seeing the V12 on here. And the Jag. I mean, we were all huge fans. Huge fans. Loved it. But, I mean, we also like seeing you guys do well and living up to your max potential. John Gray now being gapped by Moffat. I think Moffat was the overtaking car, so. Building a good gap to the car ahead. Yeah, I can only imagine. You guys did, what did you got P3 in the Jag at Bathurst 12-hour last season? Amazing. Probably one of the fan favorite performance of the season for sure. For sure. Phenomenal race by you guys. Yeah, because you're just OP. Too good. Yeah, so Chris and I, one of the guys that I was trying to team up with, who unfortunately had hardware issues, we were trying to do the Jag for the Pro Series, and I mean, we were like 2 seconds a lap slower at Suzuka in the Jag than we were in the. We were a second a lap faster in the Porsche, and then we were another second a lap faster in the BMW, and it was like not even a question. We couldn't. It was a Pro Series. We needed to put our best foot forward. We tried, Chris. We tried. I mean, we could have fought each other. Our own solo battle at the back of the grid. Yeah, we did give it a fair shot. We gave it more than... I think we gave the Jag all the shots we could possibly give, and then we gave the Porsche a fair shot, and then it was just like, yeah, no, BMW. Just way too fast. Ooh, this is a tight battle here. Porsche's down. Did they just hit? Yeah, they must have hit. Okay. Yeah, Porsche's double stinting here. Coming just ahead of Cup C. No repair for the damage. Ooh, giving some energy to Renato Dornelles. Let's see. These guys are pretty close, but Andy seems to be pulling ahead. So that's not gonna... Let's hop on with the P1 over here. It's back on. Alrighty, let's hop in with Renato. Perfect timing. Let's start a lap with him. We've seen Renato Dornelles drive before. Fantastic place from Renato. Getting that apex just right. A little bit of hesitation. Setting up for Maggots and Beckett's. And looking pretty decent in that BMW. Early on the throttle, through Chapel. Maximizing the usage of the road. Onto the Hangar Straight. Looking for the perfect braking point to Stowe just by the curb. Maybe a little bit later. Ooh, brave. Or just way more skilled than me. Again, maximizing the road all the way to the left, all the way to the right. Into Vale. A little bit of a lift. And flat out through Club onto the Hamilton Straight. Quick lift through Abbey. No lift through Farm. Flat out. Hard on the brakes into Village. Trying to stay as far right as possible. Trying to encourage the lap car to give him way. Through the loop. Flat out through Aintree. No questions about lifting the foot on the Wellington Straight. And great balance of car through Woodlands. Here's Brooklyn, sorry, required. Little bit of hesitation there, but managing to keep it neat and tidy. The double apex that's needed at Luffield. And onto Woodcut to finish the lap. Here we go. Taking us down to an hour and 46 minutes left in the race. So we're getting closer to the end here. All the strategies that are going to start playing out. Let's have a look and see what else is going on in the track. So great lap by Dornelles. And that was a 1:58.8. Wow. Crazy fast lap. Getting pretty tight there with the back marker, but looks like he's going to make it through okay. All right. Oh, Boyker's getting pretty close to P5 here. Closest battle on track. Cup C right behind. All this is for position, folks. This is really exciting. Again, get into these fun scenarios where the strategies start playing out. You got Johnny Manor in P5, Andy Boychus at P6, and Rock Cupsey at P7, all battling for position. Looks like they all have incredible pace. 2027 in the previous lap from the car ahead. 201.2, 201.0 for the cars behind. All showing some great speed through these laps. Looks like Rock is looking pretty eager to get through. Yeah, not surprised. These guys are all incredibly fast. I think the purple lap's much faster than I think the purple laps are 158s though. That's still held by Wes Hepburn in car number 614, currently driven by Meek Haska, aka Akash. The Indian ambassador to ACC. Let's go in. Cupsy's car. Feel the pressure. Feel how close these guys get to each other. So close, unbelievable skill that these guys have up front. Renato Dornelles looks like steals that fastest lap with a 158.5 in the last lap. Dornelles smoking some tires right now. Unbelievable pace. Purple's in nearly every sector. Great time from Mr. Dornelles there as the battle for P4 ensues. Cup C making Andy think about it. Great pressure from both these guys trying to get the car ahead. Really think about what is going on. Andy having to stomp on his brakes to accommodate for the car ahead. Again, fantastic pace by P1 up ahead, and 158.5 by Renato Dornelles. Obviously doing the smart thing, a little bit of lifting. Oh, looks like Manor makes a mistake. Is this going to be the opportunity which Andy was looking for? Looking too wide into Maggots and Beckett's. Oh, and gets really wide there. Are they going to come back on track? They are not doing this. They are doing the smart thing. But this gives Cupsy a really good run out of Chapel. Ooh, the double fake. Is it gonna work? Andy steadfast on the inside. Gets a great drive on the outside. Let's go to Helicam. Oh, just didn't have enough of an overlap to make that work. Really, really good racing by Rock over there. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, Wilson. Great lap by Renato. Rock still trying to pressure Andy Boykius. Doing a fantastic job. Really, really great. CDR Merc in the mix. Actually, no, Mission Spino, Merc, not the ZDR. Oh, that's late braking. That was close. Made me nervous. I don't know about you guys. I got nervous. I'm a pleb. I didn't think that was going to make it, but he made it work. So, this is intense. Battle for P4. Andy Boykiers, Rock Cupsey, and Gilles Aleman all fighting for that P4 position. Only half a second between the three cars. Shane letting them by in that International BMW, doing a good job of not interfering with the race. That is getting really, really close from the Mercedes. I don't know about you guys. Some misfortune that is bound if that continues to happen. Fantastic pace from all three of these drivers, though. Oh, looking on the inside. We missed that. No, go back. Side by side racing. Fantastic by these two. Now has the outside going into the last sector. The straight line speed of the BMW just winning out. Even though they have some hood damage, Ferrari just not having enough power to make it work. Great racing, though. I'm literally on the edge of my seat. I don't know about you all, but this is phenomenal. We're 4.5 hours into a race, and we have an intense battle for P4. 5, 6 in the mix. All three of these guys pushing it to the absolute limit. And the battle between these three are giving Johnny a chance to stay in the mix as well. We do have a couple of other battles, P23 and P24. Gosh, okay, while that's being captured there, let's go have a look at this real quick. Is that gonna make the move? Oh no. While we have our friend. Okay, there we go. That was the mistake made. Let's go back to the main scene of action.
And hello, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Nas.
I am here joining Eric Gukasian and Whelp Cakes in the booth.
So Mr. Whelpcakes actually had to dip. So it's just me and you.
I am going to mute Whelp Cakes in that case. because he is giving some feedback through your microphone. But yeah.
So I think, and maybe chat can help out, your voice might be a little bit low for stream.
I can fix that. How does that sound?
We'll have chat let us know if we need to increase your volume.
Oh, I sound great now. I sound perfect. I have the luxury of being able to listen to myself now.
There you go. Wolf65, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. You are right in time for some of the hottest battle going on track right now. P4, P5, P6, duking it out. All three different manufacturers. Looks like we got, oh, that's getting really, really close. I'm telling you, that makes me really nervous, but fantastic braking control. Yeah, I think maybe a tad louder there, Mike, and we should be fine. But yeah, look at this battle going on between P4, 5, and 6. BMW, Ferrari, Mercedes, front engine, mid engine, fronter engine, big front engine. Great battle between these guys. Really intense. Gilles Allemann really pushing that Mercedes hard, trying to make something work. And Justin had Rock Cupsey trying to challenge Andy Boykias for that P4 position. Andy looks like he's got a bit of damage, quite a bit of time to the positions ahead. But yeah, some crazy stuff going on here at track.
Eric, can you check your messages real quick?
I can.
Because I am just, struggling to get into the server. That's all.
That's all right. There you go.
Thank you. I knew I was close.
These guys still going at it. Let's have a look at Marcelo Ramon giving Matt Artem a challenge. Another Mercedes. The Mercedes coming in strong at Silverstone, looking pretty good. Onto the back straight here, having a little bit of a look, but not quite enough. To far, I'm trying to keep it tight. Is he gonna have another look here? Maybe, yes, making Artem think about it, but not quite enough yet again. Yeah, Karis, I agree. It makes me feel sick too. I mean, you know, because you constantly feel like they're gonna hit each other, but they don't because they're good drivers, but it still feels that way. But I mean, that's what we're here for.
All right, Eric, I am sharing my screen if you want to do picture in picture.
Yeah, we could. Yeah. Gotcha.
So how's this race been? I have been at work for the past 4 hours and change. So what's been going on? I've missed a bit.
A lot. There's been a lot of racing. I don't think we've had any stop in battles through the field, and we still have quite a few going on. I think this is still this Cup C Boykias and Allemann battle is really heating up. Cup C looks like he has a bit of pace on Boykias, but Boykias battling with elbows out, trying to use all of the track, making Cup C think about it at every corner. Yeah, really exciting. And I am gonna do this because your stream volume is really loud. Yeah.
Oh, mute my Discord? Yeah, that sounds like a smart thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really exciting to watch. I am literally on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, these guys are close at it. I'm just getting here, seeing that these guys, cops here, Rock Cops is going to be trying to make the move here on Andreas, heading down the back straight here, or excuse me, this is the hangar straight into Cops. Cops making a move into Cops. Can he get it done? No, he can't. He has to back out of it for right now. Giles Allman as well behind, looking to make a move. Having a look down the inside, having to go defensive, almost understeers into the 212.
Throwing it on the outside and making it stick. That was a fantastic move. Great job, Alleman, for the Mission Spino Mercedes going up into P5.
I also just realized I don't have the liveries installed. Let me do that real quick.
I did just notice that, but that's okay. We can.
I'll do that. It's fine. Go ahead and just X out of my PIP for right now.
Yeah.
And I'll let you know when to bring it back.
Okay, we're good to go. Yeah, this has been fantastic racing. Copsy, given a 10-second penalty, that is unfortunate. That, oh gosh, not sure where that's coming from, but yeah, they're gonna have to serve that in their next lap. So.
Yeah, 10-second. I wonder if that's from either running someone wide, causing a collision potentially. Maybe happened in the back marker part of the track. Looks like, though, they are going to be coming in this lap to serve that.
I hope they know that they don't have to come in immediately.
What is their stint timer looking like? How many laps have they been out for?
Unfortunately, the stint timer was not included in the server settings, and thus we are running no stint timers right now.
Your ACC TV will be able to tell you how long their stint has been, is what I mean. How long have they been out on track? I can't tell because I just joined, so mine's going to be inaccurate.
Oh, I see it. Hey, you learned something new in the predictions tab, looks like.
Exactly. It is in the predictions tab. It's the only thing useful in there.
I really wish some of this information was consolidated. We are looking like... Oh, Gilles Allman makes that move stick. I didn't see it. I hope you guys did. What a great overtake. Mission Spino getting up to P4.
Yeah, our current race leader, Renato Dornales, looks like he's been getting involved in some traffic right now, trying to get around him. But he's leading this race quite comfortably. Dornales, the absolutely rapid driver. Who are his teammates? He's teammates with Wilson Fernandez. So just the two of them driving this 6 hour here, each of them having to put in at least 3 hours.
Yeah, Wilson Fernandez in chat right now, cheering on Dornales. Fantastic drive by both of them so far.
And we almost have deliveries. We're getting there, Eric. We're getting there.
Sounds good. And once you are ready, if you could give me a couple minutes to excuse myself, that would be fantastic.
That is not an issue. Okay. Did it work? Well, I'm assuming yes.
You could tell if you just go to the Shane Reese car, number 5.
Where the heck is Shane Reese?
21st. Did not get deliveries.
I downloaded them.
Coutinho TV, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Atticus, welcome. Cheering on 38 and 696. Where's 221? Yeah, Wilson Fernandez, very difficult to manage the tires with such a hot track, but obviously you guys are doing a fantastic job being in P1 and having the fastest lap. Very impressive drive from you guys. So let's look at where 221 is. 221 Marcel Fisher.
They're working
And
now.
P30. Yep, that looks right. There we go. And now that you have that, I will bring your picture in picture
And
back.
while you go and excuse yourself, why don't you go on some third-person view here for Jan Gray and give me the opportunity to commentate this battle here that's unfolding with Justin Moffat, Jan Gray. And it looks like a back marker behind. Yeah, that is a back marker. The P15 of Sade. Currently behind the wheel, Jan Gray. His teammates are Dan Gelibals. Sorry if I mispronounced that. That seems like an easy name to mispronounce. I apologize, Dan. And Matt Smiski, we're going to go with. If those are your actual last names, guys, I'm sorry. But Jan currently slipping back a little bit, actually. Moffat pulling away. Driver from the 696. 696 currently in second position, trailing behind Renato Donales by about 50 seconds and gaining. I think someone's in the pits. But currently behind the wheel, Koderman. Giles Allman about 15 seconds behind, gaining, but Andreas behind, putting pressure on him as well. We're seeing the lap times right now. Let's see. I have no idea what the fastest lap is because I just joined. But Jan here lapping in the 2:02.0's last lap as he's chasing down Justin Moffat, who's lapping a 2:02.3. As you see them navigating the traffic of the Lexus there, heading down into the final turn complex. That's late on the brakes, and he makes contact with a 223 car. He's off. You absolutely hate to see it. And we'll have to go back on the picture-in-picture to see that again. I have no idea how long I just went back for. Not long enough. Oh, and you just long enough, actually, though, to see the contact that led them stranded on track. As they continue the battle, we're back live with them here in the picture-in-picture. And he does manage to negotiate the traffic there after making, I was going to say slight contact with the side, but now coming through Maggots and Beckett's. I mean, that was a little bit more than slight contact, to say the least. Yeah, that does, in fact, warrant a Pepe yellow flag. How's it going, Rodriguez? I'm not sure that was the nicest racing, but hey. Moffat. Oh, that wasn't for lap traffic. Excuse me. That was for position. Ay. I have my blank cut up, so my bad. Moffat is going to making a move, though, on the outside into the Bell. Not the Bell. The Vale chicane. Moffat firmly behind for right now. Definitely not going to be too happy after making contact there with the car in front of him. Definitely feel some love lost between Gray and Moffat here. But we'll see. These two Aston Martins, are they both Aston Martins? I can't tell. Yes, they are. The two Aston Martins are going to continue scrapping, and he's going to have to go really defensive. The overspeed there for Moffitt is unreal. He's going to have to be taking the outside line, though, into the final turn complex. And he is going to be stuck behind for now. Coming on to the start-finish straight one more time here, as our leader has completed 137 laps so far of this Silverstone 6 hours. Brought to you by Trackalicious, of course. There is a battle heating up a bit further back. We'll look at it from the picture-in-picture here. Professor Chronotis and Faris Saidi, I think. Nice racing till the incident, yes. Oh, I couldn't agree more. We also have some even more Dan Tizarro and Johnny Manurum a bit further up. These two are going to be going side by side potentially. No, the 420 backs out before going side by side in a corner that typically doesn't end up in good fashion when you do so. A bit deep goes Manurum, but that's sort of to cover off the switchback, but we'll see. Can Dan Tizarro manage to get a good enough exit onto the hangar straight? Giles Allman, what happened here? We see him stranded off into nowhere. Was there contact involved? Let's take a look. Doesn't look like it. This looks like this was all on his own, Giles. Catching too much curb in the A. Oh, what the heck? There's an Audi in the middle. What? Where did that Audi come from? Fernandez e Dornales. I can't read Portuguese, I'm sorry. Está dupla promet. I do not know. But Renato Dornales leading this race and doing a great job of it. Dan Tizarro still battling with Manurum. The battle between Gray and Moffitt, which you're following along with on the main camera here. Oh, but okay, screw the main cam. We got some side-by-side action coming into cops here. The 420 is going to get really close to the diffuser there of the Aston in front of him, but he doesn't make contact. The 222 stays ahead for right now, but he's got a lot of work to do. It looks like Dan Tizarro has the pace over Manurum. Last lap, a 204.2 from Tizarro and a 205.2 from Manurum, an entire second to lap difference. And there's a bit of an error. This is going to give the opportunity. And by goes Dan Tizarro. Manurum who are we talking about here? Fernandez? Oh, there's two Fernandez. That's not confusing at all. Carmen and Wilson. Ooh, John Gray. As I switched over to him, there goes deep. He is still on the hunt for Justin Moffitt, though. Oh, Carmen is Wilson's... Okay, Carmen is Wilson's mother. That's hilarious. That's... Okay, that's hilarious. I love it. I absolutely love it. Motherly support in chat. Currently, her son on the team of the race, or of the leading lap. I don't know what I was trying to say there. Renato Dornales is doing a great job currently behind the wheel. As, let's see, can I take a look at his stint timer? I don't think I can. No, all the stint timers are the same, so I can't see how long he's been behind the wheel, unfortunately. Wilson, when do you plan on going behind the wheel? If you're keen to share. Ooh, Jan Gray here. trying to make a move onto Justin. These guys glued to each other down this straight. They've been glued to each other for the past 3 or 4 laps. I think they're going to continue it as well, and we might see the move, though, finally from John Gray into Cops. Is he going to get it done late on the brakes? Is going to be a... No, he isn't going to run deep, or he... it's so hard to see. Okay. Manages to get that overtake done. Jan Gray is firmly ahead of going into the Vale chicane. Justin Moffitt just behind. Wow, Yannick. That's really rude. The 441 currently in P31. What do you... What's your problem with P31? Looking in the PIP, we'll see here Marcelo Ramon and Matt, our team, going at it. Oh, he was the one that spun P3. Oh. I mean, look, it happens. It is what it is, right? Racing, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. Oh, we do see a move there from Jensen onto Versosa. Versosa getting overtaken there. I think Rocky Rocco maybe rejoining the track. I'm not sure what that was. You know, it happens. You just got to get your head down and continue. There's still an hour and 14 minutes left on this race. Plenty of time. It's over 9,000 RPM. How's it going? Currently, just me right now, waiting for Eric to get back. I'm Mike Noss, joining the booth late because I had to work today. And Eric, holding the fort down the past 4 hours and doing a wonderful job of it, I'm sure. I'll have to go back and watch the VOD. This racing, though, is actually extremely intense. I can't believe how close we are down at the 1 hour and 13 minute mark, and we see a move potentially from Marcelo Ramon. He's going to be looking to make a move down the inside of Stowe. Cops, excuse me. Right? Now I'm second guessing myself. Ah, shoot. It's Cops. Right? No, it's Stowe. I was right. Okay, anyways. Stop overthinking things. It's fine. Marcelo pulling away a bit from Matt, our team now. Bit further back, Justin Moffitt making the move on to Jan Gray potentially, but backs out of it. I think they're in the Luffield. And now Woodcut sweep. Heading on to the start-finish straight to start their 138th lap. Currently 3 laps behind the leader, Renato Dornales. Just shows the insane pace from that team. Moffitt and Jan, though, these two, really showing that both of these guys have the pace to keep up with the big boys. They do have the likes of Ricardo Sapien in front of him, no slouch indeed, the 263. He's currently negotiating some lap traffic, I'm pretty sure. And of course, as soon as I switch off of Moffitt, he's going to be trying to make a move around the outside of Stowe. It's going to be a tricky one here. Isn't going to be able to get it down the 223. Going to be going for the switchback potentially. It's really hard to see where we are on track. Okay, we're heading into the chicane. Moffitt, not quite with a nose ahead. He's going to be trying to get any advantage he can, but I don't think he's going to get it done just yet. Back marker getting involved, or probably a front marker if I had to guess. Let's see. Nope, wrong button. That is P7 of Turbosovic. Oh man, hold on. Turbovisic. Oh man, we have Johnny Manerum going slowly. Going very slowly, in fact. As no idea what is going on here, but our current P6 dropping to P7. What is happening? This is catastrophic. Does anyone have an update on the 222 car here? As it looks like he is limping back to the pits. His wheel seems to be straight. It must be fuel related. Oh, I don't know. Never mind. That car does not want to turn. Oh, you really, really hate to see it. Johnny Manerum, he was having a really good fight earlier. Limps back to the pits. No idea what happened there. But he does make it back safely, so more power to him there. He's going to have to come in, rejoin a bit further back, but that really, really sucks for him. This is back to Justin Moffat and Jan Gray. Moffat, like, I have no idea what I was going to say there. Never mind. I didn't even have an analogy. He's just charging down Jan Gray. This is basically a repeat of what happened when Jan was behind it. It's a massive send there from Justin Moffat. He goes deep into the chicane, but he's going to hold the inside line, run him wide a bit, onto the marbles. That's going to give the advantage to Justin Moffat, and an absolutely savage overtake from Justin Moffat onto Jan Gray. Jan Gray is going to try to fight it back, though, as he has a look down the inside. He's going to have to tuck back, but he thinks about it again mid-corner. Oh, absolutely intense racing between these two guys. And I don't think it's over yet. I think Jan Gray has the pace to stick with him. These guys have been showing that they can for a while now. But we'll see. Justin Moffat, currently he is gapping Jan Gray, in fact. Not sure if that's just the sector. We'll see if he manages to carry that out for the rest of the lap. But if he can keep this pace up, he will pull ahead. He's up to 0.8 right now and gaining. Check back in with him in a little bit. Looking a bit further up, Ricardo Sapien. He's about a full second behind Shane Reese. The Lexus. Well, that's going to... Oh, that's a back marker. That's why. Okay. Looking back at Jan Gray, though. Yeah, Jan Gray, he has the pace. He has the pace. Look at that. Sticking right with Justin Moffat after Moffat manages to get by. This fight is going to continue for the foreseeable future, I would imagine. This is raw British horsepower versus raw British horsepower, and it's a really close encounter. They almost make contact. Jan Gray, little too deep into Stowe, I think that was. Hard to see without a track map. Track currently looking optimum. For the next 30 minutes, we're looking at sunny skies, well, cloudy skies, which is, fine. No rain in the foreseeable future, but you never know. Could strike like it did last night. No, not last night, excuse me, on Thursday, where we had rain in the last 7 minutes, and that threw a massive spanner into the works. So you never know at these tracks. Britain in particular, the weather can be so variable. Jan Gray actually struggling a little bit for pace compared to Justin Moffat at this point. Looks like he has a much better first sector, but struggling through the second. And now they have some blue flags coming up behind them. Take a look at this Ricardo Sapien Shane Reese battle for position in front of them. As that Aston Martin is Biervert in P11. So a front marker to these guys looking to make Another lap up on them, gaining quickly is that Aston Martin. And we see Ricardo Sapien. He wants to get this move done soon. Shane Reese is going to be pushing like no one's business right now. Go M. Ramon, the most handsome in the grid. You sound very biased, I'm not going to lie. And I'm going to need some evidence on this. Although he does have a very handsome name. I'll give him that. Ramon. The battle we're looking at in the bottom right currently is Ricardo Sapien and Shane Reese. Ricardo Sapien with massive overspeed. He's going to be looking to make a move around the outside. Defensive goes Shane Reese into the final turn complex, and the Aston Martin's going to slip through. There goes the 222. Why not? That was an opportunity that he could not pass up, and he's going to try to get through woodcut sweep as well, side by side with the BMW. Oh, and a big close-up of speed there, almost into the back of that Aston Martin. Ricardo Sapien, though, managing to keep it under control. It's the Lexus trying to make a move onto the BMW. He backs out, though, again. .202 DT is going to be close with 37 on exit. Okay, I wish I could switch the main camera. I can't, though. I am the co-streamer this stream. Eric Gakassian is the main, and he said that he was going to be back in a second. It's been more than a second. Ricardo Sapien, though, side by side with Shane Reese through Cops. He isn't going to get the advantage just yet, but he will have the inside line into the chicane. Not quite. Ricardo Sapien showing some superior pace to Shane Reese. Not too superior, but still superior nonetheless. 2:02.3 from him, and it's a 2:02.7, yeah, from Shane Reese. So about 4/10 different last lap. Oh, and they almost made contact. Wow, that was, you couldn't even fit a sheet of paper between those two cars there. Ricardo Sapien just about making contact with Shane Reese, but looks like he managed to keep it out of the back of him. The battle with Jan Gray and Justin Moffat is heating up once again, it looks like. Oh, but Matthias Christensen? I'm not sure which one that is. I think it's Christensen. Matthias Christensen is off. A little bit of an error. We can go back and check that out real quick, as it looks like, oh, just a self-inflicted big old drift. Aston Martin taking a brief excursion as a lawnmower. Did not know that that Aston Martin made British-made lawnmowers, but hey, now we know. 66 car. Trying to branch out into new careers. Ricardo Sapien, though, he's going to be trying to make a move, stick with his racing driver career, as he is going to be trying to make an outside pass. It's going to be a tricky one. He will have the inside line. Once again, we've seen this move time and time again attempted, but no one can get it done just yet. Oh, they make contact. Shane Reese with a bit of a drift. Ricardo Sapien pushes him wide, does back out, doesn't quite take advantage of that. And Justin Moffat and, oh, I'm assuming, oh, great. Jan Gray is in the pits. Well, I can't change the camera, guys. Blame Eric Gakassian for that one. So,
On blame. I'm here.
Unblame Eric Gakassian for that one, because he is here and can now switch the camera to Ricardo Sapien, who's going to be looking to make a move on to Shane Reese for
Sapien,
P20.
Reese, P20. I apologize. Here we go.
Oh, and Ricardo Sapien gets a little antsy, runs wide. Looks like he's lagging a little bit too all of a sudden. Hopefully that doesn't continue.
My most sincere apologies, folks. Welcome. It's over 9K. How you doing, buddy? This is crazy. These guys are going hot in the battle.
Yeah, and we'll see how the battle between Jan Gray and I almost said Jan Rodrigues, but no, the anyways, we'll see how that battle continues after they come out of the pits. But Ricardo Sapien sticking with Shane Reese for right now. Closing in massively. He's going to try to make this is text, but every single lap he tries to make this move. Is he going to make it stick this time? He has the line. Can he manage to close it out? Runs a bit wide, which is going to compromise him into the chicane, but it looks like he firmly has the inside line here and is going to be able to close it, but no, he's not.
Wow.
Ricardo Sapien late enough on the brakes, covers the inside. Oh, Ricardo Sapien, or Shane Reese, excuse me, covers the inside. Ricardo Sapien is going to be fuming at this point. He has tried that for 3 laps in a row.
What
that
a
exact same move.
fantastic battle between these two guys.
Well, Seamus, there's a really easy solution to that problem. It's called closing Sebring and sticking along with the Trackalicious stream here, as we only have 1 hour to go, about 59 minutes and 3 seconds in these closing
Seamus, easy
minutes
question.
of the race.
Easy question. Does Sebring respond to your messages? I don't think so. You have 2 commentators at your service, and literally at your service, whatever you say.
And Andreas Borchers is in the pits. Giles Allman moves up to 2nd position for right now. For this battle, not going to give up, that's for sure. Here, Eric, I forgot to start the washer. Be right back.
Thanks for that information, Mr. Noss, but sticking with this battle, Sapien, that straight line speed of that Lex is really helping him out on on the straights. Oh, looks like Shea makes a mistake. Is this the opportunity that Ricardo was looking for? Tucks in for the draft, and there is a bit of lap traffic as well that they're gonna have to deal with yet again looking to make them move on the outside. Is it gonna work this time? No, still they're side by side. Reese looking, it looks like he has made it work, but there is lap traffic just ahead. Is this gonna be something that's gonna play into this battle? We don't know. Let's have a look. Lap traffic coming up ahead. Who is that? Not quite sure. I think that's Matt Artem, actually. But yeah, oh my gosh, what a battle between these two. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, now that Ricardo Sapien's ahead, it does look like he is pulling away just slightly on Shane Reese.
Yeah, Shane's got a set of fresh tires that he's saved up for the end of this race, so he is gonna be hungry to get that position back to get up into the top 20 there, or 19, I should say.
It'll be really interesting to see how the limited tires, 4 sets of tires allocated to each car over the weekend, and drivers able to, and that does count for qualifying as well. So we will see if the drivers went quick early on and burnt up all their tires, or the likes of, we'll see Shane Reese here coming onto a fresh set of boots towards the end and laying down some pretty rapid lap times. There's also Mita, holy smokes, I'm sorry, Mita.
Miladinovic.
What did you just say? Sorry,
I said what? Miladinovic. I said
Miladinovic.
Yeah,
there we go.
It.
Sorry, Miladinovic. I apologize. It's a heck of a name. Excuse me. Yes, pretty much.
Yeah, Miladinovich, tight battle with Kyle Hampshire here. I wonder, I think that Kyle and Co are still nursing that damage that they have in the front of that car with Miladinovich. Fresh BMW, raw carbon, ready to go in the hunt for Kyle Hampshire.
Yeah, last lap lapping at a 1:59.9. Obviously a irrelevant lap for Kyle Hampshire as he just came out of the pits. So, but Kyle's fastest lap is a 2 minutes or a 2:01.1. So that's quite a bit slower than Mita. We'll see if Kyle Hamster Square can manage to stay ahead or if he will fall victim to Mita Miladinovic. Say it again, please, Eric.
Miladinovic. There we go. Yeah,
Okay.
Hollywood Square over here. Used to being up front, but not with a lot of pressure, generally speaking. So let's see what this man is made of.
Yeah, he's going to have quite the defense. Of course, Kyle Hamster Square, our esports driver for Trackalicious, at least one of, as a couple weekends ago they participated in the SRA event and managed to take, what position was that again, Eric? I'm sorry, but I somehow have forgotten.
Was it P2?
I don't think it was.
Was it P3?
No, I think it was actually P1 now that you remind me, and they took P1 through a disconnect as well.
That's right,
So,
it was P1.
Kyle Hampshire and the Ollie Raza, of course, absolutely rapid people. And let's see here, who is on? Oh, I was gonna say who's gonna be on Kyle's team, which is gonna be Ollie, but no, it's not. It's Andreas Borchers and Nate Lamlin. So that's irrelevant.
I mean, I guess it makes it clear that the reason why they won wasn't because of Kyle, it was probably because of Ollie.
Ouch.
Just
Say it 3 times fast. Seamus, you say it 3 times fast. Miladinovic.
There's
Did I say it right?
No. You
Shoot.
You made it more difficult than it actually is.
Oh, I'm adding a co in there, huh?
Yeah.
There's no co. It just looks okay.
Miladinovich. Miladinovich. There we go. I'll take it for the team. We can move on. Just say funk 3 times.
No. That sounds like a trap.
No, David Funk. It's the next driver down.
It sounds like a trap.
You're welcome,
David
Seamus.
Funk, he's got a bit of a gap.
That's what I'm here for. Substituting for name replacement. I'm just a dummy that just says the names when Mike can't.
You can pronounce the names on the eastern side of the planet, and I can do the western.
I mean,
sounds like a plan.
Yeah, okay, we could do that.
Even though it's a sphere, we can not worry about that, but still. Marcelo Ramon has caught up with Niall Schleter, Niall Leroy Brown. He's gotten shafted in this traffic, in fact, and we're going to go 3 wide down the straight, and this is going to be the perfect opportunity. The handsomest ACC driver, according to someone in chat, is going to be making the move on to Niall Schleter. That's a tough ask because Niall Schleter's quite the handsome man himself. If anyone has seen his calves. Wait, that's Jim. Wait, that's the wrong stream. Anyway. Now Schleter gets overtaken by Marcelo Ramon.
Yeah, that car has shown some incredible pace. The Pigeon Racing Brazilian team with Bruno Pio, Ismail K. I forget what his last name is, but yeah, Cobus. Yeah, Cobus. Fantastic job by these guys. Seems like they saved some tires towards the end.
Let's see, who said that he was handsome? I'm curious now. Oh, Malakobus was the one that said that Ramon was handsome. Man, Niall Schlieder. Oh, well, I was about to say Niall Schlieder is sticking with the likes of Ramon, but Wash is extremely wide, and that's going to put a hinder on his charge.
Now, did Kyle hit for the last time? And do the drivers ahead? They have yet to pit. It looks like Mr. Hamper Square just put in a super duper lap with a 158.572. Is that purple for the race?
I have no idea. I joined late. And yeah, I think he just pit about a couple laps, about, what, 3 laps ago he pit, and I'm sure he threw on a new set of rubber there to bring it to the end. So yeah, he's going to have some rapid pace. Dornales has not pit since I've gotten here. Neither has Giles Allman or Simon Both. Just Simon.
They're both sick.
Sorry, Simon. Fabian Biervert has... Wait, is that who's behind the car? That just updated, I think. That was... Wait. Anyways. No.
No, Fabian is in the car.
Yeah, you're right. Did he just come out of the pits? Oh, he almost makes contact with Niall Schlieder there just a bit.
Came out of the pits, came into Nile a little bit. That looks like they're getting pretty close. It looks like they're getting pretty close, so...
he came out of the pits about 20 minutes ago, so he's been at it for a bit now.
Yeah, that MSR Esports car has been looking pretty rapid all race while you've been away doing work or whatever you call it.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It didn't go great.
Oh, that sucks. But now you're here. Happy
Yeah.
times. You get to spend all this time with me, Mike.
I do. You're not incorrect.
You're favoriteest person ever of a small subset of Armenians that you know.
You know, they probably are one of my favorite Armenians that I know.
Am I your second favorite Armenian and I'm the only one that you know?
No, I do actually know more Armenians than just you, but we'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I'll let you fill in the blanks.
Consider them blanks filled in. Yeah, well, see a couple of purples out on the laps in with Wes Hepburn back in the car. Burnsy. You can see the smoke off the tires.
Seamus, you're totally right. My friend is Lebanese. Ah, shoot. Sorry, Michael. I know you're not watching, but you're not Armenian. You're Lebanese. That's right. My bad.
Oh, my God.
All right. I just started another Balkan war, pretty much. Wait, they're not in the Balkans.
Hey, I'm gonna lift that rock for you to crawl back under, Mike.
I don't even know what that analogy means.
Ruthless asking who our favorite is. My favorite is Mike Noss. He's my favorite commentator that I'm working with right now.
Wow. So kind. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, I think.
Yeah, right. Right now in this stream, my favorite commentator is Mike Noss. When we have Blue on, I don't know. It's a toss-up. Ruthless, why don't you tell us who's your favorite?
If you focus on perfecting your left turns, the rest will be all right. You know?
Bosworth.
I can't disagree with you, Bosworth.
Laying down the knowledge.
Laying down the facts, more like it.
Laying down some knowledge.
But what if you're driving in NASCAR? Then they're all left. Ooh.
Race facts. All right, what do we got going on track? We have 45 minutes left in the race.
Honestly, not much going on track. Fabian Biervert is somewhat keeping up with Marcelo Ramon, but kind of struggling. He's lapping about a second to lap slower per lap. Needs to find that pace. We're going to see some pit stops relatively soon, I think.
I will say,
see the final pit stops.
There is something going on off track. We got another follow. Dan Evans 28. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the 6 hours of Silverstone. First race in the season for our Enduro series. Great news for you guys. Bad news for the drivers. Only 4 tire sets for the entire weekend. So a lot of double stinting happening. Ooh, and looks like someone up ahead, just ahead of Burnsie, has a little bit of a wiggle. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I'm sure the fatigue is going to be getting to these drivers at this point, as they've been at it for the past 5 hours and change. Though you can't let that concentration slip whatsoever. It's so easy to make a mistake. Silverstone, fairly forgiving track. If you do make a mistake, you probably won't end up in the barrier, but that's a probably that I think most drivers don't want to gamble with. And Steez trying to catch the car of Petrovic's, Jan Gray. Got a bit of work to do. Shane does the solo on VR for the whole thing. Are you serious? Taylor Johnston. We'll check. Hold up. I'll check that out in a minute. What happened with Taylor Johnston? Looks like he maybe got pushed off the track.
Well, we can watch that.
Never mind. Doesn't look like he did.
Oh, Porsche things.
Yep.
He got nuked off track. Get it?
I do. And Mike Burkov is now firmly caught up with Taylor Johnston to gain that position back.
So, Karras,
Well,
not really his fault that he's doing a 6-hour solo on VR. It's actually Mike Noss's fault, if we're being honest. Okay?
I see what you're saying.
You can blame it all on Mike Noss. He's here trying to save the day in the last hour of the race, but really, his having to work meant that Shane Reese's partner, aka Eric, who's the other guy in here, had to cast the race. Because, Mike had adult responsibilities or whatever.
Shane Reese definitely in a much better off position as a result, I would say, currently in P21 rather than down in P33. So there's that.
Oh gosh, Shane's apparently been going around doing more races and other things today. Oh Shane.
Man's an absolute madman.
Yeah, Shane Reese things.
Well, he's been behind the wheel for the past 5 hours and 20 minutes about. So just has another 42 minutes and 16 seconds to go. He does need to make one more stop. No, he doesn't. He already made his final stop, so he will be at it till the end.
We should start calling him the Welsh Whippet. For those that don't know, the Whippet is a greyhound-like dog. Very fast.
Yeah, there's also another thing that's called a Whippet, which you might not want to get confused with it.
Let's stick to the fast dog.
I didn't know that it was called a fast dog. I'm just going to be honest.
Also,
yes, Seamus.
Thanks, Seamus.
That is what I knew it as. I didn't know that it was a dog.
All right.
So when you said that, I kind of... It's like, okay.
Well, what do we have?
Bosch down in P30 or P31 trying to battle with Jean-Paul Salmon? Jean-Paul. It's not Jean-Paul. It's Jean-Paul Salmon. Come on.
Oh, we got a battle up front in P3 here. Miladinovic and Hampshire. Wheel to wheel battling. Hampshire looks like he's got himself up into P3. I don't know if that was just earned or if he was in P3 and Miladinovich is catching up to him. Yeah, but it looks like he's lapping a lap faster than Miladinovich, so got himself into the podium, but have to wait and see what Gilles Alleman and Renato Dornelas have yet to offer to this young man trying to make it up into the top spot.
Oh, it is Gilles. Sorry about that, Gilles. Oh my. This is a bit of a chaotic situation, and Kyle Hamster Square has gotten pushed down to P4 all of a sudden. What the heck just happened? Eric, why don't you go back and watch that again?
Yeah, going back, let's see.
It was just a massive cluster of cars and really hindered Kyle Hampshire's progress, but the 696 benefiting massively.
That's a high risk move right there, but sometimes it pays off, and
holy smokes.
Miladinovich really finding the gap that he was looking for, going 4 wide into that corner that barely fits 1.
Well, if it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid, so. You got the job done. Kyle Hampshire is going to be left absolutely just stranded in traffic at this point. Giving a flash of his headlights as he says, I'm going to be coming by, but you got to get by in order to go by. He does. A bit further down the field in P17, Wes Hepburn has caught up with Potts Weaver, the other Nuka-Cola inspired livery. Wait, the other? I'm assuming that's his teammate.
That's just his teammate. Same car.
Yeah. And this looks like it's going to be a pretty clockwork overtake. I think Wes Hepburn, yeah, Potts Weaver not going to be fighting that. He's going to be just looking to get to the end of this race. Wes Hepburn presumably on fresh tires. Never mind. Potts Weaver just came out of the pits 3 minutes ago, so he's on cold tires.
I mean, for 3 minutes, should be warm by now. Usually it takes a lap, maybe a lap and a half to get them up there, but...
Yeah. Silverstone, probably a little bit longer. It's a lot of straights, but... Yeah, you'll be running pretty low brake ducts on this track as a result, so yeah, no, yeah, your tires should be heated up by then.
We are looking at Mason Jensen here, trying to hunt down Kenneth Nielsen for P19. Not quite there, though.
Hi, Dylan, 48.
Hello, Dylan. Welcome.
Manern. Oh, that's not Manurum. Oh my. Okay, there's two different drivers. I was looking down at P31 like, what the heck happened? But no. Similar name. So Eric, why don't you go ahead and give us a quick rundown of our top losers and top gainers in terms of positions throughout this race?
Alrighty. Wow. Well. So, with 18 positions gained, we have Wes Hepburn, although not really a true representation as they did elect to not qualify to save a tire set. Wes Hepburn and Meek Haska, aka Akash, doing the OP strat. Well, I mean, they're doing all right. 18 positions gained, not bad. The next most gained positions is at 12 with Shane Reese. Again, opting for an interesting tire strat. Yeah, coming up 12 positions. Then we have, for third and final in the most gain, Marcelo Ramon in P8. So I'd say probably this is the most successful one of them all. Now, in terms of positions lost, fortunately, car number... Who do we have? With 8 positions lost, Jan Rodix with the 133 car all the way down in P32 right now. Second most positions lost. Oh, that's fourth. The third one would be Jose Guzman in the 223 car, down 9 positions. The 224 car, wow, so might be something in the water in that area of numbers. Jakub Vavreka. Lost 12 positions, and that's the second most positions lost, with the largest number of positions lost with the car number 72, Rainer Weaselby. Unfortunate for them, 12 positions lost during the race, down in P27 right now.
Yeah, it's still carrying on though, which is what you like to see, and this is what Kyle Hampshire likes to see, as I'm riding on board with him, and he is getting a front row view of his rival trying to get around some lap traffic and not doing... Wait, is that Renato? Oh, wrong button.
That is Renato Dornelis. Ooh, this is a sketchy situation to have P1, P3, and P4 in the same area of the lap, but one lap different to each other.
That's really weird. It looks like Renato, he's sort of struggling for pace compared to these guys as well. I mean, I say that and he's lapping 2 minute. Well, this lap, 2 minute and 1.9. That's actually, yeah. So his tires might be falling off at this point, Renato Dornales. He is getting towards the end of his stint. He has been out on track. No, he isn't. He just came out of the pits. Renato, what is going on? Your pace is falling, buddy.
I'm thinking he's got used tires. Would make sense considering it's a short stint. They would have saved this used set of tires for it.
Okay, that makes sense. That's going to be a really worn set of tires by the end of this one, if I would imagine.
Yeah, for sure. But don't fret me, brother. They have an 87-second gap to P2, so they got to do something really, really wrong for that to go bad for them.
Dornales letting Kyle Hampshire by there to continue the charge as he looks down the sights to Miladinovic.
You got it.
Sound it out.
Good job.
Sound it out. Kyle Hampshire with the fastest lap overall in the session, as you said, right? Right, Eric?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Kyle does have the fastest lap right now with a 158.572. Last lap, faster than all 3 drivers ahead of him. So he's doing some work. Might be too little too late, though.
Ooh. Hate to see it there. Fabian Biervert trying to get around some lap traffic. Makes contact, spins around. Both of them getting hampered a little bit. Not much damage, though, between the two of them.
Kyle now within 1 second of Mitja Miladinovic. Hunting back down, trying to close that gap up.
Yeah, he's got some work to do. Lapping basically identical laps last lap. So, no gains there. This is BMW on BMW, so no gains there. This is down to pure skill and luck as well, because, you know, back markers coming into play. But as of right now, I don't think we have a single back marker in front of us, really. Not for the next... Basically, I mean, there's one back marker basically for the next 2 miles up the road, more or less.
Yeah, and just looking at their pace, I'm guessing that they're on a similar tire strategy. So, really, I think it's just setup and skill difference and damage. Looks like Kyle has some damage, but that's a skill problem.
Yes. Where are you seeing that damage for Kyle? I'm not seeing any. Car looking a little dirty, but I don't see any damage
I think
on
the
that.
hood is a little bit worse for wear. Let's
Is it?
have a look.
Not on my end. Might be on. I mean, you like I said, you've been in the race longer, so. But yeah, your front end looks a bit different than mine.
Yeah,
I won't
he's
lie.
got a little bit of a floppy hood up there.
Yeah,
So
he does. On your end, he does. Mine, not so much. So.
why don't we annoy you and pop into in-car view?
What do you mean? Me?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't in car view already.
No, I mean I'm in in-car view.
Oh my goodness.
I love this view because it gives you a sense of like what they're seeing, you know, as if you were driving. So it makes me more nervous because they get so freaking close.
Well, it's the best seat in the house, especially when you're not the one behind the wheel.
Yeah. Looks like
Maggots and Beckett's onto the hangar straight. Kyle looking like he doesn't want to get anything or do anything stupid, is to sum it up. He is not really pressuring Mita that much, but just enough to let him know that he's still there, staying in his rearview mirror, and at a good opportunity if he makes a mistake to get by.
Yeah,
So far, though, oh, go ahead.
what's unfortunate for Kyle is that he doesn't have a lot of traffic to work with, unlike Miladinovich really taking advantage of the traffic situation and he coming in with a big win getting up front.
That was a pretty ambitious send from Miladinovich through that traffic, I will admit, but you know, that's what shows his skill.
A wise streamer once said that if it's a stupid move but it works, it's not a stupid move.
You know, I'm not sure who said that, but I said something similar to that. See it? Bit wide it goes. Miladinovic. Wait.
That's right.
Miladinovic. Yes. Okay.
Kyle closing in still, lap after lap, making that gap smaller and smaller. 0.4 to Miladinovich now.
And we have Gilles Allman, who went into the pits and has now come back out. He is behind these guys by about 12, 15 seconds, somewhere in that range. No, 10 seconds after coming out of the pits. So he might be joining these guys here relatively soon.
Realistically, this is the battle for P2.
I don't think realistically, I think this is the battle for P2.
Right, because they don't have to pit either, so.
Nope. These both drivers should be able to make it to the end. Pretty much all of our top 10 can make it to the end. I think the only driver in there is going to be Fabian Biervert in P9, who might need to pit. Maybe. It's going to be close for him. But other than that, all drivers should be able to make it to the end. Maybe Jakob Schaber. He's going to be struggling. Might have to do some fuel saving, but it'll be interesting.
All right, looking like these guys pretty tight. Kyle keeping it nice and tidy, being patient, not making any sense, because while there is a little bit to gain, there's a lot to be lost yet.
And looking on the P&P here, we see a battle between Kurt Peters and Jakob Vavrika. the very bright and luminous Audi. Although this Ferrari is struggling to get by another Ferrari here, which is lap traffic. Or lapping traffic. I think that's P5 of Turbo. Sorry, Simon. My brain can't do your name that well. That gap to Kyle Hampshire, though. These guys.
Now, what they have to be really careful of is to ensure that Gilles Aleman does not catch up to them while they're battling, let's say. It's only 12 seconds behind, which is still quite a bit of a gap, but not that big of a gap.
Well, you say that. He was 10 seconds when he came out of the pits. So that gap is extending at the very least. Right now, these guys keeping it up. If they do start really battling, it will close rapidly. But Kyle, seemingly happy with the pace from Miladinovic. Wait.
Just call him Eminem.
No, I'm not calling him Eminem.
It's a two M like Marshall Mathers.
I'm not calling him Eminem.
Gotta call
I will
him
get this name.
I will
get the name.
Can we get a vote in chat from Mike to call him Eminem? This is what Kyle's waiting for. This is what Kyle is waiting for.
Oh my goodness, the 145 just freaking stomping on the brakes, wanting absolutely nothing to do with this battle.
Hey, Sweebo, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to all Toga Motorsport folk. We hear a lot about you guys. Good things. So glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying the stream as we're towards the last half hour of the 6-hour race at Silverstone over at your side of the pond. Yeah, Kyle Hamper Square and Eminem here going at it. Oh, Seamus, don't worry. Mike already has a really hard time saying Kamal's name.
No, Kiata's, but I know I pronounce it incorrectly because I add a little bit of spice to it when I don't need. I think it's Kiatovic, but Kiozovic, but I add something I don't need to. I know that it's Kiatazovic is what I think it is, but that isn't correct.
All right, sounds like P10 is catching up to P9 as well.
Still got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, 7 seconds.
Kairos, he's gaining about a second in a lap.
Yeah, but Juan has pretty fantastic pace, so let's keep an eye on that P10 spot. While these two continue to battle, we do have some fun stuff going on at the other end of the grid. Kurt Peters.
Yeah, this is what I've been kind of keeping an eye on in the picture-in-picture. This battle has been going at it for a while. Kurt Peters has been getting caught up in some traffic, unfortunately, which has really hampered his progress to Jakob. But he is going to try to make a move around the outside of Stowe. I don't see that happening, though. That's the Audi. Well, the Audi's going to wash wide. That's going to give the perfect opportunity to Kurt Peters, but no, it's not. Never mind.
Oh, and I see an unfortunate something from a teammate, Shane Reese, with a drive-through. Looks like he got track limits.
Come on, Shane Reese. You only had to drive for 6 hours and not expand the track 4 times.
By yourself in VR. Unfortunate. Well, while you are watching this, I'm going to pop back up to that P2 battle. Hampshire.
Yeah. We'll stick with this one for a little bit. As also Jan Roderick's a bit further back has caught up with Sandro Bosch down for P30. In fact, actually, I think this move is about to get sold. Oh, they almost make contact. But Jan Roderick's is through. Almost, actually. We see the 441 try to come back at him down the inside. That's going to be the 133 washing wide. He's going to wash wide even more, which is going to lose even more time.
Yeah, the Swede boat. I attenuated that very awkwardly. Yeah, shoot me a message. I'm Eric Lucasian, and yeah, we can figure something out. Kyle Hamper here or there, still struggling to figure out how he's gonna make it through. 20 minutes left on the clock. That's quite a lot of time yet, but gotta make sure that you don't waste them tires, otherwise you won't have much to try and overtake with.
Oh, Kurt Peters. Wow, that Audi is really struggling through Stowe. Jan Roderick's a bit further back, making the commanding overtake around the outside, doing the hard work, getting it done.
"20 minutes left, folks. 20 minutes in the 6-hour race, and we're seeing wheel-to-wheel battling going on still. Unbelievable. Unbelievable."
Sewell, there's 20 minutes left. You can't go anywhere. I'm assuming you're Sewell. Sewell, right? That Z's got to be silent. No, you're not. No, that's Seamus. Never mind. Okay.
Oh, Kyle looking on the inside. He's got a good run. He's going to make it work. He does have that inside. Let's go to a different camera. Oh, the cameras are on different screens. Oh, and he makes it stick. Miladinovic tucks back. Kyle firmly secures P2. Wow, that patience really paid off for him. Let's see. Let's go back. Yeah, yeah, got a really great exit off of Chapel. And Miladinovic did not go defensive for some reason. That was very interesting. Maybe an error in judgment so late in the race, but Kyle, textbook maneuver right there. So let's see if he can keep it now. So it's up to Kyle not to make a mistake to give that position back. Hopefully traffic does not play a role in this battle moving forward. Or hopefully it does. Maybe make it more exciting. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pronounced Shiva. Where's that from?
I think you said it was a Welsh.
Not sure that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Brazil!
Oh, he's Brazilian. Oh, cool. Oh, are you one of Lucas's gang?
One of the little Brazilians?
One of the little Brazilians?
Not little. Lil
Brazilians?
Oh, Kurt Peters is finally going to try to make the move, and they make contact. The Ferrari is off the track. You need to go back and rewatch that one.
Let's go. Let's go back.
Oh, you're Zwinski. Which I probably am pronouncing wrong.
Let's watch and see what's happening with this Kurt Peters maneuver over here. We did the cardinal sin of going a full minute back, but I needed some time to click on things to make sure I got it. So let's see what happens here. Should be coming up pretty soon. Bit of a good late braking move there. Looking pretty hungry, getting really close to that Audi. Gets a really good exit. Tucks in behind. Yep, you're gonna get that toe all the way down straight. No! Why? Replays in ACC. Not so good.
Well, you're just not so good with them, no offense. You're getting there.
It was the -1 minute with the +1 minute. It should have covered the replay.
It doesn't. It does it for 30 seconds. It's -1 minute for 30 seconds, which is why I never use that button.
That's
why you got to use
silly.
custom. You got to use custom. You can always adjust it 20 for 40, 30 for 40. You just got to think on the spot.
Yeah, that's silly. Okay, anyways.
The machine in chat, Andreas Borchers.
Andy, I can't see my paint job with all the damage that you have on that car. What's going on? I can barely see anything on that car. So much damage.
This Audi is the absolute nemesis of Kurt Peters right now. He cannot get by him.
You know
He's
what?
had so many opportunities, it seems like, but he just can't do it.
You know what? Let's Alexander Zawinski is not a very Brazilian sounding name there. Shiva.
I hate to break it to you, I hate to interrupt, but Juan Kairos, a Brazilian man, is battling with Jacob Shaber.
Let's go to that.
Shaber. This is that P10 battle that you were talking about earlier. It's finally come to melee, I suppose. We'll see if it carries up. Jakob Shaber also about 2 seconds behind the likes of Fabian Biervert. Very strong German representation here tonight at Silverstone, which is kind of ironic for that many Germans to be at a World War II fighter base and not for, you know, the standard purpose, or for, you know what I'm trying to say.
Not a racetrack.
Yeah.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Yes, I did have to go.
Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna. Back to the race. Back to the race. The German Audi on the German Porsche at Silverstone. So sounds like they had new tires on there. We knew Juan Kairos is a fast boy, making up all that time. 7 seconds behind previously, now made it up to only 0.3. And, you know, there's actually 2 positions to gain because P8 is only 2 seconds ahead of that. So 13 minutes left in the race. There's a lot to be gained here. And he's got huge draft. Oh, man, nearly makes some contact. Going around the outside of Shaber. Has to keep it tight to not lose too much, but does. Shaber gets back in front. Still looking on the inside. This is a risky move here. Huge braking zone. Respectful driving. Great space left by both drivers. And looking for the over-under. Doesn't quite make it stick, but does have a big straight section coming up. So if he's able to keep it tidy in the next couple of corners, there will be lots of speed to be had against that Porsche in the Wellington Straight. Ooh, bit of a mistake falling behind. So down to half a second. Gotta keep it tight. Gotta keep it tight, Juan. Keep it tight, 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 tight.
Ooh, that's going to be a really poor exit with a bit of oversteer as well onto the straight. We were riding on board there with Juan, and going to be tricky to catch up before we get to the final turn complex. Have to probably wait another lap.
Pusher Frank and Sweebo, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome, welcome, welcome. End of a 6-hour race here. 12 minutes left in this first installment of the Enduro of the Spring Enduro Series here at Trackalicious. 4 races, 6 hours, 4 tire sets per weekend. That includes qualifying. And boy, is Kairos probably wanting some fresher than fresh tires right now, even though his tires are fresh.
I still think that's so awesome. Carmen Fernandez in chat, who is, I don't think you were here, Eric, when we figured this information out, but is Wilson Fernandez's madre in chat, representing, supporting the leading team. 38 car.
What, Dargy? Hello.
I'm so sorry, Carmen. We don't speak Portuguese.
It's okay. We got quite a few Portuguese-speaking people in chat. They'll figure it out. Man, that's awesome. Wilson Fernandez getting mom in chat. Very cool. Kyra's here really pushing to try and get that position, but not quite having the pace just yet. That Porsche looking super, super fast.
That's all right, Dylan 48. At least you're here in chat. Appreciate you saying hi.
Yeah. Kind of hard to find a track that the BMW is not at least good at, if not great at, right?
Shiva, are you still in chat? Can you translate for us?
Yeah, we got the boy here giving
Oh, the
us
lad himself.
yeah.
I love how she even used an emote.
Dude, that's next level.
That's so.
My mom
Wilson,
doesn't even know what Twitch is.
Wilson, your mom's cool. I'm just gonna say that.
Sambo Chili has come in constantly trying to talk about the Stromboli.
Oh my goodness. What was this a conversation that you had earlier? I'd say screw this conversation right now because we got some really hot action between P8. Fabian Biervert, Jakob Schaber, and Juan Kairos are all battling for position.
Oh my
gosh. This is gonna fall to the checkered flag, I have a feeling.
This is what we live for.
Three-way battle on track.
That was
here.
close.
The British leading the two Germans.
As they wiggle waggle, trying to break the toe. Porsche, oh, that looked a little loose. All right, Juan, this is what we're talking about. Just keep it tight. Keep it tight.
That's gonna be the move right here. He's gonna send it down the inside. Jakob Schaber is lovely overtake there, but does he have the pace to pull away? Fabian Biervert is gonna have to look in his rear view mirror now as Juan Kairos is gonna be breathing down his neck.
That was a fantastic move by Schaber. Really well timed. Great move. Gets that run on the straight. Biervert got nothing to say about it. Little bit of
my goodness, they get really, really close. Once again, not able to fit even a sheet of paper in between those two cars. But hey, as long as you can fit a couple molecules of air, that's all that matters.
Kairos was close enough to smell Biervert's underwear in that one.
No comment. Keep it packed in tight like a Stromboli, says Sambo. Okay. Hey, Wilson, thank you very much for being here and being a part of this race. And congratulations on the lead of this race right now. Hopefully we don't jinx it, but it's looking pretty good so far.
Here we go. Juan looking to get that position. Unfortunately for Biervert, Fabian dropping down 2 positions right at the end of the race. That's what tires does for you, folks. You either save it or you use it, and they just probably use it a little too early.
Yeah, Aston Martin last lap lapping at a 2:04.2, which is not quite the pace you're looking for at this stage of the race in these closing minutes.
Now the question is, does Kairos have the pace to do
Simone Torber, sorry to interrupt, a P5, brother.
Ooh.
Got a battle go. Oh, well, okay, scratch that, but it's going to continue. The Ferrari right behind the AMG as these closing few minutes of this race, we have battles heating up all across the track. 3-way battles, 2-way battles, through and through. We even have Jan Gray back with Petrovic down in P22, but we're going to stick with this for right now.
So interesting. Both Mission Spino cars are in the action. The Mission Spino Porsche over here up in P8 versus Kairos in P9. And you have Gilles.
Oh, what a move! What a move! Holy smokes, Simon! with a savage overtake on Gilles, and Gilles is going to try to come back down the hangar straight, Wellington Straight, into the final turn complex, being Luffield into Woodcut Sweep. All weaving all over the track. That's not going to help your lap time, Gilles. But it does look like Simon takes that P4 position and is going to run with it. Loads of support for the drivers as we come down to these closing minutes. Drivers have endured a lot tonight, quite literally, as this is an endurance race. The entire goal is to endure.
Yeah, Kairos back at it. Bumper to bumper with the Porsche. Both these cars really challenging to drive on the edge, but these guys are doing a fantastic job for the battle for P8 and 9, all the way down to the very, very end of the race. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left to the end of this 6-hour-long endeavor.
Oh my. Jakob Schaber not wanting to give that position up whatsoever. We're going to see a switchback attempt, but Juan has to get off the throttle mid-corner there, or else he would have sent himself to the stratosphere if he took that curb too aggressively.
You know, Beervert's not out of it just yet. If something happens between these two, there's a good chance that there's two positions to be earned here.
Yeah, if. He is definitely struggling for pace comparatively, though. Lapping about almost 2 seconds a lap slower, both this lap and last lap, so.
And we see Kyle Hampshire coming into the mix, too.
What? Oh, like in...
Right in the back? Yeah.
I thought you meant like for position. Sorry.
No, he's doing a little wiggle to really get out of their way. Oh, there we go. On the outside, he's got quite a bit ahead. Goes quite wide. Oh, he had kept it a little bit tighter.
Simon's off in P4. He's lost the position to Gilles as a result, and he might even lose a position to David Funk as well. What happened there, Eric?
Okay.
Okay, I'll go back then.
No, I got it.
Go back for 40, for 20.
Custom. Funk.
No, not Funk. Simon.
I got it. There we go. Oh, just loses it on the curb at T1. Just enough.
Man, there are so many gaps that have closed up in these closing minutes. We have Said and Gelson Cruz battling with each other here for P13. We have Tim Runge and Fabian Biervert for P10. Fabian is really struggling for pace. Those tires are absolutely gone. He is struggling to make it to the end here. Juan Kairos needs to get that overtake done onto Jakob Schaber. Doesn't have much time to do it. This is going to be the final lap he has, I think. Where's Renato? Hold on. Where's Renato at? Never mind. They're going to have one more lap. Okay.
We have battle for 5-6, battle for 8-9, battle for 10-11, and battle 13-14, and battle for 23 and 22, all within a second of each other. Tim Ranga looking really spicy. Oh, something happened off there. Who was that?
That was Kyle Hampshire getting involved with a back marker. That back marker, I think, with the 441, we saw getting tangled up with another front runner earlier on. And wait, okay, that wasn't the incident. Oh, okay. Well,
Gelson Cruz.
Oh my goodness, really good reactions from Kyle Hampshire there.
Kairos gets ahead of Schaber. Missed it. I'm gonna go back.
I'll stick with Tim Runge and Fabian Biervert for now.
Or does he do it? Oh, there it is. Huge overspeed. Oh, yeah, that's where it happened anyways.
Ooh, there's the move from Tim, but that's going to be a way too ambitious move. Puts him off the track. He's going to stick with it, though. Fabian just doesn't have any gas in the tank to respond. Or does he? He's going to keep the inside line. In fact, he's going to have the inside line coming into the final turn complex as well, but I think we're going to see the overspeed of the BMW. Yeah, just rocket ahead here. Fabian, though, is going to try to come back, but I think he is trying to hold on for tires at this point and is just struggling for grip.
Shane Reese behind the Farah Saidi GTR here.
What? And we have Miliduk with a yellow flag. He's going slow. Is he out of fuel on the final lap? That's the question. Where are they at?
Miladinovich?
Miladinovich was going extremely slow for all of a sudden.
Yeah, but he's almost there. He has no risk behind. David Funk not able to make it work.
He might have actually let the leader by so he didn't have to complete another lap. That might have been what that was. Renato Dornales, though, comes home for the race win.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
And Fernandez there, taking that P1. Kyle Hampshire bringing it home, probably in P2. He has yet to cross the line, so probably will, though. P3 has already been sold. Mita.
Miladinovich. I got you. Eminem.
Yes, Eminem. Simon is down in P5. David Funk in P6. Marcelo Ramon in P7. Still some battles unfolding on track, at least with small gaps, but I don't think there's any for position by the end of this.
Yeah, it looks like Kairos has secured that spot. Juan doing a fantastic job with that overtake. What an exciting end to the race. Nuts. We literally had 4 or 5 battles on the last lap. Oh, what's going on with that Audi? The back marker just letting them by? Out of fuel? Who is that? There we go. Juan coming in P8. Well earned. Sorry. Yeah, well earned P8. Congratulations to them. Justin Cruz, already done. And folks, that is the end of that. What a great race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just rounding up the crew right now. Andreas, Nate. We need Nate.
Mike, do you want to hop in here with me?
We need our P3 as well, and we need our P1. So why don't we quickly grab Kyle Hampshire and Andreas Borchers to start off with. Here they are.
Mr. Hamper Square, Andy Borges. Welcome. P2. What happened, guys?
Stop screen sharing, by the way, or stop PIP, Eric.
Yeah.
Hello, Mita.
Hello?
We're just grabbing your team here. Just give me 1 sec.
Oh, shit.
And Ito as well is the third one, I think.
Oh.
Let's see. Eric, if you want to start the questioning, I'm still gathering.
Yeah. Andy, Kyle, you guys here?
Quase tô.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, congratulations on the
Hello.
P2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You
Right.
guys scratched my paint up.
I mean, it's a good job there was no paint on it anyway. It was just bare metal, so you know.
So I didn't see what happened earlier on. What caused you guys to drop out of the P1 position?
We just got caught out by a back marker mid-spin, so it was one of them where the car's loss of grip going sideways, and when it grips up, you don't know whether it's going to go left or right. And well, unfortunately, we picked the latter of any of those, and we drove straight into it instead.
Yeah, that is
Because
unfortunate.
Yeah, but no, it was unfortunate, but those things happen. It's racing. Is Andy here?
He's here in spirit, but not in voice. Anyways, good job to you guys. P2, not bad. But let's go to Miladinovic. Minigun.
Wait, hold on. Before that, can we get Wilson? Wilson, I know you're in chat. Wilson, can you try to get you and your teammate up into the green room, please, so we can get you into the interview? Thank you.
Hey
Go ahead.
guys,
Hi.
please correct me if I'm pronouncing your names wrong. Koderman and Miladinovic.
It's right.
Okay, welcome guys.
Cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You guys ended up P3. That is a very impressive position. How was the race for you guys?
It was great fun and enjoyable.
Awesome. What was let's ask what's the most challenging part of what you had to face today?
It was the tires, I think.
What was-
we struggle on
Four
the
stars, I think.
Yeah.
2 hours on the same tires, and so
So what strategy did you take for the tires?
yeah, Cosman, tell.
Two stints double, two double stints, 2 hours, and 2 times
Refueling.
with fresh tires.
Okay. So you went 2 doubles and then 2 fresh in the end. Well,
We are a little bit surprised because stint timer doesn't work. So some of the teams got, I don't know, hour and 20 minutes stint, and we don't know that we can do like that. But okay.
yeah,
was-
I'll apologize. That is our fault as an organization. We missed the setting in the server, and it was too late to reset by the time that was understood. However, I do want to make it clear that the stint timer will be present for the next race. Okay. So all the rest of the races will have the stint timer. This time around, it was a mistake, and we do apologize about that. We know that it could affect the decision of the car for different teams because different cars do have different fuel capacities. So we do apologize about that. But even with that, you guys did a fantastic job. Very impressed by your performance out there.
Also, thanks for organizations from both of Fun Sim Racing teams.
Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting on an amazing show. It was very fun to watch the battle between you guys. So great job.
Thank you.
Just tell, we were a little underfueled in the last stint, so probably we could fight for a second, but yeah, we were saving fuel for about 7-8 laps in the end. So.
Okay.
Did you guys have to lift off? Why'd you guys lift off at the end? I'm just curious.
Yeah, just tell, we were underfueled.
They were
Okay, so
underfueled.
like at the very end, you guys lifted off a ton, didn't you? Like, did you let the leader go by? Is that what happened? I was on the hanger straight on the last lap.
We let the second place go forward because we were about 8 liters, I think, underfueled.
So Kyle didn't earn it. He was just given the P2. That's what he's trying to say. I'm here to. If you guys can't already tell, Kyle and I have a hate relationship, so we give each other crap as much as we can, and he's being respectfully silent right now. So yeah, great job, guys. I guess
to first and second.
yeah.
Yeah, we also have Renato Dornales in here.
Mr. Dornelles, welcome back. We haven't seen you in a little while, and what a way to come back. P1, congratulations.
Oh, thanks, man. Was a really good race.
Yeah. Anything that happened that was particularly unique? It seems like you guys had a pretty clean, uneventful race. Just put your head down and got to it.
Yeah, that's exactly what was for us. We had a good quality and we managed to avoid any trouble on penalties and damage. Our strategy worked fine the whole stint. So we got a little bit lucky that the other guys had trouble, and I don't remember that we have a fight with anyone, but either way, it was a fun race. We had a lot of fun on our Discord. Really enjoyable.
Great. Anything you want to say to all of the Portuguese listeners and viewers here, including Wilson's mom?
How you met them? Wilson's mom is great.
Yeah.
She always watch all races from Wilson and support us. Just say that we'll be back next race.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, if you guys want to say something in Portuguese for all of our Portuguese viewers here, you're more than welcome to.
Okay. Let me see. Valeu todo mundo, Dona Carmen, e especialmente o Ronan e o Aurélio, que não sei como é que nos aguentaram hoje. That's it.
All right. Thank
We
you,
have
Renato.
no idea what you just said.
Good things. It was all good things.
That's the beauty of it.
And Edo, we have you in here. I'm sorry, which team were you on?
Fancy Racing,
He was
the
on
BMV,
Me, yeah.
the third place.
Okay, fantastic. Anything you want to add on top of what your teammates had to say?
Nothing.
Okay.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
Well, if I may ask, where are you guys from?
Slovenia.
Slovenia. Awesome.
Not like
Very cool. Well, welcome you guys. Really glad to have you and look forward to seeing your guys' pace in the next race. Congratulations to Renato and Wilson for the P1, Kyle, Nate, and Andy for P2, Edo, Marianne, and Mitya for P3. Good job, guys. Yeah, next time we'll get that synth timer working and get going on a fantastic race. In a month, we will be at Imola. So look forward to seeing you guys back. Thank you all. You can hop off if you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Eric, do you have anyone to raid?
I don't have anyone lined up.
Because I do.
Okay.
I thought ahead. We were going to be raiding Jamie O'Connor. He's doing 12 hours at Kyalami, and he's in the final closing stint. So I'd say let's go over, check him out, and say hi. He's currently sitting down with. He's got a drive-through penalty he just picked up. So let's go find out what's going on there. So hope everyone. Oh, Eric, go ahead and you do it.
No, I think you got it.
No, you do it. You're showing.
Like you did it and it worked. So I don't.
No, but exit. You got 10 seconds. All right, bye, everyone. Thanks for watching the stream. Hope you guys had a great time. Thanks, Eric, for covering my ass for not being here.
Hold on. We got a little bit of time. Yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. Looking forward to the next race, and join us tomorrow night in our Pro Series and Porsche Cup.
Yeah, the raid already went through.
That's all right. I didn't know you pressed
That's
it.
That's why
already.
I was like, "Come on, you got to wrap up." Man.
You said do it. You said do it. I'm like, I haven't typed I don't know who I'm rating yet.
Oh, when I said do it, because I started the outro and I wanted you to do the outro. But
I thought you meant do the raid.
Are we clear? Are we still live?
No. Well, it's on the other.
Well, did you hit end stream?